All right, let's see. I'm confused. Why does the music not seem to be working? Is it because it's too quiet? No. Game audio works. Why is this? I mean, that's correct. Oh no, man. Oh no. I'll just put it back to where it was a second ago, and then I'll deal with it later. Hello everybody. By the way, yeah. Hi. I did get Lodestar, yeah. What's kind of annoying about that is yesterday I ranked him up to rank 2. Also ranked up Case to rank 4. And then literally just today, upgrade pilot rank 2 times. Yay! Yeah, I could have just done that like freaking a day ago. And it would have been much easier, but whatever. What is this? Hold on. Just want to make sure this isn't important. Oh, okay, no, that's not important. Alright, well. You want acorns? Well, good for you. So do I, brother. I have less than 500. Now, that's still enough for one more spin, so probably most people have less than I do. Put double minigun 6 on Vortex? Why didn't I think of that? It's a good point. It's a good point. Because this 10 multiplied by the thermal lance overheat is 15 energy. And using double minigun 6s would be 12. So it'd be less. It's a good point, though. Let me go find my minigun 6s. Oh yeah. Sorry. You want to fork over 7,500 acorns? I can make it happen. My brother in Christ, this is a free-to-play account. There's ain't no chance I got minigun 6. Sure, he says. Rank up Storm Rank 10. I mean, you can. I mean, you're probably going to want to eventually at some point. Do you want more promo codes? Why? So that you guys can run it into the ground and be like, I bet it's going to keep a seeker. Guys, did you hear about new promo code? Cybermech. I was told it was going to give Surge and Eclipse and Seeker all rank 5. Nah, man. Nah, man. I don't even know what's going on with that. Which, again, fellas, let me remind you of something. And this might be the first time a lot of you are hearing this. A lot of you just didn't know about it. The codes for Vortex and for Redeemer even were not supposed to be for you. You weren't supposed to get that. I was supposed to be for new people only. I was supposed to be a new player code, but the devs messed up. So, here we are with everybody thinking that every new promo code should be giving them multiple legendary mechs. Replace several. This is an achievement hanger. It's a random achievement hanger. I haven't changed any of my hangers except for this one, for that video. Are you excited for the upcoming Onslaught event? Yes, but not in the way that I think you think I am. So you probably think, like, I'm excited because my free-to-play account could probably participate. I don't know about that. because they're saying, like, what are they saying? They're saying that there's a way to try the new mech for free in the Onslaught. That could just be them saying, hey, we're going to put the new mech in a new Onslaught, and it's going to be the exact same thing as, like, this damn Scorpius one, where it's like, you play a couple trial levels, and then you literally have to pay for it after that. Why would they do anything different? You can speak French. Well, not here, you can't. So, like, I don't know why they wouldn't do that, to be honest. That's what I'm expecting them to do. So, the idea that the entire thing is going to be free, I doubt it. I doubt it. You completed your weekly task, but you didn't get the A coins. So just it's the same thing that happens with event tokens. Close and reopen your game. It'll show it. You do actually have the A coins, but it just for whatever reason there's a visual bug that occurs sometimes when you're collecting certain resources, and and that's how you get the negative numbers, right? So like sometimes you get like negative event tokens. You can do that with credits and A coins as well. So you probably actually have those A coins, and it'll allow you to go 200 into the negative. So you just close, reopen your game, it'll be fine. Also, is my camera choppy to anyone else? What in the world happened? Like I changed it slightly. I changed it slightly. I messed with the exposure and whatnot to try to make this stuff in the back more visible. I also moved the Lancer. To try to make the stuff in the back more visible, but now I feel like it's running on like 15 frames a second, bro. I don't understand what happened. It's choppy for 144p. Like the camera resolution is fine. It's supposedly running at 30 frames per second. I don't know. I kind of doubt that. Opinion on Tetra Rifle 6s on Orion. Why would you use 6s? Well, I'm assuming that's because that's what you already have. Yeah, you use what you got. I mean, like, yeah, it'll be okay until you get, like, railgun's gonna be better, but any sniper, any, like, burst sniper type weapon's probably gonna be okay. Podgun 8s, if you have that, might be better already. Is my camera inverted? Yes, it is. But it's always been inverted. That's not the problem. The old one was better. Not for the lighting though. Cause this side would always be really dark because there's not a lot of light coming from this direction. I have like a window here, and so it's letting in a lot of light from this direction. And this stuff back here was for the most part relatively not visible. So I messed with it for that reason, and for whatever reason everything went to crap. Spin for surge with your last A coins. Well, what was the advice that I gave in my video? Because like that's the reason that I made the video, huh? Was so that you'd know whether like what my opinion on it is, not so that you could then ignore what I said in the video and then just come ask me directly. That's stupid. Tetras are mid against actual players. I don't think that's true now. No. Do you ever stream on the main account? Mostly when new things come around. The new mech, I think they said it was going to be on the 5th, which means there's going to be a video on it on the 4th tomorrow. And on the 5th would be a Friday. Yeah, I'll probably stream that day, yeah. Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. Interesting. Onslaught is the test server for everyone. I don't know about that. not an effective one. It's gonna run load imagine.
Yeah, I mean, like, stuffy.
Redeemer, Aegis, and Moonshare. No, that's not even close. Redeemer's like a top 3. Not of all time, but like epics. Got this. What do we have? 2.
Replace, or should you upgrade your minigun 8s?
I mean, if they're rank 3, which is what I think they are, because that's where most people got them, like a couple months ago. Yeah. It's way too weak. It's way too weak. It's going to cost you way too much to upgrade them. You may as well just buy something better. Well, I mean, not something better, but you may as well buy, like, Overdriver 8, for example. It'll be way cheaper. You can just buy that. It'll be basically the same. You won't have to get a heavy-duty pilot to match with it. You could just use an assault pilot. And it'll start at rank 5. There's no reason not to do that. He did dash at the right time. I will give him that. What are you doing, Paul? Yeah, he's managed to miss every single one of those. Nice. I'll just... No matter Surge. Who to deploy first? That's a question that I've answered, but it's not a question that people ask a lot, so I will answer. So Surge is more valuable. That's just a fact. Unless it's like free-for-all, then you can do like the chain dashing and whatever, and the resistance keeps you alive. That's classic. Generally, though, Surge is more valuable. And the reason, and since Surge is more valuable, you don't want to start with it, because it can counter a lot of things, right? Surge and Eclipse both counter basically everything. Like, those 2 mechs alone will counter almost everything. But you don't know what you're up against when you first start the match. When you first start the match, it's just whatever. You don't know what's going to be happening. So the safe thing to do is to start with something like Nomad, which is also a dash mech, also able to get beacons and whatnot, and engage enemies. But not to necessarily waste your Surge, because whatever it is that the enemies have might be really bad, and might counter your Surge, and that would be a waste of a Surge, right? Is he just gonna ignore him and go for it? No, he's going for it. Oh, well. I don't really know what's going on there. Yeah, both of them? Oh, yeah. Sanji got searched from the free tokens. Sanji's going crazy with that account, bro. He's gonna be better. He's gonna be higher SP than me in no time. Not that I've been trying to gain SP, but... I'm surprised. Yeah, bro, it took me every single spin. I'm kinda irritated with that. But whatever. Just stood there and took it like a champion. I respect it. Not a good idea, but hey, I mean, like, the more you do that, the easier kills I get. So. Sure, go ahead. Did he run? Ah, yeah, he did. I was about to say, I don't see him, so like maybe he just ran off somewhere. Okay. You're not going to get the Storm Reload implant anymore? I mean, I can't afford it right now. I think the smart thing to do, though, would be to, wait. That's annoying. It's not going to let me collect anything because someone sent me a DM in-game. Whoever it is that DM'd me. It better be important. I think the smart thing to do would be to wait until the rebalances are over. And then see if they nerfed it. Or like, at least wait until the last one to see if they nerf it. I think that they probably will. And the thing with that is, like, 3,000 acorns on a 30% reload implant is not worth it. Like, even in the smallest amount. Right? It's not worth it. 30% is almost half of 50%. 50% is worth it. 30% is not. Bruh.
Today you made a bet. If you're not my friend, you have to gift your friend 18,000 acorns. Well, you're just lying.
I don't believe that at all. And also, anyway, like, that's dumb. Don't make bets like that. It's a stupid thing to do. And even if that was true,
I'm still not going to.
I mean, it's very... Come on, like, clearly you realize, anyone realizes that it's a very easily exploitable issue, right? Where you just be like, please, RuFFles, give me 10,000 A-coins because I bet my friend that I would give him 20,000 A-coins if you didn't give me 10,000. Like, no, of course I'm not going to do that. I mean, first, I just don't believe you. And second off, I mean, you know, that's the sort of thing you just keep doing until it doesn't work.
Is it insane to have 2,000 crates to open?
No, it's perfectly fine. Crates don't really give you anything. If you don't need the resources from it, why bother opening? I have like 100 and people can't even stand it. Like, I literally, I trigger people every single day that I stream. I trigger people because I have more than 5 unopened crates and they just can't understand it. I want to kill this block one first. That's okay. Yeah, dangerous. Fair enough. Let me see. And 2 fine fellas right there. Yeah, the number of people who are like, it's funny seeing people doing 180s on their take on balance, right? It's funny watching people make 180s because you know, now they actually have surge and now they don't want it to get nerfed because they're in the boat of people who have the OP thing, and now they don't care if that's the thing. Now, before it was like, oh no, it's unfair that people have this thing. This thing's way too strong. Nothing that I have can fight against it. But now it's okay because they have it. So it's just funny watching people do mental gymnastics trying to figure out how to justify Surge not needing a nerf. It needs a nerf. It needs a nerf more than Eclipse does. Eclipse is not even inherently strong. Eclipse is just necessary because there's so many strong things that it counters. It counters so many strong things. So like if you nerf like even like the Hemlock nerf, for example, it makes it possible to deal with the Hemlock with something other than Eclipse. You could just wait it out as long as you have the HP to wait it out. Its cooldown is really long, so... Damn, okay, that got me. Not bad. Yeah, its cooldown's really long, so I think it's possible to deal with. Not really at max level, because at max level you got, like, legendary cooldown and duration implants, and it's still kind of a problem, but you get what I'm saying, yeah. And if they were to do that to other stuff, like, you know, potentially Seeker, Soulless, what's its face, Parasite. People don't complaining about Parasite. You know, just like making it so that those like sort of status effects, target lock type mechs and weapons, not necessarily making them worse, because I don't think they necessarily need to be worse. Like Solus, for example, is actually fairly balanced. It's kind of easy to deal with, but it's really annoying. It's annoying to the extent that it is meta, but it's ultimately kind of easy to deal with. So if they were to make it better in some way, but worse in other ways, to the extent that it's maybe slightly easier for other things besides Eclipse to counter it, I think that's the ideal. And that just by extension makes Eclipse less necessary. People wouldn't choose Eclipse because, you know, you don't need it.
Learn how to
Spell hanger, so real.
as someone who would
I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way. When I used to do the dream hangers thing, and I would pick people's hangers, I would go to my YouTube studio, and I'd filter the comments by keyword, and I'd do it both the correct spelling and the incorrect spelling, and the incorrect spelling had more results. I'll just put it that way. I gotta reload. Even still, you think Eclipse needs a duration nerf? I mean, they might give it one. I don't think it necessarily needs one, right? Like, I'm and I've said this before. I'm the type of person who believes that there are multiple valid solutions to any possible problem. Like, it's not like there's just one thing. Like, oh yeah, Eclipse needs to be nerfed necessarily. No, they could do other things to keep it from being nerfed, and it'd be justifiably so. But it might be more work that way, and they might opt to just nerf it because it's easier. I mean, obviously they're gonna nerf it, right?
they're gonna nerf it. They said so.
Um, so yeah, I mean, in their mind, nerfing it is the easier solution. But yeah,
Want to do a live custom? No, I don't. Not today. Play custom match? No. And if you spam, I will time you out. The only possible nerf they can give Eclipse is like rank-wise stasis debuffs, something like Redeemer. No, no. They could do the cooldown and the duration. That's what I think they're gonna do, and that's what makes the most sense to me.
the only possible way is to fundamentally make the ability worse. No, I don't think so.
It is a possible way.
And again, it's like, yeah. This goes like there's multiple valid ways of nerfing something to make it
a bit worse. Like, even if you just took the 12-second duration and the 8-second cooldown and you just made both of those numbers 10, right?
So you had the same cycle time. It's just 10-second cooldown, 10-second duration. That's what Aegis has. It's a little bit worse,
but it's not that much worse.
Like, there's a lot of ways of doing it. They could reduce the HP. They could reduce the max speed. They could reduce it to like 27 as opposed to 28. Maybe like 26. They could. What else could they do?
There's a lot of things that they could do, but I'm thinking mostly like
the main thing that makes it really OP is the ability. So it just makes sense that, like,
I mean, just nerf the duration, right? Just nerf the duration. That makes most sense. You didn't get it in 5 spins. I decided to buy it with Acorns. What do you mean? Like, buy it from the Gear Hub? I hope not.
Also, yeah, this took like all of my. I had 2 out of the 20 that were there. I had 2 spins left. Or maybe no, it was 3. I could have afforded one more.
My trick of restarting the game didn't work. Well, then talk to support about it. I'm not just gonna take your word for it and give you acorns. Like, what do you want me to do about it? The first one-time daily objective stays in the mailbox. Can I send the picture in Discord so you can add in your Gear Hub video? Sure. Any relevant information for that? I guess. I don't know if it's something that like actually needs to be done, but it's good to have information. I'm not fully certain of what you mean, but yeah, sure, go ahead. Fundamental changes cost them more than duration or cooldown. I would say you're kind of right. It would be more complicated and it would take them more time, yeah. Bro, you're watching the stream and you're deciding to DM me in-game. Get out of here. Because every time you DM me, it crashes my game. Savant 6 for Vortex. That's actually not a bad idea, maybe. I plan on getting it soon, so maybe I'll hold off a little bit and wait for me to get it. I don't want to do it on stream. But since I spent all of my Acorns on Surge, I was going to be spending those Acorns on some other things. Potentially doing some upgrades, rank ups, whatever. But now... Gee williker. My man, okay. Is he maxed out? I marked him, shot him like 5 times, and he took almost no damage. Well, it doesn't seem right. Hi, who are you? I love seeing people with, like, the ridiculous, off-meta stuff like Scorpius, because at this SP, it actually works, bro. At this SP, it's actually pretty legit. Look at that Ares guy. That's definitely a guy, not a bot. Hey there. Can mess him up. He's just gonna fire straight into the roof. You can't even hit him. Is it 3v3? It is. I was not even paying attention to what the enemies are. Did I see the new CPC maps? I think you mean the 5v5 maps, and no, I have not. I've been purposely avoiding them because I would have really liked to make like a video, like a make like a video on it. I was hoping they were going to make this week's tournament 5v5. Like, why the heck didn't they? Which also, can we talk about that? Hey, much appreciated, Jonathan. Thank you very much, sir. But like, yeah, why did they make this week's tournament free for all when there's new 5v5 maps? That doesn't make sense. A coin giveaway for you? No. I feel like it would be like, I don't know. It's one of those things in like, oh, I'm not gonna say that. It's one of those things where it's like people are asking for acorns all the time. And I would like to be nice and just give it to them sometimes, but I think the more I give it to them, the more they ask, and the more they just constantly pester me for free stuff. So people are not just gonna be, they're not gonna be grateful and leave you alone. They're not just gonna thank you and move on. They're just gonna keep bothering you until you say, shut up, go away, I'm blocking you forever. That's when they stop. I'm gonna wait for him to go up a little bit. Yeah. Not sure about Ghost Gemini, so I was waiting a second.
That's the thing that you kind of have to consider nowadays. I see his toes. Can I just, like, smack him in the toes? He's just barely out of sight. This is the greed they talk about in the Bible. So real. So real. It's, yeah, I mean, like, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Because it's not the sort of... This isn't, like, unique to Mech Arena players, right? It's just people in general. People in general. There are... Not everybody, but there are people who will just constantly try to take advantage of you.
Would you consider buying Legendary Orion Shield Pierce Implant?
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. Now, the reason that I have not yet... The reason that I haven't is because this still works fine. So spending 600 A-coins to essentially increase my damage even more when I don't actually need it, it'd be nice for a video, I guess, but, like, I'd rather have those A-coins for other things at the moment, right? I have a lot of other things that I'm still trying to work on. So I have to really manage, like, what I'm trying to grow for in terms of that.
Why, you always use Orion first? Well, that's a sniper map.
Surge is a very good counter to most things. And so if you start with it, you run the risk of it dying very quickly because you have no idea what the enemy has or what they're going to be doing. Or where they're going to be on the map. The starting moves that you make, you know, outside of, like, your home beacons or whatever, that is the riskiest time in the entire match because you have no idea where anyone is. You have no idea what kind of things they have. You don't. So, like, I know what you're getting at. You're getting at, I have Surge now, it's OP, I should start with Surge now. No, because I run the risk of it dying immediately, and then that's just worthless. And that probably happens to you a lot. I'm sorry.
How many credits will you get from the Surge token?
10,030 A-coins, I believe.
It's not worth it. No, just spin it. Azek. You have a free clicker?
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to remember. Sure, after this. Yeah, fine, I'll start with it this time. Savant 6 or Tetra Rifle 8. I mean, those are completely different, right? I don't know, the thing with, no, I mean, like, I made a whole tier list all about credit-based weapons. So that, to kind of give you guys a better idea of, like, how I compare different energies of different weapons. So you just look on. Like, I make these videos and whatever to answer all of these popular questions, and then just like decide, yeah, I don't really feel like watching it. I'm just gonna ask instead. Ah, yeah. That's unfortunate. I mean, my Lancer can easily take care of that, though, right? My Lancer can easily take care of that. And he's dead. So, I'm gonna try to get up on top, but there's so much guided spam. I actually was, okay, by the way. So, I'm mad. I'm mad that I had to buy Surge. I'm mad that I had to spend all of my Acorns on Surge. And I'm mad because I was gonna spend that, and I'm not even joking, I was gonna spend that on Shadow. Because I think that I was so wrong about Shadow. I think it's going to be a must-have. That's what I'm expecting to happen. There's so much guided spam, it's not even fun, dude. There's so much guided spam. I find it really difficult to play without my my spam counter, which is Aegis. I mean, you obviously like stealth helps, right? Stealth is another counter, but my current spam counter is Aegis, just because the Dom shield will protect you from whatever. So I think I was sleeping on Shadow a bit on my previous Gearhead guides, whatever. I don't care if he teleports onto me. He can't teleport up here. It doesn't work. Hey. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah.
How did he get me? He wasn't even looking at my general direction. Hey, Bluecast, much appreciated.
Revokers make so much noise. Not as much as Chain Gun, bro. Especially the 6. Have you heard that? Oh my goodness. Yeah, mark him one shot. He's gonna try to jump up again and do it again, but no, he's just dead. What he should have done is he should have waited until the mark wore off. That was his own. I mean, he was obviously he was gonna die. Ouch. Oh, nice one. Is what? I don't know why this entire time I thought that there were 2 enemies. Now it's been kind of playing like there's 2 enemies.
But there's not. No. That's what you've been saying. Shadow's the best early game mech, early game rare mech.
You might be right. You might be right. Now, if you have not, I want to say it. So early game, like really early game, like when you just first get into tier 3. Something like a fragment gun or an ember gun, Ares.
It's stupid.
It's so strong. It will tank through everything because all of the bots and whatever, they still mostly have
Common and uncommon stuff. It's like rank 2. You're lucky if you see anything that's like rank 3 even.
It's wild how freaking tanky that Ares is. And that's where a lot of people's love for Ares comes from, I'd guess. So I very, very much doubt that Shadow would be stronger. Maybe. Because the bots are going to be extra dumb, so they're going to purposely miss you. And the players probably won't necessarily know how to use radius and such like, and so they'll probably miss a lot of their shots. Shadow might be okay, but I kind of feel like the
Ares, just because it's so freaking tanky,
it would still be the better, like the first one, the very, very first one that you get. But Shadow, yeah, definitely gonna be up there, I think.
What's this camera bug happening?
So when you die with a Lancer or a Lacewing while you're mid-jump, if you die with one of those while you're in the air, then it just bugs out your camera, and
it just stays stiff the rest of the match. It's been like that for, honestly, years, and I don't know like why that happens, but I know what causes it. You only have 3 legendary weapons? Well, you should probably change that, huh? Overdriver Eclipse be better than Revoker Eclipse at your level? Honestly, at any level, yeah.
Because they nerfed the max range.
So it's going to be difficult for... It's even more difficult for Eclipse to actually close that distance.
People are opting to now use like minigun and Overdriver on Eclipse as like the main weapon.
So yeah, go for it.
Early game, the amount of shadows that capture your home beacon is crazy. It's kind of true. That's kind of true. All right, let me invite some people. I should try to just go for a team of 3. I think a team of 5 is kind of cringe because you just get bots.
Savant 6 good on Lancer.
I've seen good results on a lot of things on Lancer. Those the things like Disc Launcher 8s even. You can.
if you have it, then go for it. Like, you're not gonna know unless you try. Pod Shadow is not bad.
No, I mean, I'm not surprised by that, you know.
Savants are deadly now, especially on Stalker, he says.
Yeah. I think Savants are a lot better, for sure. Especially against, like, multi-layer type things. I think they overall deal a little bit more damage. Okay, Aegis is actually marked, so I can just beam him. I should nerf. Ooh, okay.
You just minigun it.
Are you just telling me what your hanger is? Oh, okay. Ah! Sorry, I was trying to read something. Come on, bots. Chill out, but...
Should you buy Storm Rank 16 or upgrade Eclipse to rank 6?
I mean, those are like two completely different things, you know? But I'm not sure what kind of answer it's like. Yeah, you should go for Storm Rank 16 every time because Storm, like... I don't know, it's like... They're not even... Like, these two options that you have are not even remotely related, really. Like, as far as I'm aware, they don't really have any correlation, right? If it's a question of, like, should you get Viper 8 or Overdriver 8? Like, that I have a definitive answer for. I think Overdriver 8's just better on everything. That one's easy. But a question like that, like, it really just depends on what weapons you have.
Ranking up a mech
is primarily useful because of the energy capacity that you get. If you're not going to be using the energy capacity, you're just going to keep using whatever same energy capacity you were using. If you're not going to make use of the extra energy, then no, don't bother. It's pretty obvious no. If you are, then, like, yeah, sure, is something else better? I don't know. It depends on what you think you'd be using. Someone else sent me a DM. Are we kidding?
You challenge me to collect 500 fortune keys. If you win, I give you 10,000 acorns.
Well, I don't think that's possible. Like, not in one stream. I assume you mean this stream. Like, I could do that just over the course of time, sure. Why not buy Savant? Me? No, I probably will.
Just not on stream.
Because I want to make a video out of it.
Why are you quitting the game again and again?
Oh, so, like, so what happens is, when I'm in a battle, if someone sends me a DM in-game, if they're on my friends list and they send me a DM, they message me, while I'm in a battle, then it crashes my game. My game gets bugged out. And, I'm not able to invite people to a squad, I'm not able to collect resources, not able to, like, collect my resources from tasks and whatnot. Nice, we actually have a full team. I'm not able to do any of that stuff until I reset the game, like, by just, closing and reopening. So please, for the love of God, stop DMing me. Like, I do not add people so that they can, like... I'm not, like, in your personal pocket, right? I don't add people so that they can get the behind the scenes scoop, right? I'm not giving you spoilers for videos. I'm not giving you personal special advice. I just you pressed a button sending a request. I pressed a button accepting the request. There is nothing special going on. Took you 19 spins to get Surge, bro. Yeah, it's pretty much same. It took me, what, 17? But I could only afford 18 is the thing. Which was scary. I had some fortune keys, though, so I think it's fairly possible if I didn't get it. If I didn't get it, I could have gotten the Acorns for one more spin. At which point it would have been a 50-50. I had a really good chance of getting it.
So I was willing to make that.
You are not replying. Yeah, correct. I'm not replying to everybody. Because a lot of you guys don't have anything interesting to say. And I'm not going to spend the entire stream answering random stupid questions that I have answered in videos that I've specifically made videos for. And you decide, nah, I'm just going to ignore that. Just ask RuFFles GPT. It's like, this is how you cheat on your homework too, huh? Don't bother reading, don't bother studying the coursework. Just ask ChatGPT, it'll tell you. Even though the answer's right there, you know where to find it. Oh, that's gonna go down. That's gonna go down. I'm gonna run. Nice other dome. Wow, max pet. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Nice other dome. Yeah, you tried to save me. Didn't work. Why did you not kill me? I mean, you... That's dumb. It's really dumb. Boom. You got Search from the crib, it's not strong enough? Well, yeah. It's because people think when something's OP that they could just run in with no brain cells and just... Oh, yeah, it's OP, therefore I could just run in and win every battle. No. No, you're still gonna die. And that's the argument people make for something not being OP, too. It's like, oh, sometimes I die with it, so it must be balanced.
You keep saying kill shot's bad?
Yeah. Kill shot's stupid and terrible. You got a problem with that? The guided spam has got to go. You are part of the problem, I hope you realize that. You do control point. Hold on. I'll read that myself.
You do control point clash with me and your team.
No, I don't have space. I don't have room. I added a lot of people last stream. Added a lot of people, and my list is full now. And I have to be careful who I accept. Even if, like, if I did have space, then I don't want to just immediately fill it. Every so often, I'll go through my list and I'll unfriend the people who have been offline for a week. Like the people who just haven't been active. So I'll go through and unfriend people. And, you know, eventually at another time, some other stream, I'll accept friend requests again. But yeah, today isn't it. Did you upgrade your Vortex? I did not. I mean, I have one blueprint for it, but that's it, right? Like, why bother? Yeah, why bother? There's no point. I could upgrade it one time, but it's yeah, it wouldn't do anything. So, I just need to save blueprints, bro. I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna get them.
This is why we clash. What is that? Buy savants on stream? No. Then don't use it to piss people off. Nah. Well, no, because if I do it on stream, then I have to go through the stream and I have to edit that down, and it's a pain in the ass, and it has like the music in the background and whatever. I've tried to record stuff at the same time while streaming, and it's just so laggy. It ended up the footage ended up being really bad. I tried doing that for when I first upgraded Juggernaut, which I did on stream, and I used it a bit. Yeah, I tried to record it as well. I tried to just, record it in the background while also streaming, so that I could use the recorded footage and not have to edit down the stream and whatever. And it didn't really work. So yeah, I just have a general policy of I'm not gonna get anything new on stream unless it's like spinning an event crate or something, which people like to see me gamble. Which, by the way, while we're here, OP, yeah, okay, but yeah, so I have a general policy of not specifically purposely buying anything new during streams. The rank upgrades are a pain.
Yeah, it takes a long time. It takes a long time.
Well, that's why you don't get stuff at low rank. Like, you purposely buying things that are like rank 3, especially weapons, it's genuinely not worth it. Just don't bother. They should have a way to sell blueprints.
So yeah, they just aren't going to do anything with that. I don't know what their reason is. I asked them, and they were like, "Yeah, we can't really tell you the details about that."
Okay,
whatever. But yeah, for whatever reason,
they have determined that
it's not possible or not practical for them to introduce any system that addresses all of these freaking extra blueprints like these. 4,000. Okay, whatever, pal. So like, and this includes like, selling blueprints or just removing them from the blueprint pool, or allowing you to do other things with those blueprints, like converting them into other blueprint. There's just, for whatever reason, they don't think it's something that they are capable of doing. And they're not going to tell us why. So go ahead and assume that it's money related and that they're just being greedy.
Go ahead. I told them that that's what
People are going to assume if they're not going to give additional information, so
that's on them. Surge gonna be nerfed? Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be nerfed.
Is that why they gave it for such a cheap price? Well, they also gave Nomad, and I don't think
Nomad's gonna be nerfed. Well, at least they didn't mention it.
And also, like, just because it's going to get nerfed does not necessarily mean it's going to be bad after the nerf. It could still very well be really good at, like Revoker. Revoker was nerfed, guys. I know you don't remember it because you literally can't tell. Revoker was nerfed. But it's still the top weapon. But I don't like this, yeah. Now, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe it has, maybe they did purposely give it for cheap because they knew there was going to be weaker. But I don't like the assumption that, well, I don't think that free-to-play anything should be considered when accounting for game balance. I think it's either balanced or it's not balanced. I think it's either balanced or it's not balanced. And I don't care about, free to play this, free to play that. If the top weapons are all, if it's really pay to win and the top weapons are really, really strong and free to play players can't get them, that's not balanced. They should fix that. Like, it's literally that, it's that simple. I don't think free-to-play conversation needs to come up at all. I don't think it's even relevant.
Would you recommend spinning the Surge
Blueprints? Yeah. If you want the blueprints, go for it. It is a stupidly cheap way of getting blueprints.
Will I accept a 6,000 SP player? Not right now, no.
And if I did, I wouldn't play with you, so.
Panther's also weak, like the HP is very bad. Yeah, but it has other benefits. Platinum,
hello. How are you?
Should go this. Your camera quality looks like 2013.
Yeah. So before, it was like the sharpness was turned way up, and I did fix that because it was weird and it created like all the the static effect like in the background. The little things that are
thingies that are behind me.
It was all like staticky, so I turned the sharpness a bit down. And I turned the brightness way up so that you could actually see like the Lancer and whatever stuff in the back. And the FPS just tanked, dude. I don't know what happened.
But now it's like it looks really choppy.
And I don't know, like, I've been checking stuff pretty much all yesterday. Well, I mean, not the entire day. I wouldn't spend the entire day on it, but like, you know, for a solid hour, I was going back and forth trying to figure out what the heck the problem was, but I don't know. I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually, but yeah, for now, it's just is what it is. Your paid and free-to-play accounts are pretty much the same as free. Yeah, that's fair. Just call it cool and retro, yeah. Would be an easy way of going about it. It's definitely intentional, guys. It's definitely intentional.
Keep saving for Surge. Should get your 8 coins to rank up Orion or Redeemer.
I mean, did you spin for Surge at all? I assume you got the free tokens, and you didn't get it. I'd say spending A-coins on, like, 2 or 3 spins is a good idea. Because it's like 1,000 A-coins, you can get that back.
This player ID is in the video description. It's not.
That's my
Plarium play ID. My player ID is not something I'm going to tell you, because I'm not going to accept people in-game. Why don't you use the legendary skin on Surge? Oh yeah, I don't really like it. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think it's okay. And also I have like a darker theme on this hanger specifically. If I were using like one of the other hangers, then yeah, maybe. Which I should. Hold on. I should, because I want to case and Lodestar. I need to rank them up, so I need to keep playing battles with them. Let me do... I mean, I could use Howler on Surge. What do you have? Damage with close quarters. This is like my achievement hanger. What achievements does Surge even have there? That's a good question. Missile rack. Bro, so many things have missile rack and long arm, and I don't have either one of those. This is ridiculously annoying. Aegis also has a carbine achievement. That's so bad, bro. You know, you realize how freaking expensive carbine is? You realize how expensive carbine is? Also, why is it not? Why doesn't it let me buy it from this menu? Like it should, I think. I feel like it should. Whatever. I mean, not that I would. It costs like 8,000 acorns or some bullcrap. It's never gonna happen. Close quarters kills. Okay. Yeah, I'm already level 3 on that. Carbines, and then just arbitrary guided weapons. That should be kind of easy with Savant, I think, because Savant's actually a sort of brawler guided weapon. So, that's not that bad. I'll just keep using close quarters weapons on it, I guess. And I'm gonna keep this 20%. Do I sacrifice 20% range? No, I'm gonna sacrifice 8% damage. I feel like that's not that good. No, I'm not gonna sacrifice 8% damage. I'm gonna sacrifice 8% reload. Yeah, because I want the dash distance. I think that's really good. Sure, got this. It's wild to me how I still haven't finished this thing's beam damage achievement. I feel like, and here's what I think is happening. I think that Graviton Beam Implosion does not count. I mean, it's also like freaking 80 million damage, as opposed to most other mechs, which are like, this is close quarters damage. No, it's not. Oh, it's 160 million for Surge Carbine. Yeah. Still, that's a lot, though. And I feel like I would have gotten it by now. Because this thing actually cooks. But for whatever reason, yeah. I feel like maybe the implosion doesn't actually count. Don't think I invited you. 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 Is HP by mods gonna be nerfed anytime soon? So, like, if you saw my interview with Pasha, then you'd know the answer. But essentially, he said that, like, they might change the mods, like, rework them, like, maybe make perimeter, like, the multi-layered shields, like, give them less layers or something like that. So, he thinks they might do that, but the first thing they're going to do is probably just make them cheaper. Which I think is kind of a shame, because cheaper's not going to help. Like, it's nice, but it's not going to help the problem. The problem is the multi-layer, and adding more layers is honestly going to make certain problems worse. Can't get mods at 3-star. Yeah, that's another thing that they're going to change. Which, that definitely is going to help. That's definitely necessary. That's necessary because some people are going to have it regardless. And so making it so that some people can and some people can't is just so stupidly unfair. Best epic mech other than Panther, Aegis, and Orion? I think Aegis is the best. I mean, if you're talking max level, then Redeemer is arguably better than Aegis. But if it's just rank 4, then I don't think so. I think Redeemer's very weak until you max it out. Because the max perk is what really makes it good. Oh goodness. Go for it. Well, it's my problem that small parts you can only buy in the game. What? No. This is a free-to-play account, and I have loads of mod parts. I have more mod parts than I really know what to do with. I mean, granted, because I spend them smart. Sparingly. But, no, not really. No, the mod's main problem is not that they're not accessible, it's not that you don't have them. The mod's main problem is that the multi-layered mod specifically forces everyone to use Revoker, and when everyone's using Revoker, then it's kind of impossible to use certain mechs and certain weapons. And I'm talking just general balance. Like, again, the free-to-play conversation has very little to do with general balance conversation. Because if the meta is not free-to-play friendly, then the meta is probably not balanced either, so it just doesn't need to be brought up.
Why do you have Juggernaut? Because it's kind of OP, actually. You hate Surge event. Because everyone's got Surge now?
You're getting cooked by Surge every month? Yeah.
It doesn't make it better.
This is what I'm trying to tell people. The meta doesn't suddenly become more bearable just because you have it. Like, it's still stupid.
I don't like having Surge. I think it's dumb.
I never made this account as a way to be like, hey guys, I'm gonna try to do my absolute best to get the most OP things on my free-to-play. No. What the frick was it?
I'm doing on this account the same thing that I was doing on my main account before.
Which was, I'm purposely putting myself at a disadvantage, and I'm trying to figure out ways to get around it. The goal was never to have the best OP hanger on this account. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Who cares?
I should add a limit extend feature for lower tier mechs, so that their rarity and stats enhance and make lower tiers even viable in late game. See, that's a thing that... It's a match, dude, don't worry. I'm not paying attention, I promise. Like, unless we're fighting players and you get, like, 0 kills, I'm probably not even going to say anything. And if I did say something, that's not... I'm not going to remove you from my friends list or anything later. I don't care. I do bad sometimes. Okay, I'm going to try to get, like, these 5Ks all in the same lobby, because I feel like they messed with my matchmaking last time.
Bro had a maxed Panther.
Mech Arena without Surge and Eclipse would be fun. Yeah, I mean, until the new meta comes around, right? It's like, it's not a matter of whether there is a meta. There's always going to be a meta. It's a matter of whether that meta is actually, like, interesting. And I think a meta where you have to constantly be in phase cloak stealth, otherwise you're instantly deleted, is pretty lame. I think a meta where you're literally just waiting around for someone to mess up so that you can apply an EMP status effect and instantly delete them. I think that's pretty lame. I think to a large extent, the meta is just it's a little too defined. It's a little too well defined. So it's really difficult to do anything that's even remotely non-meta and still perform well. This is in, like, late game, though. The thing about the earlier game, like where I'm at, like mid-game-ish, what I really like about the stage of the game, all kinds of stuff can be good. Like borderline meta. All kinds of stuff can be borderline meta, it's just a matter of how much you upgrade it. Like the Max Slancer, for example. It's a very good example. It's so strong, it's just, like, you just have to upgrade it a lot, that's all. It's the long-term meta that gets raised down.
the current meta is good, just one thing is a bit obnoxious.
I don't know. I think a lot of people would disagree with you on that. I think any meta that either requires or encourages you to use more than one of the same weapon is not balanced enough. I think people should not be encouraged to double or even triple down on weapons. Ugh. And a lot of it is that, too, right? Like, if you think about it, if you could do with mechs
What you can do with weapons, the meta would be a lot worse. You'd have 3 surges and 2 eclipses or something like that.
One of the main restrictors in terms of the meta is actually just the fact that you can't use multiple of the same mech. But you can do whatever you want with the weapons. Like you'd have 3 mechs with the exact same weapon on it. It's just like, 2 12s, a 16-8, a 16-8.
And it's just like, okay, sure, pal.
Mech Arena meta ain't flexible enough. Well, I think to some degree, like what I just said, like it's almost too flexible. The fact that you're capable of, one weapon that happens to overperform, you can triple down on it if you want to. And why wouldn't you? Right? Again, it's like got the loading bug. Which mech is more brain dead, Surge or Eclipse? I think they're both brain dead in different ways. I think people tend to act more brain dead when they're using Eclipse, though. Bro, really? Did I not invite you to a battle earlier? Like 10 minutes ago? You can't see it. He says, I want to play with you.
Jug, hello. Why don't they do the same with weapons as they did with mechs?
Well, they want to allow people to double down on weapons that they really like. And in theory, that's a good thing. In theory, that gives people a lot more freedom. And
that sounds nice, but then
the result is just that people end up using that freedom to triple down on the same thing,
on the same meta thing. Tucker, you gotta go. Okay, bye-bye. How long do you think it'll take for mods to be reintroduced to rank 3?
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. Probably after the rebalances have happened. They probably won't do it while they're still rebalancing stuff. They're going to do it after, most likely. So February at the earliest, right? I've not invited you. I don't think I've invited you. I invited you earlier. Whatever. And I'll invite you.
You think general damage output is too high?
No, not necessarily. Like they could make it like they could make it less, and they could make the game pace generally slightly slower. But I think that's more of a creative freedom. Like it's more of like their creative decision, and it doesn't really have anything to do with objectively one thing better than the other. I don't think you could really make a fair and honest argument that one is objectively better than the other. No, it's like they attract different audiences, sure, but it's like
they're both fine. Imagine if Mech Arena didn't have pay-to-win players. It would be the exact same. See, your concept of the problem is that your hanger is not OP enough. And the reason that you lose is because other people's hangers are too OP and yours isn't. But the actual reason that you lose is because you're bad and you don't know how to play the game very well. The result would be the same. I don't care if I spawn either of those. I just want them in my hangar because they gain pilot XP so long as they're in my hangar. What do you put on your Surge as a tier 4 player? I mean, literally anything that you can. What, fragment gun, shotgun, ember gun, whatever. Something close quarters. Yeah, I didn't dash that far enough. I wasn't sure if I had the raid for that. Knowing what your range is a pretty important thing. And I don't know what my range is. I think it's like 50-something. Thank you, by the way. Ouch! Okay. Tell me how you really feel. Oof, yeah, nah, I'm dead. I was considering dashing in on the Cheetah and the Aegis when they were both sort of close together, but I wasn't sure if it was a good idea. It probably wasn't. I probably would have still died. They should make an OG update. Reviews old mechs like 2021 old mechs. You get any old maps, no mods, no unfairness, just fun. Well, you think that... The thing is that, again, your concept of unfairness is stuff that you don't have. It was still very unfair. In fact, one of the most unfair, most egregious, worst metas that I've ever experienced was when the game was in beta and they allowed you to use duplicates of the exact same mech. It was even worse than it is now, because not only were people using the same weapons on everything, they were using the same mechs as well. So you just have a general nostalgic feeling toward the olden days, and that's fair enough. I do too. But I think it's unfair to say that it's objectively better and objectively fair simply because you liked it more. Can I please send? No, I'm not. I'm not sending acorns to anybody. Sorry. You put Stormwreck 10s on Onyx. Very cool. Sell back the things you don't use. Well, then every time that would actually be really, really bad for free-to-play players. I'll say that. That would be a very bad feature for free-to-play players. Because think about it. Every free-to-play player, constantly, every time something comes out, they're gambling everything that they have, and when they don't have it, they're constantly bothering people about how they can earn fast A-coins and credits. If you allowed them to sell stuff that that they're not using, the moment they have this surge, the moment the surge falls from the meta, they just immediately sell it. And then when it becomes meta again, they'd have to buy it all over again. It would ultimately cost them more. Because they just don't know how to deal with stuff. Juggernaut's pretty useless. At this SP, no, it's not. No. Rank 6 Juggernaut at this SP, with Graviton Beam especially, is freaking baller. Any idea what date and time ultimate sale 1 hour duration pop-up? What? I don't even know what you're talking about, let alone date and time. At a discount, of course. Well, yeah, it sounds nice. It sounds nice to be able to sell the stuff that you know you're not going to use. But I think ultimately it would hurt people because they don't know what they should and shouldn't sell, and you'd end up with people selling a bunch of stuff that they actually would they actually should be keeping, and they end up like they let's say they buy it, they buy like a Zephyr or whatever for 100,000 credits or whatever it is. They sell it back for like 50,000 credits, and then they have to later they end up buying it again for 100,000 credits. They just lost 50,000 credits there, and that just like it gets multiplied the further up the grades you go. It wouldn't be good. It'd be nice for some people, but I think they're the current. Now you could just say screw it, it's natural selection, and people who are going to be dumb can be dumb, and you shouldn't necessarily cater to them, and I can respect that opinion. But I think my counterpoint to that would be that the majority of Mech Arena players are really not that old, and I don't think that they should really be expected to make super smart financial decisions like that. So, uh, yeah, yeah, I think that's not a great idea. Pay to win equals they have a job and can pay. Yeah. I mean, a lot of it, I don't like the whole, like, I'm free to play and that makes me better than these other guys. I don't like that argument. I don't like the whole, it's them versus us type of thing. I fight people all the time on this account that the average player would consider, well, they could very easily be considered pay to win, and I still win most of the time. If you're losing every time to them, it's because you're bad. It's because you don't know how to play. And it really is that simple. It's not that you can't win, it's just that you don't feel like trying. But I think ultimately, yeah, it is. And we know this to be true, right? We know this to be true, right? Because again, everyone's complaining about Surge, but now that everyone has Surge, they don't complain about it anymore. Now it's unfair to nerf it. Now people want to make it out like, oh, Surge is First off, the original argument was Surge isn't considered free to play because it's so expensive, and no free to play player could possibly get 10,000 A coins, whatever. But now it's Surge is free to play, and therefore they want to nerf it, and that's so unfair. The argument is completely flipped because they have it now. The balance doesn't matter to them. They're simply just jealous that they don't have the thing that you had. They would do the exact same thing that you do. If you spent $5 on a mech, if they had $5, they would do it too. That's what I'm trying to say. They would do the exact same thing in a heartbeat. So people are trying to morally grandstand on that. Like, they're pathetic. If you're trying to morally grandstand on being free to play, then you're pathetic. You just are. I respect free to play players. I do. Because it's harder. It is more difficult. It is more difficult, but being more difficult makes you a better player. And that's just a fact. But don't assume that just because you're free to play that makes you a better person or a better player. You could still be bad. You could be free to play and still be bad. That definitely does exist. Double pod 10 better than Graviton 10 on Panther? No. No, definitely not. I mean, excuse me. Podgun 10 is the better weapon overall, but on Panther, no. You're free to play? Well, yeah, same. But I still win. Free to play and bad right here. Let's go. I mean, I'm not a great player. I really am not a great player. I think a lot of free to play people, would be able to beat me if they tried. This is my genuine opinion. I'm gonna play a game solo. I don't really want to be bothered with inviting people right now. I think that I'm pretty much in the middle. Maybe slightly above average because I've been playing the game for like 4 years. But generally, I don't consider myself like, super, like a particularly above average player in terms of skill level, right? But I think what happens is, very, very often too, what happens is that
people they look and they see that as soon as they see that there is a level discrepancy or a meta discrepancy, if someone has a hanger that's more meta than them, or if they have a hanger that's higher SP, higher level than them, they just immediately give up. They just stop trying. They just say, screw it, there's no possible way that I could win, so I'm not going to bother trying. This guy can't even turn around. I almost got him. That's ridiculous. Yeah. I should have dashed earlier. So the way I could have dealt with that is he wasted his dash to get onto the beacon, right? I should just dash earlier. Please don't. But I mean, but yeah, a lot of people they just give up as soon as they see that it's what they perceive to be unfair, right? It's like, oh, he has a higher level thing than me. That means it's unfair. The reason that I lose is because people have higher level stuff, and so if they have higher level stuff, then I should just quit. There's no point in trying. And so the reason that they think that there's no point is because in their minds, the main culprit, the main reason that they can't win battles sometimes, the main reason that they ever lose, is because their hanger isn't OP enough. And so everything becomes about having the hanger and not about having the skills and about actually knowing how to use it. And that is very strong, level 5. He's gonna die pretty soon though. This should be open. Ow. Oh, that might kill me. I'm in a bad spot here. I'm in a very bad spot here. This vortex is my last thing, and this thing's so bad. Bye. And I mean, like, to some extent, you know, having a good hanger obviously helps. Right? I'm not trying to say otherwise. Having a good hanger obviously helps. Also, setting up your hanger in a way that's, like, complementary to itself is also pretty necessary. So, like, having at least one build that's able to perform decently at range. Like, even if it's not the most OP sniper build, it doesn't have to be. It just has to be something that performs decently at range. Totally toast, bro. The rank 3/8. So he got it from that one Dirt Rush event. I have the same thing, but they're just really weak, so I don't use them. If they were to nerf Surge, they should just make the stun duration 3 seconds. They're most likely going to mess with the cooldown and the duration. Yeah. Maybe one, maybe the other, maybe both. I don't know. New 5v5 maps are kind of cool. Yeah, I'm undecided how I want to check those out. I'm undecided how I'll either do it on stream or in a video, but I'm not just going to look at them and just be like, oh, hey, they're cool. Take a couple screenshots and do anything like that. I was hoping that they were going to do a 5v5 tournament this week, which would make the most sense to me. There's new maps. Why would they not do a 5v5 tournament this week? Oh, whatever. But yeah, maybe I wait till next week when they do a 5v5 tournament. And try to do that. Or I just play normal 5v5, I don't know. I think just running around the map with a Lancer and no opponents is not very interesting. Though. Like, obviously I know everybody did that. But I don't think, like, that wouldn't be the only thing I did. If I was to do it at all. This skin's pretty good. This is one of my favorite skins for Ares. What do we think, fellas? Instead of nerfing everything good, just bring down the prices so more people can have them. So it's bad.
the goal is to fix the performance gap. It's not to fix the, because again, you're thinking in terms of like the problem is that I don't have it. No, it's not the problem. The problem is the performance difference. And their aim is not to appease the free-to-play players. That's not their goal. Their aim is to make the top meta more balanced, so that you don't have the same things as the top meta for 6 years in a row. Crate, implant, crate, implant, skin. I'll make a poll. You know what? That's fine. I'll make a poll. This implant's technically worth 600 A coins. This is probably not going to give me any good blueprints, but it will give me some credits. This is technically worth nothing, but it's cool. This is technically worth 600 A coins, but there's a pretty high likelihood that I just get it randomly from a crate, right? So which should I get? I'll just leave this screen up and I'll answer some, just kind of, yeah. Howler implant, Aries skin, Prodigy crate. Can react to BMP's buff and nerf video? Oh yeah, I can. I forgot he made that. I didn't watch it. Yeah, I mean, I purposely didn't watch it because it seemed like the sort of thing that I might do on stream. Flip a 3-sided coin. It's just that easy. Why didn't I think of that? Can make a video of maxing Ares. I guess technically at some point I could, but I don't think I necessarily need a skin for that. But it's cool, exactly, yeah. Sometimes that's all you need. Bro, I mean, what was the last one? The last one was the Orion skin, and I got the Orion skin just because I like it. If everyone has it, less people will complain. Well, that's bullshit, no. A lot of the people complaining are the people who are tired of the meta being the exact same. So like, it's a different conversation entirely. And even if it was the same conversation, it's irrelevant, and I'll explain why. So I mean, first off, like I said earlier, I think the free-to-play conversation has nothing to do with game balance conversation. I think it's nothing. There's no reason to bring up free-to-play when you're talking about game balance. If it's not balanced, then it's not balanced, and you should balance it. That's it. That's it, right? If there's a new meta and the meta is really, it's not free-to-play friendly, then the problem is not the free-to-play. The problem is that it's not balanced. So balance it. It's literally that simple. So, yeah. But also, on top of that, the thing is, like, the people who have it complain about it being too strong and too necessary, and they don't like fighting it constantly. They don't like to always be fighting the exact same thing, and they don't like to be forced to continue using the exact same thing. The people who don't have it complain that they don't have it. They don't complain that it's too strong. They don't care that it's too strong. They just care about not having it. So the people, the free-to-play players are actually the least likely to complain about what the meta is. They're more likely to complain about how inaccessible it is. So that's why I think it's two different conversations. The free-to-play accessibility conversation is very, very important, don't get me wrong. It's very important, but I don't think they're the same conversation. Team crates attack. You think the crate's the most reliable? I definitely will use the credits and whatever, well, not the blueprints, but I'll definitely use the credits from the crate.
That does give me actual value.
The skin is cool, and that gives me style points.
But no, like, legitimate value. And this,
There's a fair chance that I just get a different one
from a crate, and even if I didn't, I just like upgraded a couple of times. Or wait, no, I already have this one, don't I?
Yeah, no, okay. Oh, so fellas, update your.
This is the one that I already have. Now that I think about it, yeah, because there's range, damage, and reload. My damage and reload were both rare. My range was epic.
Okay, so I legitimately just wouldn't use this.
I wouldn't use this at all. I'd just scrap it for the implant parts, which is only, what, 450? That's not much. Yeah, so anybody who voted for the implant, I'm sorry. I think I forgot that I already had it.
I thought that I would be using it, but no. It also gives you bragging rights.
I mean, not really, because this is
The free track on a battle pass that everyone gets access to, so it's not really. I'm gonna brag about what the no money that I spent and the no work that I did to get it.
You can back out and check. Well, I don't need to check. I already know. I mean, I'm sure. I'll show you just for the argument. Yeah, there you go. I was thinking back. It's level 4. I was thinking back to when I was choosing implants for the surge. I was like, wait a second, because I was choosing implants. I remember that I explicitly didn't get rid of the epic one, and then I was choosing between the two other rares, and the two other rares I happen to remember were damage and reload, which means that the epic one must have been
the range. Looks give an edge in gameplay, yeah. A fancy edge. Though, in all fairness, if I did get this implant and scrap it, I would use those implant parts for something eventually. Skin is not good in your opinion. Wow. No, that's fair.
That candy looking Ares. It's not candy looking Ares, bruh. Yeah, I can look at it. It's like racing stripes, but it's like all weathered. Unless it's supposed to be candy cane. Nah, it's spoiler alert. Yeah, it's motorsports thing. No, it's not supposed to be a candy cane. It's like a. And this was the first design for. Was this the first design for like? This is the only design for this like. Like look at all the fins. It looks nice, bro. That's what I think. Unless you see these as the eyes, in which case it looks kind of dumb. But those aren't the eyes. It doesn't have eyes technically at all. But you get what I'm saying.
The skin is peak. I don't know what everyone is about. I personally really like it too. But different people have different preferences. I think that's fine. Bro, the Ares skin lost points. It lost percentage after I went over it. It's 30, 37, and 33. How does the implant have 30% still? I mean, you want the blueprints? I would love to get like 15 vortex blueprints from this, which is technically possible, but there's like a quarter of a tenth of a billionth of a percent. It's not going to happen. The blueprints are almost guaranteed to be useless, but I will get credits from those. I think I can. Yeah. I'm 5 times more likely to get Squasher 12 blueprints. Phenomenal. Not that it really matters. 24,000. This crate is just me getting 24,000 credits. Like it's kind of nothing else. Hurry up before it's too late. All right, I'll give you guys like 1 more minute. I just want to like see what else people are talking about here. Skins should not cost Acorns. It's a scam. But then other people are saying that skins should be exclusive. Skins should be the only thing they're selling. So it's like, it depends on who you talk to. Everybody's got a different thing. One way or another, it all leads back to this is my reasoning for why it's a scam. It's under 20. Yeah, no, it's not that much. It's not a ton of credits, but it is technically worth something, right? Since you bought Graviton 10, you have 5 blueprints for it. You never got more. Yeah, bro, I was sitting at, what was it, 17? 16 or 17? I needed 19. I ended up buying the blueprints. I think I bought 3 of them for 700-ish Acorns. I bought 3 of them, and then the moment I did that, 2 days later, I was like 5, I had like 5 more blueprints for it. Because the game, it knows that you want it. It knows that you want it, reads your mind. It listens to you. Vote skin crates are useless. The crate is winning right now. The people of the crates have spoken. Why do I feel like this is just Chief with his 8 bajillion alts? You should be able to scrap skins. No, because it's this, like, you'll want it later. No game allows you to scrap or sell skins. Now you're just okay. Look, you're just looking for an excuse for you to get more Acoins from something. You know what you could say instead of "I want to be able to sell XYZ"? You should just say, "Hey, they should give free-to-play players more Acoins instead of giving them literal pennies." You could just do it that way. Everyone wants free Acorns. Well, yeah, I mean, like, look, the game is very stingy when it comes to Acorns. The Prodigy crate's up to 40%. All right, fine. Sure. Sure, whatever. People do not like this skin. Tempted to go for it anyway. But you're right, you're right. Skins don't actually hold value, and I don't really use Ares at all. These blueprints are pointless, because I'm never going to upgrade the 8s. All of those blueprints are pointless. Red paint for Vortex, hallelujah. 24,000 credits. I will use those credits. Technically speaking, yeah. Technically speaking, the crate's the best one to go for. I have questions that you would really want to use Ares again. I mean, I certainly would again at some point, right? But you're right. I don't use it often, and I probably wouldn't use it a whole lot. I'm gonna get the skin and use it on the next stream just for you crate voters. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I don't care that much though. I don't care that much though because I have that skin on my other account. Phenomenal skin, S tier skin. I have it on my other account. I don't care that much. Minigun tenure, that'd be pretty baller, yeah. Guys, look, I'm telling you, it's not eyes. You keep you're looking at it and you're thinking those blue things are eyes. They're not. They're not. You want me to ruin a mech for you? You want to ruin a mech for you? Think about it. See, anything you could ruin anything like that. They're not eyes, but now you'll never see it differently. You'll never see it the same. It'll forever be a flying frog. It's just you're just done. You're There's no escape. There's no recovery from this. You will never unsee it. It can't happen. But look, you're gonna do my boy, my S tier Ares skin. You gonna do my boy dirty like that? Look. You can't let that change your opinion. You gotta bleach your eyes. Get it out. Force it out somehow.
Howler Redeemer good? I wouldn't really think so. But it can be okay, I guess.
Will they ever bring back the Vault Blitz thing? No. No, I think that's just done.
I think they said that it was done as well. Did they? They just haven't done it. I don't remember if they said specifically or not. Let me invite the 5K people. There's only 2 of them online. That's fine. I don't really want a full team anyway. In all fairness.
I'll just do 3. More likely to get people. Panther or Aegis, which is better? You got Panther.
I mean, in that case, just keep it. I mean, what are you gonna do? Send it back?
Surge is king of face mechs, that jawline. Have you ever seen Tengu? I don't think so. No, I think you're just like glazing Surge. You didn't get Surge. Congratulations.
You're gonna be one of the. You're part of the 0.5% of players who aren't going to be revoker brain dead by the end of next week. Chungus jawline. It's kind of true. Oh, okay, bye. Yeah, it's okay. Did we get 3? We got 2 people. That's weird. There's only 2. So. Don't hit me with your EM rifle, you piece of crap. That's fine. Is that gonna kill him? Almost did. One of them quit? No, they're both back there just doing whatever. I don't know what they're doing. Whatever it is, it's not very useful. They're not even attempting to push. They're just letting us have it. They're not even farming that many bots either. Like if you're not aggro, you have to at least be able to farm bots really well to make up for it. So that over the course of time, eventually the enemy runs out of mechs faster than you do, and you end up taking back all the beacons simply by way of just having the most kills and the most mechs left. But if you're not out killing them, then you're just slowly losing. You're not making any comeback at all. And that seems to be what's going on here. Mufasa back there. Let me see. He's gonna come around the corner with an Aegis Storm pretty soon. Maybe not. Yeah, he's gonna stay there. I can poke him like that. Excuse me? Pay attention to me. What's going on? He just ran away. Hey. I deserve attention too. Oh, no. You can have it. You can have it, Juggler. You're gonna die. Or that might kill him. This should kill him. Yeah. Big Chungus better than Vortex. Kinda wish so. Would be funny. 2 Howler hits was enough to kill him. Wow. I didn't even have enough. I didn't even have enough ammo to do any more than that.
You got Lodestar from tokens or Aquins? I got it from Aquins. So there was like, what was it?
2 free tokens, I think, and then I spun it a couple times because I just kind of wanted the pilot. I think I only spun it like 2 or 3 times. Yeah. The Surge one was the only one that I full sent because I like, even if it took all, like I mentioned in the video, even if it took all 20 spins, it would still be a significant discount, and that's the reason that I went for it. It would still be a significant discount. Whereas like the pilot, if it was like I think 200 per spin for 20 spins, if it took all 20 spins, then it would have actually not been worth it because it would have cost me more than if I just bought it from the Gear Hub, right, from the pilot market. Here, yeah, so it would have cost me 4,000 as opposed to 3840 would have been. And you know, you can include all the other stuff that you get in all the other spins, whatever. It's like technically has value, X, Y, Z. It's kind of like, right? Even the Nomad one was, I think it was 6,000 total. It was 6 or 7. I think it was 6,000 total for the Nomad one, and it was only rank 4. So if it took all 20 spins, it kind of wouldn't have been super worth it. Right? But for the Surge one was different. The Surge one was different, and that's why I went for it. Because it's a mech that I was probably going to want to get anyway. Quantum Gun Aegis. No, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't recommend it. What are your what are your options, bro? Do you think they'll nerf Gemini? I think they kind of should. I think they should just make the reload like a second or 2 longer. That's it. Just less of a spammy weapon. That's all. Juggalo, you gotta go to work. All right, take care. 7K total for Nomad? Yeah, okay. Well, it definitely wasn't gonna be worth it then.
I mean, like, you get the blueprints and whatever, but
yeah, you get what I'm saying. Like, it wouldn't have been
strictly worth it. The Surge was strictly worth it,
so long as you had enough to get it. Guaranteed, it was gonna be worth the Aquins,
because it started rank 5.
It's just a solid, like, you know, 2,500 cheaper than the Gear Hub, just straight up. Any reason there's no Suppressor 12? Maybe they forgot. I don't know. How'd you get the Silver Thorn? There was 1 free token, and I got it with 1 free token. I literally just got it first try. Somebody's gonna say streamer luck, but frick off. How on earth is anyone supposed to dodge that? Potgun is insane. I mean, like any homing weapon. You could say that about any homing weapon, really. Yeah, it's pretty spammy. Opinions on Surge and Eclipse nerf? I mean, they need it. They're the top 2 mechs in the game. If you don't think that you need it, then it's a pretty good indicator that you have both of those mechs and you just really want to be as OP as possible for as long as possible, and you really don't care about game balance as a whole. But, and I mean, you can think what you want, but that's just my opinion, right? Now, the important thing, the important aspect, I think, is how much they nerf it by. I think they I think it was 1% on that crate event too. Like, it wasn't even odds like all these other ones are like 20 spins, 5% each. The Silverthorn was actually, it was a 1% pull. Podgun should get a nerf. It is a meta weapon, so I like, if they nerfed it, I wouldn't complain. It's a weapon that I feel like not a lot of people complain about, so maybe they don't care that much. It's the same thing with Stormrack, actually. And I said this when I was talking about on like one of my other streams when I was talking about this. It's one of those things where it's like, part of it is they go for the stuff that's obviously broken, but then I think another part is they go for the stuff that people complain about the most, the stuff that people really have a problem with. And that's why I think they might not nerf Stormrack, because most people don't have a problem with Stormrack. It's OP, it's OP as hell, but most people feel relatively satisfied using it, and they feel relatively satisfied dying to it. They don't really care that much. Revoker's just like in your face. It's so obnoxious that people complain about it a lot more.
So that's why I think that they're probably going to nerf. I think that they'll probably nerf Dreadnought. They might nerf Nomad. I don't know. They'll most likely nerf Dreadnought though. They'll probably nerf Gemini because it's so obnoxious. Again, it's not like a top meta thing, but it's really obnoxious and annoying. People complain about it a lot. And I think that they might not nerf Stormwreck and they might not nerf Podgun. Even though Podgun technically is better than Gemini, in my opinion. Don't really want any weapon nerfs. I mean, in an ideal world, they'd rework the mods. The mods are the main issue that Revoker is so stupid. They didn't even really need to nerf Revoker. They just need to change the mods. And maybe they do at some point, but they're gonna do it after, which is stupid. We had this conversation before. It's dumb, whatever. But so the meta needs to change. I think people are sick of the meta being the way it is, and that's fine. But like, in an ideal world, they'd mess with the mods first, and then they'd change the weapons accordingly, and they'd mostly go with buffs rather than nerfs. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. You know, before nerfing anything, just buff all the stuff that's obviously garbage, and then see where you land. You know, you don't know how things could be different, right? They'll come back later. Okay. Howler 8 worth getting? You're in tier 6. Nah, probably not. Nah, I'd probably skip it. I don't think I invited you yet. Top 5 mechs you think need a nerf? I'm not sure there are 5 mechs that need nerfs. I think Surge Eclipse and Deathwalker are the ones that very obviously overperform. Hemlock, I suppose, in the context of Hangar Showdown, also kind of needed it. Hemlock is one of the ones that I think is mostly because people complained about it and not necessarily because it's the topmost thing. It's definitely a topmost thing in Hangar Showdown, but that's about it. And it's really strong, but it's like, yeah, you get what I'm saying. I don't need to explain it. Nice, a 4v4. Let's go. Well, yeah. So, like, Surge, Eclipse, Deathwalker, I think are the 3 that really need it. And now when there are different ways of solving your problems, like I said before. Every problem has various valid solutions. So, like, instead of nerfing Eclipse, they, like I mentioned earlier, instead of nerfing Eclipse, they could just opt to make the things that just make Eclipse less necessary. Nerf it by extension by making, you know, the really ridiculous, you know, like ability effect spam and guided spam. Make that stuff a little bit less obnoxious, and Eclipse will be less necessary to survive. Because, I mean, as it is, like, EMP, you're just dead. Hemlock, you're just dead. A lot of guided weapons, you're just dead. It's just GG. And unless you have Eclipse, there's not a lot you can do. And that sort of thing just necessitates Eclipse specifically, because Eclipse is kind of the only one that can deal with all of those things. So just by making it less necessary, you are indirectly nerfing it. It's not a direct nerf, but you are indirectly nerfing it. But it needs a nerf whether indirect or not, is essentially what I'm trying to say. It is not technically the most OP mech, in my opinion, but it's the most necessary mech. Like, you almost can't play the game without it. At certain SP levels, you really just can't play the game without it. Minigun Surge good? Nah, not really. I almost got both of them. Does the damage go down when it passes through an enemy? I forget. I didn't think so. Deathwalker offer gonna come? I don't know. There's no pattern for, like, offers and Crate Rush events, so people keep like, when is there gonna be a Deathwalker Lacewing Crate Rush event? I don't know, pal. I don't know how I would know. You know, maybe I can offer myself as a very enticing target who just dashes at me. Yeah. Why Howler on Surge instead of Revoker? Because I have my Revoker on Zephyr, and because screw that. Like, why do I need to use the top most brain dead thing in the entire game? Who cares? Again, this account is more about getting around the problem. It's more about dealing with people who have meta, not about using meta myself. I couldn't give a crap about that. I have my own account. I have all of the meta on that account. And guess what I did when I made videos on that account? I still didn't use the meta. Every single one of my videos is, you know, some type of, you know, maybe a challenge of some kind, or X, Y, and Z. I want to just use a full hanger of the most brain dead stuff. Yay, just make the same video 8 billion times in a row. I'm so excited. You disagree that Eclipse is necessary? At higher SP it is. At higher SP it is. And when I say necessary, I don't mean, like, legitimately necessary. Yeah, you could just lose. You could just get effect spammed to death and, you know, and maybe you win occasionally, but, you know, essentially just throw most of your wins out the window. No, it's not necessary to the extent that the game forces you to do it. But you get what I'm saying. Why is there a Juggernaut in that hangar? Because it's legitimately probably the best mech in this hangar. It's probably the best build in this hangar, I'm not even joking. When will there be legendary repricing? I have no idea. I've said it again. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Probably after the holidays, after everyone's already spent $1 bajillion on the game. People are going to be spending a lot during the holidays because they just, you know, gifts, doing, you know, gift giving, whatever. People are just going to be more spending more money. So why would they make stuff cheaper before that? No, they're going to wait until people do that, and then they're going to make it cheaper afterward. Where'd you get the minigun? I got the minigun 10 from, there was a event crate thing that just gave you all the free tokens as long as you kept up with it. Same as, like, the Galvin crate, right, for the pilot. Except that one I actually finished. The Galvin one I didn't. Can you change the escape key to somewhere else? Not in game, no. You can map your buttons on your keyboard. Right? Like you could go to your keyboard settings and change your keybinds there. But in game you can't change any of those controls, no. Which is annoying because it's like, look at it, bro. Customize controls. Ooh. Except you can't actually activate ability. I want to change this to enter. No, it doesn't do anything. I don't actually want to change it, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you can't change it. You can see it, but you can't change it, which is weird and annoying. Their solution for buffs to weapons is not very good. They don't understand how to buff or nerf something properly. Well, they seem to be pretty careful with the nerfs. Like, Hemlock is still almost capable of permanently dazing people. Even now, and the Revoker nerf, like, barely made a difference. So long as they're careful. I would rather them do tiny things rather than do, like, major game-breaking things. Because, I mean, like, I'm sick of the meta being the way that it is, but at the same time, they could have the meta could be the exact same, so long as it's a little bit closer. That's all I care about. I want the game to be balanced. I don't want one thing to be above another. I mean, I do have preferences, but I don't think it's worth pushing for those preferences, right? Like, I don't necessarily want one thing to be above the other, or one thing to be below. No, I just want stuff to be closer. Like, like there can still be a meta, it can still be above. I just want it to be closer. That's all. Bro actually got the surge. That's crazy. Well, yeah, it took me literally all of my acorns. You have a gaming mouse with side buttons, but it doesn't work. You just go to your mouse settings and map one of those buttons to be the escape key. That's all you have to do. Like, you can't, again, you can't change the button. You can't change the function in game. You can only change the... You can only change your buttons, like, on your keyboard or on your mouse. You're the unluckiest here. You got surge in 750 acorns. I think you mean 6650. And also, that's not possible. Unless you're dumb. The absolute most it should have costed you was 6,300, because you got 2 tokens for free, which is essentially 700. So unless you just didn't bother getting the tokens and spent acorns instead, that's a you problem. Oh, hi. Are there people? Yeah, there are 2 people. What are they doing, though? Oh, there they are. Fine. Bot working on the achievements. What's the point of saying you got surge? Nothing. They're just happy that now... It's the same thing as, like I said before. It's like a... They don't care about the balance. They don't want the game to be balanced. They just want themselves to be the one with the advantage. So they're just happy that now they're part of the problem. They're part of that crew with the super broken stuff, and they're just happy to be there. Like, if they could pay to win to be a top meta player, they would. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, necessarily. You don't have to care about the meta. Ooh. Did I or did I not say Juggernaut's kinda OP? I did end up dying to that because there was 2 freaking Panthers. But that was a pretty good run, I'd say. Might even freaking kill me, bro. What the heck? This bot, I can't... Yeah, I got him. I'll kill him with that, whatever. You didn't get the free tokens, so you spent acorns? There's still 15 hours on it left. What do you mean? You purposely didn't make use of the free tokens that the game gives you, and then you complain about spending too many acorns on spins. There's no sympathy for that. How much is doubling the Graviton 10 cost? 450,000 credits and about 1,800 acorns, I believe.
What, free tokens?
If you already had Surge, there aren't any free tokens for you.
It was just for the surge.
Like, it was just for getting the surge. The blueprint event that you get if you already had surge is technically a different event. I think that they should allow, and it even has the same symbol too, right? Like the little token symbol is the exact same. So this is technically a different event. Now when I got surge, this event showed up, and I actually had both of the events at the same time. I think that the tokens should still count toward that, but they don't. Yeah, I know, that's just the way that it is. Oh, I finally finished it. Bro, this is gonna take forever, this minigun Vortex achievement's gonna be terrible. Vortex is so weak. I have a single minigun 10, and it's not even rank 5.
Oh, bro. It's gonna take forever. 1575, he says.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, for Aquins.
I couldn't remember what the Aquin cost was exactly. Should I also upgrade
Juggernaut? I mean, you can, but I don't think it's necessary now. I think it's really nice. It's like for people who really like Juggernaut, I actually think, like, you know, for a while it is actually kind of worth upgrading. But no, I mean, like, you don't need to, right? There's still better stuff.
You have Savant and it's still hard to use your Vortex with it?
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll probably get Savant. Does this have a guided achievement, though? I don't think so, right? No. No. I will get Savant. I'll probably use it for certain guided achievements. It's going to be way better than
freaking Disc Launcher, though, that's for sure. I think a Surge nerf will be like increasing ability cooldown to 10 seconds and duration to 3 seconds instead of 4. Yeah, I think that's probably most likely going to happen, yeah.
I don't know what else they'd change outside of, like, HP.
And I think it's perfectly fine to make the Surge,
like, to make it less spammy, right? Like, 7-second cooldown is way too quick for something this strong. 4-second duration is longer than any other duration. It's just an instant delete to anything. If they made this 3 seconds, I would actually be super happy, because that would make Bastion a legitimate counter, a pseudo counter to Surge. It would be difficult because the EMP times would be about the same, except Surge can extend the EMP time with the duration implant, and Bastion can't. So Surge still gets, like, maybe almost a second more. And it would be close, but Bastion has a lot more HP, so I think it would be close. It would be a pseudo counter to Surge. It would be really cool. I think you might see more Bastions. But Bastion's, like, really freaking slow, and that that alone is enough to make it significantly weaker. So I think if and I've said this before, right? Like, if you're going to make one mech that's super overpowered, it should be a slow thing, because just inherently, it's really easy to just get it from range. There is an inherent downside to slow things. They will always have a disadvantage. There will always be the natural counter of just get it from a long way. Like, just hit it before it gets to you, right? So long as the top meta weapon isn't, like, you know, super long range, super high radius, you should be fine. Like, if they're gonna make if something is going to be mega overpowered, I think it should be something that's really slow, because I think it's just really great natural balancing factor. A speed modifier for mechs that are slower than 20 kph.
I don't know about that. It would be interesting, but I don't know if I don't know if that necessarily would be a great idea. Is Oracle good? No, not really. Hemlock worth it after the nerf? Yeah, I think so. I think it's like I think it's still meta, to be honest. Surge actually is not as good as people say it is. Well, people think that, oh, it's meta, so therefore it must be the sort of thing that I can just spawn and every enemy on the map will instantly belly over. I get 17 kills and I barely even have to try. No. No, I mean, you could still die if you're dumb. Anything can kill you if you're dumb. There's really no way around that. I mean, the only mech that's really, like, idiot-proof is Deathwalker. But Deathwalker, like, you have to chase people down, and even then, anyone who's even, like, moderately competent, they just wait out your ability and then they kill you for real. So,
No, it's like you can't fix stupid is what I'm trying to say. It's not as just immediately broken as people would like to think, but it is still overpowered, right? Like it's still clearly one of the best mechs in the game. That's kind of goes without saying, right? Like the balance in this game is not nearly as bad as some other games. I will say, yeah, it's not a huge deal, but it does overperform, and that's for sure. What's the worst feeling, having Aegis minigun and get system crashed by Guardian, or using guided weapons and facing Eclipse? Guided weapons against a shadow is worse. Because you should it's so easy to kill. It should be so easy to kill, but you can't kill it. And also, I saw you say that the first time. This is like the 12th time that he said it. But you've been so what's the word I'm looking for? Consistent and determined. I will read it out loud. Reaver and Continuum aren't bad. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're bad. I don't think they're great either, but I don't think they're bad. I don't know if I should start with this or not. Persistent. Yeah, that is the word that I'm looking for. Guardian and Eclipse can remove debuffs. That's not true. Guardian will remove debuffs. Eclipse will keep new ones from being added on. So, like, if someone applies stasis to you, or even this guy, if I was an Eclipse and he used Hunter's Mark on me, like that, if I went into stealth right now, it would not take that off. I'd still be marked. I'd still take the extra damage until the duration ends. So all the Eclipse does is it keeps new ones from being stacked on. That should get him. Should you get Podgun 8 or 10? Depends on what you want it for, right? Like, if you had the 8, you could use 2 of them. If you get the 10, you can't use 2 of them unless you rank it out. Well, you already used your ability. Oh. Just wait here. Got Suppressor. I like Suppressor, bro. I don't know what it is. You guys know I've been hard glazing Suppressor for the last few days. Dang. That was close. I've been hard glazing Suppressor for the last few days, but I think it's kind of deserved. Like, it's kind of... It's low-key kind of good, dude. Best weapon for Max Lancer. I mean, Storm Rack. It's the best weapon for most things. You want to get Savant 16? Yeah, fair enough. So do I, but tier 8 is nowhere close to me right now. I'm not gonna unlock tier 8 for a long time, so I'm not even gonna worry about that. Much appreciated. I don't know what currency that is. But I appreciate it. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait. Oh. What I was gonna do is I was gonna wait purposely for him to get really close, and then I just spawn the Juggernaut right in his face, and he wouldn't really be able to do anything about it. If I spawned before, like if he was too far away when I spawned, then he'd be able to lock on and shoot me again. So it's actually better to wait.
So I saw you ask the first time for free A-coins. The fact that you're spamming it now, I'm timing you out for the rest of the stream. Are you excited for the new Mech?
The Blizzler? Yes. It's like, I don't know what it's gonna be. I think it's either gonna be really strong or really terrible.
And I'm not sure if I should be concerned or if I should be excited. Revoker event crate worth it? If you have the credits, yeah.
Because it's 600,000 at most. And 600,000 is the exact same amount that you'd spend buying Revoker 6 anyway, so like,
you know, why not just get it from there? You'd probably get it cheaper.
Should you get the Prodigy Crab? I mean, you can if you want to. It's literally... My friend, it is,
It's 20,000 credits. You're not gonna... You could get whatever you want. You're not gonna notice a difference. It's 20,000. It's not. It'll give you blueprints,
but those blueprints are almost guaranteed to not be useful.
The chances of you getting blueprints that you want is just so low. It always is. Did you see the picture of the new weapon? Did RuFFles post it?
No, I did not. What weapons am I using for Surge right now? Howler 8s. I just have them because I just don't feel like using Revoker on it. And I also want to be working on this achievement for Zephyr, and I feel like Zephyr's gonna probably do better with Revoker. And Surge, it's like, whatever.
I could use whatever on it. It'll be fine. Savants are same as Dreadnought in low SP.
That's a crazy statement right there.
They are pretty strong, aren't they? But then again, don't the 6s have a 50% modifier on them right now?
Ember Gun's good on Surge? Yeah. I mean, Revoker's better, but Ember Guns are fine. Why do I keep getting this map, by the way? I got Rocky on my team. I was trying to figure out who my teammate was. It is Rocky. Okay. I'm gonna wait here. Because I don't know. One of them might be coming up here with like a Surge or something. I don't know what they got. I don't know what they got, and I don't necessarily want to come up here and just get immediately Surge dashed. Okay, like that. That is a Juggernaut. I don't think he has time, yeah. Hello? It was vital that that mine go right there, right then. It's incredibly important. So I just don't understand. I just don't see the vision. I just don't understand. That's fine. Your sister maxed her MD yesterday and put an epic mod on it. Nice. Because this guy just gonna like run for me, brain dead. I shouldn't. It looks like one javelin rank, one disc launcher. I don't know why you do that. And you did that to yourself. And a stasis beam 8s? Nah. Nah. This man's a national treasure. What are you doing? Okay, and then this Eclipse, right? He's just gonna run at me like an idiot, not realizing that his ability is gonna end before he even gets to me. I might die to this bot, though. Yeah. Bro, I took a bot to take me out. It's ridiculous. Add your 2 accounts. Yeah, guys. I've got infinite space. My very limited space. This guy's more important than you. Not only should I remove one of you to put him in, I should put in one of his alts, too. Just cause. Cause why not? He can't use both of them at the same time, but who cares?
No, I'm not adding anybody's alts, pal.
I don't have space.
From beginning of October till today, I've got 7 legendary. 7 legendary weapons due to luck and to generous event crates as a free-to-play. Do you mean weapons?
Or just 7 legendary?
Just stuff in general. Like mechs and weapons. Which beam weapon is the best in tier 6-7?
Graviton 10.
I promised you? No, I did not make any promise. And I know that that's a lie because I would never promise anyone, ever, that I'm going to add them. That's a dumb promise to make. I wouldn't do that. Mechs. You've gotten 7 legendary mechs in the last 2 months, or 3 months, since October, he says.
So October and all of October, all of November.
So in 2 months, you got 7 legendary mechs.
It's not totally unbelievable. Yeah, because I did quite a few. There was the Nomad, there was the Surge, there was the Silverthorn, even people got that. There was the Parasite. There was the... I mean, Vortex was an obvious one.
What else? What am I missing? Nomad? Did I say Nomad? I don't remember if I said Nomad. Eclipse?
That wasn't in an event crate, though, was it? I don't recall it.
We had a custom room match, so I thought you'll still remember me.
I mean, I don't remember you by the YouTube name. I don't know what your in-game name is. No, sorry. You're probably talking about when I joined BMP that one time.
Eclipse did have one.
Oh, I must have just not been paying attention, really. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Old Mech Arena was so good, like before tier system.
There wasn't a lot to do. There's pros and cons. I think people choose to remember the good stuff, but then they like, you know, it. I'll put it this way. When Pilots came out, people were all nostalgic and being like, "Oh, remember before Pilots came out? That was the best Mech Arena." And then a while after, mods came out. And then after mods came out, people were like, "Hey, you remember when there was no mods and it was just pilots? When it was just pilots? That was the best Mech Arena." Couple years from now, there's gonna be another thing that comes out. People are gonna say, "You remember when it was just pilots and mods? You remember that? That was the best Mech Arena." It's been like that, and it's always been like that. Everybody has their preferences, sure, but I'm not going to say that one was objectively better than the other, really. They had their benefits, their pros and cons, yeah.
Eclipse, Parasite, Surge, Nomad, Volti. Oh, yeah, Volti. No, that doesn't...
I do remember Volti now.
And Vortex, that's all you remember. There was also a Silverthorn. Because I remember I got Silverthorn, and there was a crate rush for Silverthorn, and I told people not to get it because this thing's balls. I remember that distinctly. Vortex Eclipse, Surge, Silverthorn, Mimicker. Yeah, you're right, Mimicker. Parasite, Brickhouse. Brickhouse, I don't think was in. I mean, you're the one who said that you got it, so clearly clear you got it. Brickhouse for credits. So he bought Brickhouse. Okay.
So he's saying that he bought Brickhouse with like maybe the credits from promo codes and whatever. Not that there was a crate rush for credit for the Brickhouse. That makes sense.
Is Juggernaut good? At this SP, a rank 6 Juggernaut is actually legitimately pretty good. You need something that's like a sort of ranged brawler weapon. Jeez, if I can talk. I want to start with it though. It's kind of a bad idea. Sure, I'll go with this. What weapon works with Lancer rank 6? If it's not maxed, it's only rank 6. Maybe Savant 6s. I'd say it's probably a good choice. Hey, put that on. He also has pod gun, yeah. Can I stick him with that? Yeah, nice. So I'll deal some damage with that, and then I'll double it with the thing. Won't actually double it, it's 50%. I keep forgetting. I keep thinking that the damage that I deal during a certain time period is the damage that I need. But it's actually not. It only stacks 50% of what you deal. So you actually need double that. So, yeah, like, to correct the record when I was talking in that Suppressor video, which still, I will say, Suppressor Silverthorn worked surprisingly well. But when I said that Suppressor was capable of stacking the full 60k damage, I don't think that's actually true. It was capable of dealing 60k damage within a 3-second time period, but I don't think it's capable of dealing 120, which is what would have actually been needed. I would prefer for you to stop doing the thing that you're doing because I don't like you. And that's the main reason. Oh. That's annoying. He doesn't have a lot of kills. He's not really been doing anything. How do you have Gemini on the top and you're not doing anything? He's dead now. Oh, there's one kill. He's kind of more useful dying than he was doing anything else. Oh. Hey. He's gonna wait. He's gonna dash at me. He's gonna try to come around this side. And he's gonna try to dash at me. Oh, wow. I am surprised. Now, that was my own fault. I could have easily killed him, obviously, if I built up the implosion, but it was my own fault for not keeping the beam on him as much as I could have. Or should have, or whatever. I don't know who that is. Don't spam. I'm gonna put you in timeout for
5 minutes. What the heck is going on? Weren't you someone in BMP's chat? I thought you were kind of cool. Or I thought you were chill anyway. Turns out he's just like freaking just spamming for attention. Killshot destroyed me? Yeah. Well, Killshot is the ruiner of all things fun. Makes sense. That is wild. He might kill this guy, though, as well. He's got a long reload. Yeah, nice. Single Graviton 12 is ridiculous. He should be using double Graviton 10, by the way. It'd be, like, twice as good as what he has here. Run, beam him. Oh no. You're... okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, by dropping down and dealing with that other guy, you're kind of allowing this guy to get close. That's probably his last one. By the way that he was running away, I'm gonna guess that was his last one. They still have more, dude. What the heck? I had 8 kills. He also has 8 kills. He did a lot of damage. I'm not sure what he was doing it with, but he's doing a lot of damage, that's for sure.
Oh, it was rank 3. Blizz Frost coming on the 5th, yes.
Get Brickhouse. I'd love to, but I don't have the credits. Oh, Missile Rank 8 Paragon. Something tells me he was trying to tank.
Savant does way too much damage. Well, it's probably because you have the 6, and the 6 has a 50% damage modifier. Yeah. This should be the first thing you look for whenever any like random discrepancies come up. It's not as strong as you think it is. Same thing with Disruptor 8.
Well, this guy was SP dropping.
I mean, probably, right? Maybe not.
Because people who SP drop, they almost always have, like, you know, their main stuff, the top meta legendary stuff is always maxed out. And they have just, like, a couple lower stuff. Maybe he just purposely kept himself at low SP. I don't know. This is the other guy that was on my team. Yeah, he was SP dropping. Yeah. Yeah.
I could tell because of this. This is an SP dropping build.
It's the sort of thing that you put in your hangar because you're trying to trick matchmaking into thinking that you're fine. When, in reality, your goal is just to stick around with this pretty much the entire match. And you have, like, the one... yeah, it's always, like, one mech with mods, too. That's super cringe, bro.
Read it. Why, bruh? Read it. You have a question. Why do Mech Arena doesn't give the mod option to the new players? One time you out for 10 minutes first.
Because the spam.
Second off,
that was an update that they made. It was very unfair one. It's probably my least favorite one they've ever done. So they initially made it so that you could use mods on anything that was rank 3. So any mech essentially, unless it was rank 2, like almost any mech you could put mods on it. And then people complained about mods. People were really unhappy with them as a feature. And I think they decided to, because of that, because of the backlash, you could say, they thought that they could appease people by saying, okay, fine, we'll change it so that there's only mods on like the really late game, so you have to have your mechs rank 6 in order to put mods on them. So I think they did that because they thought that it would make people happier. It did not. It was a stupid decision. They should have never done that. It was ridiculous. But that's the reason that I think that they did it. And yeah, so now we're stuck with that, and I can't put mods on anything unless it's rank 6, which is, I mean, why have mods on my Juggernaut and not on freaking Vortex, which desperately needs them right now.
So yeah,
don't spam, but that's
your answer. SP means squad power, yeah. It's this number right here. Can I send you a request? No.
My list is full. My in-game list is always full, pretty much. If you want to send a request on Plarium Play, which is the PC, like the PC platform, so if you play on PC, then there's a way to friend me on that doesn't take up space in-game, but I can still play with you, right? So like, let's say this, for example. Let me just find somebody. This guy. This guy right here. So... I think so, right? Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, so these people, I don't have the unfriend button option. This means that they're friended on Plarium Play. And, yeah, so I can invite him to a match. I can DM him. I can do whatever. I can see his hanger. I could invite him to a match. He's too high SP for me, obviously, but you get what I'm saying. So it counts as an in-game friend, but I don't have to take up space on my in-game list. That's why I have 182 people total, but you're only allowed in-game to have 99. 99 is the most that you can have in-game, which is pretty small, all things considered. That's pretty small. So, yeah, I'll accept whoever on Plarium Play, because that has an extra 500 friend slots. I don't care who you are, I'll just accept it. Like, this guy's obviously way outside my SP range, but I accepted it anyway, because it's like, yeah, whatever, I got space. So, the PC platform is fine. The mobile, not so much, because the in-game list is... I am very, very limited in terms of that. And that is why, by the way, that's why the ID didn't work, is because the ID in the description is for the PC platform. I don't have my in-game ID. I don't want you sending invites on my in-game ID, because I'm not going to accept them. What's the time there? Almost noon. 11:50. How 182? Yeah, I just explained how. Gemini on Lancer, good or bad? It's pretty good. Gemini's kind of stupid, right? Make a video on Hangar Showdown on main account. Also play Hangar Showdown? Yeah, I will play Hangar Showdown. What kind of video do you think? Because it's like, I think the bulk majority of people, even if they are in League 1, they're pretty low SP. Same as me. Oh, let me swap my this for Surge, huh? Because that's clearly going to be better. Do you have anything else? I could put a hellfire in the skull. Ember Gun 6 versus Shotgun 8. I mean, Shotgun 8 does quite a bit of damage. I don't have Fragment Gun 8? What? Since when? I could do Ember Gun 8. Yeah, I might just go for that. Yeah, whatever, I'll just go for that. Yeah, but, so, what kind of, if I were, let's say I were to make a video, Hangar Showdown video on my main account, what kind of video would you want to see? Like, probably not just, like, the typical, like, oh, I'm using top meta sweaty stuff in Hangar Showdown. Watch me win against a bunch of people who are in League 1, but arguably shouldn't be in League 1 because they've got, like, Guardians and whatever. Like, you probably don't want to see that, right? Not in squad. Okay. So I can put a duration on here. Yeah. That's fine. I'm not sure why my implants have been so bad. I guess I just haven't really changed them at all in the last whatever amount of time. I don't have anything for you. Huh. You want the best mechs? Have you seen, like, Platinum's videos? Platinum does a lot of, like, top meta competitive whatever. Let's go with this. Why is it when I play Hangar Showdown it says I have bad network, but I have good network, and it says lack of suitable opponents? If you live in a country with, like, not a lot of players. I know Australia has this problem. So it just, if it can't find people, it'll only put you up against at least one person. It doesn't want to put you up against bots. It might put you up against one bot on each team. But as far as I'm aware, it'll only, Oh, crap. Am I cooked? Yeah, I'm kind of cooked. We did die to the Bastion guy, right? I don't know if I like... Why would you choose Flame Launcher anyway? Pod Gun 6s. I mean, that might be like a rank 3 Bastion, in all fairness. What does my fella have? Oh, a Seeker with Revoker 6s. He's cooked. Well, maybe not, because as soon as he pokes him the first time, his shield's gonna go down. Did you see those? Did you see them freaking fly away? That's great. They were homing in on the Seeker. They were in travel, and they had the target, and then he teleported, and they just, like, flew backwards. It's great. I like that a lot. Put up your shield, please, 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 please. You're gonna die. Please, you're gonna die. Oh, he dies. Yeah, no, that was pretty... Yeah, I kind of... You are Platinum's friend. Good for you. Yeah, I'm not really, like, super opposed to making... Ooh, nice. Birthday Snatcher is his name. I just... What does that even mean? I thought my name was weird, bro. Can I get some radius damage? Nah. What does he have? Disruptor. Mmm. I think I kill him with that. Yeah, even if he shot another disruptor, I don't think it would have killed me. You? Nah, I'll back up. I don't want to go double search. That's cringe. And also a bad idea. Like if they have something that kind of counters surge, it's not a good idea. So I'll back them up with this. So this is the Hemlock here. I should win this. Get him. Nice. Nice. And he wasted his ability on him. That's good. That's fine. He only had one salvo anyway, so like that was kind of best case scenario. He would have had to have reloaded even after. Carbine 8s on a Guardian. Absolute gamer. Which do you think is the hardest achievement? Get kills with Arachnos turret while an enemy is actively capturing your beacon. You have at most a 5-second time window, and you have to get a kill with an Arachnos turret. It's the hardest achievement, and it's not even close. I totally whiffed my dash. That's not good, because he's gonna... Oh, never mind. Somehow he died, bro. How in the world? Also, can we appreciate that this Carbine Guardian got dashed by a Revoker Nomad? And somehow the Carbine Guardian won? Like, granted, I was dealing some damage to him, but he had resistance and everything. What? I don't understand. Show your collection? Yeah, sure. My inventory. Here we go. So I got this yesterday. Made a video on it. I got this from the promo code. I wasn't supposed to... this is not supposed to, like... You guys weren't supposed to get this. Nobody was supposed to get that. It was supposed to be for new players. But they messed up. And so everybody has it now, essentially. And... yeah, and then this one I just got lucky. You could call it luck, but it's a terrible mech, so you could also not call it luck and you'd still be right. And then in terms of weapons... some nice stuff. I really didn't go hard on the epics. I think a lot of people went way too hard on the epic stuff. I've been going for, like, I got the necessary things, and then I went hard on legendary. Because I know legendary stuff is the best stuff. I really didn't go for epics at all. Vortex was for everyone at start, but now it's for new players. That's what I'm saying. So it was supposed to only be for new players from the very start. It was supposed to only be for new players, but they messed up and they made the code of, like, anyone could redeem the code. And that was not supposed to happen.
Which do you think is the hardest achievement?
Well, it's a very interesting question. Certainly not one that I answered 2 minutes ago.
You have a Lancer
minifig? Yeah. A little dude here.
I got it from Plarium. Plarium sent it to me for like the anniversary gift
Thing.
that they sent it to all the official content creators. Where'd you get Reaver from? Same place as everybody else.
There was an event
Crate for it, where you got a bunch of free tokens. Not all of them, but you did get a bunch of free tokens, and I just happened to get it in one of the free tokens. It's a terrible weapon, though. Like, at rank 3, it doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. If it was rank 5, it'd be fine, and I'd probably use it. But, at rank 3, it's pretty garbage. You sent a Plarium request? Okay. Yeah, I'll accept it later. You think it's Tengu applying stasis effect with stasis beam? How is... It doesn't even need to get kills. It's not even damage based. You don't have to kill anything. All you have to do is just apply an effect. That's the easiest thing in the world. It just takes time. And you think that's harder than getting a kill with the Arachnos turret while during the 5-second time window that you have that they're actively taking your beacon from blue to white. That is the only time period where it counts. You think that's harder? You think it's harder than that? Try it. I want you to. I mean, we win. This is ridiculous. I don't think he realizes. We win. I mean, the timer runs out. We win. What are you dense? I'll just sit here and wait. Okay. Lancer trying its best. Yo, to do what? Nothing. It probably can't even kill that bot. No, he's just dumb. Like, he needs to do something. He just loses. He thinks he's being fancy, but in reality, he's just not doing anything. To be annoying, he's not annoying. It's a free win, bro. Like, I was trying to get him, but, like, I don't really care. I don't need to get him, clearly. Oh. Well, that's a problem. That's a problem. A Jover laser and just absolutely bodied that man Zephyr. And okay. I will say, the RNG on my bots has been kind of baller. It's been kind of baller. I feel like half the time I get like a single stasis beam shadow instead, or like a freaking pulse cannon panther. Like it's the most bullcrap thing you've ever seen in your life. Yeah, these bot spawns have been kind of great. Double railgun 16 on Guardian. Is your Guardian maxed out? You're in tier 6? And what SP are you? I feel like if you max out your Guardian and you put double railgun 16s on it, that's really gonna mess up your matchmaking. Unless you're like 6,000 squad power. Is it safe giving them your address for sending the Lancer? Well, they don't give it to anybody. Like, I just give it to Plarium and that's it. Plarium, the company, right? Like, some people know my address. Plarium technically knows my address. But nobody else sees it. Like, it's not like I just put it into a... It's not like I just drop it into a public chat, and I'm like, here's my address, guys. And then all the other content creators can see it. Nah. I just send it to Plarium, and that's it. You think the hardest achievement is Tengu applying stasis effect with stasis beam. How? Again, let's run it back. It takes just a couple seconds to apply a stasis effect. You can do this from 150 meters away if you feel like. Just takes time. It just takes time. And you think that is more difficult? The most difficult one. I could drop into a 5v5 match and farm out, like, I don't know, maybe probably 10 stasis effects in one match easily. At least 2, right? At least 2. But then Arachnos over here has an achievement where you don't have all the mechs, so you don't need to have it. You literally don't even need to have it. Go to Gear Hub. So I'm gonna scroll to Mimicker. And I can check the achievements, it doesn't matter. And you think, but you think that Stasis Beam one is harder than this one? Arachnos. Use the turret ability to kill 630 mechs as they attempt to capture a control point, which, by the way, that means it only counts if the enemy is on a blue beacon and actively turning it to white. Not after it's white and they're turning it to red. Only in the event that it's blue and being taken to white. It's the only time it counts. Or maybe it is white to red, because it says attempt to capture, not attempt to take. There's other achievements that you're like, you have to do it while they're taking your beacon or something like that. So maybe it is from white to red instead. I don't know. It's only half of that is what I'm trying to say. At most 5 seconds. You have at most 5 seconds to kill them with the freaking turret ability. And you have to do that 630 times? It's just never going to happen. You load into 20 matches in a row, you're probably not going to get that even one time. And you think the stasis beam one is harder. You don't even have to get kills with stasis beam. You just have to apply the effect. That's easy. Killing with stasis beam is difficult, and that'd be a different story. They should give you a legendary mech for that kind of thing. So real, bro. So real. The fact that doing that is just like, it's just a couple points on the thing, and it's like, oh yeah, nice. I get a combat point booster. Like, sure. You only asked what video to make on Hangar Showdown, and then I'm telling you, you ignore it. I mean, somebody said that they wanted to see the... I saw somebody say it. They're just like, no, I want to see the OP meta stuff. And that's all I saw on it. They want us to do a backflip and front flip simultaneously. That's what I'm saying, probably. That's what I'm saying. You said do challenge video? Yeah, it's the sort of thing that could work, yeah. It's like... Yeah, I have to think about it. I don't really do a lot of Hangar Showdown videos. Just in general. It's the sort of thing where it's like, it's kind of difficult to record them, actually, because, like, you only have 5 battles, well, at most 10 battles per day that you can even work with, so... And you know, like, let's say you're trying to use a specific mech, you can only do that 1 time per battle as well. So it's just pretty inconvenient for recording things. It's difficult to record certain things.
That's not to say that it's necessarily impossible or that I'll never do it. But it is relatively difficult to record certain things, and I feel like the audience for it is not necessarily huge. Like, people don't really care that much about Hanger Showdown videos. But I'll have to try some more of them. I know sometimes they can do well, so I'll just have to, like, mess around with it. Yeah, maybe I go with my main account as well. How long have I had this account? Since January. So, about a full year. Doesn't seem like it's been that long, though. Feels kind of old. Yeah, that really wasn't difficult. Oh, this guy. Ah, okay. He's got the weapon on that side, so he's gonna try to... I was gonna say he's gonna try to peek from the left of whatever. You could do a video of the hardest achievements. Yeah, technically, though, that would kind of require me to finish some of the hardest achievements. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. To a large extent, I'm trying to, like... I think ideally I'd like to upload at least once a day. Right? So, like, you know, relatively, like, consistent videos at very least, but pretty much once a day, or if not a video, then at least a stream, right? So I'm worried about consistency. I also want to make sure, and, like, you know, because of that, I have to make sure that, like, whatever it is that I'm recording is worth the amount of time that I'm spending on it. So, like, if it takes a long time, it should be something that probably would be fairly popular. A lot of you enjoy Hanger Showdown videos, especially League 1. Well, Platinum does a lot of those, and his videos aren't very popular, so I kind of have to disagree with you. Like, there's definitely people out there, but I think proportionally. One thing, like you're right to an extent, but I think people, like, I think the more oh, I didn't pick anything, so I just went with this. That's fine. This is actually a decent pick for this. So I think a thing that's like League 1 is definitely a popular subject, but I don't think max level is necessarily. So if I were to get this account into League 1, I think that would be a better idea. Which is something that I want to do at some point. Yes, I want this account to be in League 1. Just to see how hard it is. Let's see, can I kill this Zephyr? Probably, right? There we go. Nice, thanks. He killed both of them. Nice. The mech with the worst ability. Probably... It's gotta be, like, MD, right? Because, like, it heals, but it kind of barely heals. It doesn't heal itself by much, and it stops working as soon as you take damage. That's pretty bad. I died immediately. I didn't have to. So, I was 100% sold this round. That's fine. Okay. Indiarium Hanger Showdown videos are especially popular. Well, we'll see about that. I'll look him up as soon as I'm done here. Since I'm done with this battle. Bastion and a Nomad. Oh, there's the Nomad. Ah ha ha! Okay, I definitely lose to the Nomad now. Bruh. I thought it was gonna be. I thought okay, like, well, he did have a Revoker 10 as well. I thought I could win against that Nomad, but nah, I freaking sold it because instead they're gonna go with an Eclipse. Though is the thing. No, no, they got the same thing as me. Well, pretty much. Okay, here's both of them. Bruh. Okay, so he's hanging back, and he's just spotting. Yeah, so he's just gonna shoot him. No, they worked well together. They worked well together. Don't spam. Timeout, rest of the stream, don't they? You just got Discord. I mean, you could do whatever you want.
He has a Hindi voiceover. He doesn't make videos in English. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Let's see. Where are... Let me find one of the... These are all promo code... 5-year-old clickbait. Where's the Hang Showdown? Here we go. Here's one, it looks like. This is a 2v2 map. They seem to be less popular than his other things. Hanger reviews, yeah. Hanger reviews aren't popular. They're popular, like, people want them for themselves, but they won't watch them, so they always do badly. That's why I don't really do them much. It's just not really worth the time. Here's another one. 2,800 in 1 day is not bad. That's I mean, it's better than this one, obviously. This one's 7 days. This is another one. 2,800. Reviews, they do really bad. Hanger views, random promo code video, always gonna be better. This one, gonna be better. The free stuff is gonna be better. Yeah, they're not really. Like, they're okay. Yeah, you can make them. It's like I'm trying to say is, like...
I could make it, and it get, you know, relatively similar views to what it normally gets. I'm not saying that they would get no views or anything like that.
But I wouldn't want to just make a copy paste of what other people do. So I'd want to try to find something like what could I do? How could I do it to where it'd be interesting and where it would, you know, be relevant to the most amount of people? I don't know. I don't think, you know, I don't necessarily think like maxed level account is really where that's at. Got Surge on the second free token. I heard about that, bro. That's ridiculous. Nice, though. This man's getting all the... Bro, he's gonna have better hanger than me in a couple... in like a couple weeks at this rate. Savant video? I'll have that soon. I might buy Savant on this account. New code, Cybermech. Play Hanger Should on League 1 with free to play account. I can't get into League 1 on my free to play account unless I use something stupid like Juggernaut. Like that'd be me purposely making my hanger worse for the sake of getting more tier stars. No, I will eventually. Like I put my Surge in, right? My Surge is worth 5. My Vortex is only worth 3 though. So that kind of brought it down, which is unfortunate. But the Vortex is just way better than the freaking Panther. Yeah, so I'm like, what? Oh, what? I didn't think you could hit me with that. What? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Can I? Oh, no. Hit my teammate died. I wasn't paying attention. Fair enough. Just do random stuff. It's fun. Well, fun doesn't necessarily mean that it's good for video. Like, I'm telling you, dude. Like, just ask Platinum. Like, it sounds great in theory. It sounds great in theory, but, like, Platinum did, like, all of these endgame customs and whatever, and he'd use random different things in those endgame customs. He enjoyed doing that, but at the end of the day, they don't get views. He had to just go with, like, he had to go the free-to-play account route. Or, like, other things. Like, they're not popular. Yes, some people like them. And maybe he has fun doing it, but they're just not popular. So it's like, at that point, is it really worth spending your time on it? Well, I thought he was linked to him, not the other way around. Okay. How's the legendary mech doing? From Cybermech, of course. Yeah. It gave a free seeker, but only for people, on PC. Nice. You beat the Scorpius Onslaught today? Nice. Legendary version of Arachnos. I think, yes. Who was saying it that, like, they should make it so that you could, like, upgrade the grade? Like, you could rank up something, so it's like, instead of this being an epic, you could, like, rank it up essentially to legendary. I think a lot of people would really like that. Even if they made it super pay to win, I actually don't think people would care. Like, that's the sort of thing that they could really go, like, super money hungry on, and I don't think anyone would really complain, to be honest. So long as it doesn't, like, so long as it's not, like, oh, the legendary Orion is the new meta type of thing. Right? As long as it's just, like, a little bit better. You said that? Yeah, I thought so, but I wasn't sure. You were fitter? Oh. Nice. GG. Stocks. Hello. Savant worth it? Probably. It's better than it was. But the problem is, like, the 6s aren't that great, right? Like, 6 energy weapons are just kind of meh. Like, they're not going to do a whole lot. You got Lodestar and you have Podgun. Most of the other meta barrage weapons and your mechs, what build shall I run with Podgun? I mean, like, Aegis is probably, like, one of the more popular ones. You could do, like, this or Redeemer, right? Legendary Lancer, I mean, that's kind of literally just Lace Swing, but... You fought me a while back during the 50% damage for Railgun 8 modifier. That lasted like a full freaking month, man. You have to be a little more specific. No, I probably won't remember it either way. I fight a lot of people. I'm gonna assume it was a good fight, though.
I don't know. Don't remember.
What other games do I play?
Mostly just like I don't really play much by myself except for this. Mostly just like sometimes repo on the weekend with certain friends, or the finals with some friends if they feel like getting on.
I don't usually play those. Like I'll play. I guess I'll play the finals solo sometimes, but not really.
And then repo solo is kind of meh.
Why don't you have skins on anything? I just don't bother. I don't care. I think the base designs look kind of cool. Play Rocket League? Nah. Everyone in the random chat were unhappy with Cybermech because they thought it was gonna be. They thought it was gonna be Seeker. The first one I heard was Eclipse, or no, I think it was Seeker first, and then some people were saying like, "Oh, it's gonna give Eclipse." Guys, I heard it's gonna give. I heard it's gonna give Eclipse. I heard it's gonna give Surge. It was hilarious. I'm actually surprised that the crash out was not worse. Repo's so funny. Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah, bro. Especially if you have a couple good friends to play with. It's ridiculous. Even Warbots has that, like Mark II and Mark III. Yeah. I mean, not necessarily a good idea to copy everything from Warbots, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Platinum made a full meta hanger on his a few months ago made free-to-play account from all the legendary mechs from event. Oh yeah. Let me try to decipher this. Are you saying that he used his free-to-play account in Hanger Showdown? And he has a full meta hanger? Or are you saying that he used his maxed account and he made a full hanger of all the stuff that technically was available in event crates? Savant Salver is actually usable? That's cool. I don't think I've tried it. No, I haven't tried it. What will be the new meta if they really want to change it? I mean, it could be anything. They could buff something like crazy, and they could just nerf the rest. They could like nerf Revoker, or just make something just like ridiculously overpowered. That's they could make it anything that they wanted. There's no limits to it really. New meta will eventually be slow guided Gemini. I mean, it kind of already is low SP. Now, the thing that makes Gemini not the top meta right now is just because of all the perimeter multi-layers at high SP. So it takes a lot of shots to take down those, like 9 layers. They want all legendary from promo codes. Well, yeah. And the funniest thing about that is that they weren't supposed to get the first one to begin with. That Vortex one was a mistake. But then, like, after they got the Vortex, they're like, wow, every new promo code's gonna give you something really OP. Certainly. They can't take Revokers off meta unless they remove them from the game. No, they could just keep reducing the damage.
If they reduce the damage enough, it won't be good, right?
Like, eventually it'll be bad. Eventually, like, there are other bullet spray weapons, in like essentially infinite ammo weapons, like let's say Overdrive or a minigun. Now I'm not saying they're gonna do that because it would be dumb, but if they made it so that it dealt less damage than that, then that just by default would make it, not meta anymore. Like, it's guaranteed to not be meta because there's other weapons with more range that deal more damage, and they fire just as fast, if not faster. Try Shadow. I haven't ranked it up. It's still rank 3. I was gonna rank it up with the Aquines, but instead I freaking wasted them on Surge. Garbage.
The game wouldn't let me get it cheap, of course.
You gotta go? Okay, bye-bye. What chat am I reading? Are you talking to me or the other guy? You gonna check 5v5 maps with viewers? I mean, I doubt it. No. I don't think it's very interesting. Like, I mean, obviously everybody expects the obligatory just load into a custom match, use Lancer, and just jump around the maps with Lancer. And then we could join you, and it's just be like 5 different Lancers shenaniganizing around random maps for no reason. Nah, it's kind of pointless. I'd like to actually like play legitimate matches on those. I was hoping that this tournament was going to be 5v5 because it would have made sense, but instead it's free for all for whatever reason. Whatever. I'll just wait till next week, or I'll make a maybe just load into like random 5v5s until I get it for like a video. Old Counter-Strike player learning this multiple weapon option and such is curve. I'm not sure what you mean by that. There's definitely like if you played other like mech games, this is pretty similar to other mech games, but if you're not really familiar with like the classic mech game type of thing, then this probably has like a lot of weird features that you're not really familiar with. PC configuration, it's literally just a laptop connected to a monitor. You like my videos. Much appreciated. How do you go up tiers? So you get progress for the next tier by buying stuff in your current tier. So like if I got, and it's super simple, right? So like I need 36 total and I have 13. I have 13 out of 36. If I bought Scorpius, which yeah, we'll just say if I bought Scorpius, it's rank 5. That's 5 stars. That just gives me 5 stars to this, and that'll put me at 18 out of 36. If I ranked it up to rank 6 after that, that would give me 1 more star, because that's, another thing that I have in this tier. So that'd be 6 stars instead of just 5, so that'd be up to 19. But then if I go back here and I like freaking buy kill shot, it's not going to do anything because that's in tier 4 or that's in tier 6, not in tier 7. So it only applies for the previous tier. And the number of stars you get is literally just the rank, and that's it. Where can we donate? I mean, there's the YouTube thing. They take a bit of a cut. I haven't really set up anything else that's like better than that. I think like if there's like Patreon or whatever. I don't know. I don't feel like doing that. I think I had that at some point, but I took it down because it's just too complicated. It's too inconvenient. You save 8,000 A coins for Surge, but you got it in the first spin. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a better idea to get it from the Crate Rush. $9,000 plus A coins for a legendary mech is too high. Well, yeah, I'm about to say that for a long time. But I think the people... Here's the caveat to that. And I'm not disagreeing with you in any capacity. I agree with you. I agree with you fully. I think stuff should not be that expensive, and I also think that like if you wanted to buy it with real money, it shouldn't be that expensive. But I think what people the takeaway that certain people get from that is that in order to fix the game's balance, the balance change that needs to be made is to make stuff cheaper. That doesn't fix the balance at all. No, it doesn't help. Making stuff cheaper is not a substitute for making things balanced. It's not the same. Laptop or desktop? Currently laptop, because I don't have a desktop. I will get one eventually, though. Oh, he's got Savant, which is like, what is it, 80 meters base range, but then he's potentially got a range implant as well, right? We'll find out. He's gonna want to poke his head out, probably. In a couple seconds. I don't know what this guy's up to. Yeah, there we are. So now he's way out in the open. He has about 100 meters, okay. And it did transfer to me. Interesting. My teammate's kind of getting in the way a lot. Should probably deal with this. He might kill me with that, but at least he's dead. I don't really care. That's gonna be annoying. Let me do this. What the heck's back there? As long as there's not like a panther or something that comes out that side, I should probably be fine. Come on. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff. I'm surprised he didn't EMP me with that. I feel like I was inside his radius. If he wants to complain about that being unfair, I agree with you. I agree with you. Hey, what's going on? You're dead now. How about that? That's a problem. Everybody's gonna be over here trying to deal with this guy. Nah, he died. Okay. This Juggernaut's kind of OP. Only got 2 kills. This other guy got 7. Interesting. Is it the... Yeah, it's that guy. Man, how many of the players quit? That one guy got 0 kills. How does that even happen? I mean, obviously, I don't know how it happens, but like, I feel like a couple of them left. Or they just didn't have very many mechs. They had like maybe 2 mechs each or something. Ridiculous. Because it seems like they got botted out so quickly. Okay. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. Well, 3 of them, bro. I'm still reading this conversation about whether I got Mech Arena from Plarium Play. Yes, I play it on Plarium Play. 3 of them quit. 3 of them quit. Now they did something. They didn't quit immediately. They did something and then they quit. But I don't think they spawned other mechs. At least a couple of them. That was weird. Play Store, Google Play Store doesn't own the game. Yeah, you're correct about that. Play 5. I'm gonna be completely free with you. I am not interested in playing custom matches. I am not interested in custom matches. What do you think about Silverthorn? It hasn't been in any of your mech review videos because it's very new. I made it. I mean, I made a review video when it first came out. It was on like the test server, and then I think I did a stream with it afterward as well. I guess I haven't really made like a conclusive video review of it. It's pretty bad. Like, it's Onyx is better, and if you know the game well enough, then you know that Onyx is not very good. Yeah, like it can be okay, but like it's not the sort of thing that you're gonna like actively want in your hangar. saving up for brick house or something. No, so now that you say it, now that you say it, though, I mean, I could. I could, couldn't I? Oh no. Okay, so I was probably gonna get Savant 6, is what I was probably gonna do. But then again, I could get Brick House, huh? Best sounding weapon is Strike Rocket. Nah, bro. Have you heard Reaver? Have you heard Reaver? That thing sounds great. You hate that freaking alien walk? Yeah, no, that's fair. It is really it's kind of triggering. I don't like it. I don't like it. It feels like your screen is bugged. It's like when you get that like Lancer or Lacewing glitch where it freezes. Like when you die in the air, if you die while you're jumping in the air, then it for the rest of the game it just freezes all your mechs in place. Like in the center of the screen. There's no like movement. It's just like a weird like visual bug. It feels like that. It feels like that, but the other way around. Why skip out on Chungus? I don't really have anything good for it, is the thing. I mean, I'm not sure if anything good for it exists, to be honest, but I don't know. It's like it's so expensive, and it's super. I'll be honest. The main reason that I haven't is mostly because I know that it's just such an old thing. It's been around for forever. Most people probably already have it. It's kind of just not relevant. It's really expensive, and it's kind of not that relevant. Something like Savant, like it just got a buff, and it's been added to the Gear Hub somewhat recently. So that's a fairly relevant weapon, right? Like the Savant 6s. That's a fairly relevant weapon, and like there's reasons that make it like more relevant. But Brick House is just, it just kind of is there, and it's funny, but yeah, I don't know. Anyone else run into a hacker using Dreadnought with EMP? What do you mean? Dreadnought normally applies EMP. Like what exactly is the, I haven't run into any hackers that I'm aware of, but I have not played Plants vs Zombies now. Why is my XP so low? Because when you get to the end of the XP path, it just keeps building up from 0 to 6,400 over and over and over again. It just gives you something random. It just gives you something random. Just so that your XP goes somewhere as opposed to just like into the void. Fuse Mortar is fun to use. I want to rank that up at some point, yeah. Like, I want to buy the 10 and duplicate it, I think is probably what I'm going to do. Chungus's chunkiness doesn't explain its mid HP. Thank you. It should have, like, triple that HP. It still wouldn't even be good. I've been trying to convince the devs, bro. They could double or triple Brickhouse HP, and it literally still would not even be remotely meta, and I'm not, like, I promise it will not even be good. But they could do it. And I feel like they should. I feel like Brickhouse deserves it. Brickhouse deserves it. Strike Rockets? Well, I don't own Strike Rockets, so, like, there's that. Where is my Eclipse? It's a good question. My Eclipse didn't feel like coming to work today. It's demanding a salary of 9,375 acorns. Don't worry though, like there's no workers union in Mech Arena, so like he's not able to get anything from me if I don't want to. However, if you would be willing to just send over that small amount of funds, I can get Eclipse to work real fast, yeah.
New 90-day season in 35 hours. Wait. They're going to start the 90-day seasons? Well, it's 4 days, 6 hours. Are they actually going to after this? I didn't think they were. At least give high damage reduction to brick house when its ability is active. They should do something, right? I don't know. What becomes of the Howler reload implant with the card now with the reload time? What can you get it down to? Oh, so like with a max legendary reload implants, 30%. So it would be 70% of 3 seconds, which is 2.1 seconds. So you can cut it down by an extra 0.9 seconds. It's really quick, but still longer than Ember Gun. And like at the end of the day, the fire rate's just really not that fast, and Revoker will be able to outpace it really, really easily when it comes to like taking down multiple like multi-layered shields. That's the main thing that makes Howler not that great. It's just that it can't deal with multi-layered shields very easily. It takes multiple magazines, which just takes like kind of a lot of time, way longer than most other good weapons will. Not the Battle Pass season, I'm talking about the 3 months period thing. Oh, until like, you know, actual IRL season? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know when the seasons technically start or end. All I know is whether it's cold or not. That's it. You just got accepted for an IT apprenticeship. Let's go. Reaver good in Hangar Showdown for Surge. Actually, for Surge, maybe. Revoker would still be better, even after the nerf. But first, yeah, maybe. You'd have to try. Howler should pass through mods. Yeah. I think if they made it like 100% shield pierce, but then just nerfed the damage a lot to make it not necessarily like, you know, insta-kill everything. I think that'd be really cool. I think that would be really cool. Gillis Sakrivan, bro, my god. What kind of name is that? You'd take Reaver over Revoker after the nerf? That's crazy. What SP are you? Well, I mean, keep in mind, you know, the Reavers are rank 3, so it only kind of works in Hangar Showdown. I will say, I tried Reaver in some custom matches with Platinum. Platinum did like a custom match stream yesterday. I tried Reavers and it wasn't really impressing me still compared to Revoker. I think Revoker was still better. Because the problem with Reaver is that, yeah, it takes down layers really quickly, but you have to then wait a full second before you can get damage out again. And a full second, in the context of Revokers are shooting at you, a full second's kind of a lot of time. So you really still can't compete with Revoker at that range. You could use it at, like, longer range, sure. How did I miss that? My range is 100, so I was definitely inside range. I just don't know how I managed to... Ah! Spider bot? That's not a spider bot. Spider of lies. Well, I was surprised it took all 4. Considering I was hitting him from the back. Now, he probably has his own search, and he's going to spawn with him pretty soon. No, he has a Redeemer. A Stormwrack 16 Redeemer. My guess is that it's a 16. I think so. It looked like it. He's not maxed, so, like, I don't care if he... Like, he can't counter me, right?
Redeemer at max level can counter a surge, but not here. Ooh, he's almost dead. Hey. Oh. Yeah, okay. He didn't need to. That's a 10? Really? A single 10? That looked like a 16. Okay, fair enough. Let's do this. Oh, he's not able to do a lot. Fine by me. He has, like, no kills. It's like he's taking a lot of time to try to do whatever he's doing. He's not dying, but he's also not accomplishing anything. So I don't care. I should have waited for them to grab that and then spawned on it, but whatever.
Spider-Bot feeling frisky.
Man, I don't know. He better at least have one spider mag. There's only like 3, right? No, there's 4. There's 4. What does he have? Well, he's got a like almost 8,000 SP hanger, so he was using a SP dropping hanger. This one. No spider mags, bro. I don't see any spider mags, bro. I call shenanigans. And also, killshot user, SP dropper, killshot user, SP dropper. See a correlation? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I have 10. That's right. I forgot. I have 10 more fortune keys. I can spin that again. Let's go gambling.
You're heading out, Toxic. Okay. Bye-bye.
50k credits. I will take it. Honestly,
Yeah, I will take it. You gonna rank up that minigun?
Oh, man. I want to, but it's
So expensive. I probably shouldn't for a while, huh? Report kill shot, yeah. You're heading out as well? Alright, bye-bye. Yeah, I might end it pretty soon as well. You always hated disruptors until you got it. I guess that's kind of fair.
It's kind of fair. I think a lot of it's like you don't really know how to counter it until you try using it yourself. And then you realize what the downsides are. You are Spider-Bot? Bro, I didn't see any spiders. I'm about to sue you for false advertising, what I'm gonna do. But, no. But, like, when you're using a thing, it's a lot more apparent, like, what the downsides are, and that makes it easier for you to, like, kind of figure out how to counter it as well. I think. So you learn to kind of, like, you respect it a bit more. And like, it's not so much of a problem, like, the sort of thing that would, like, kill you all the time. Just by using it yourself, you kind of get a better idea of, like, how do I not die to this constantly? Disruptor's one of the funnest weapons to use. It's difficult to use as well. It's difficult to use well at high SP, especially. I mean, lower SP, maybe not so much, especially with the 50% damage modifier. So some people are going to be like, oh, I got a lot of kills with it. Like, yeah, I get it. But at high SP, especially, it's one of those things that actually does have potential to do really well, but you gotta be pretty good with it. Which I am not, by the way. I am not, but I know Red is. Red is pretty darn good with Disruptor. That was your weakest hanger? Yeah, I know, I saw it.
The added range on a mini upgrade helps. You mean like when you rank up minigun,
It gets more range. Yeah, I know, but it's really expensive, and I like if I was gonna rank it up, and I did level it up a couple times. If I was gonna rank it up, I'd want it to get to rank 6 so I could use 2 of them, cause then it would be good. Then it'd be kind of killing stuff like crazy. Like I used double minigun 10 on Panther. I'd try that. Double minigun 10 on Silverthorn. I'd try that. I tried on Juggernaut, which might be pretty freaking baller, but
it's expensive to do that.
And no, I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't bother spending the resources to get it to rank 5 unless I'm gonna get it to rank 6. Like, there's no point.
Rank 5 is just like whatever.
It's technically better, but it's like, who cares? Oh, you don't even get extra range at rank 5. Never mind. No, you only get it at rank 6 anyway. So yeah. But yeah, I'm like, I could increase the damage and whatever. I could make it suck less, but I still wouldn't use it realistically. So if again, like if I was gonna do it,
I'd go the full way.
I'd go the full way.
And that's just really expensive. Wonder what the next set of modifiers will be. They say what the modifiers are going to be in advance, right? Savant on Vortex.
I don't have Savant yet. I might get it tomorrow or something though. I'm thinking of getting it pretty soon. I think I might end the stream here though. I don't want to get it on stream. Yeah, I don't really want to deal with that. Season Division 1, yeah. I don't want to reset my points. I'm just going to let this build up naturally. I'm going to let this just refresh naturally, and then tomorrow or something I'll come back. I'll use my 600 combat points, and then once those are gone, I'll claim this, and that'll reset my combat points again, and I can do it again. And yeah, that's how I end up with so many crates, and you guys don't, because you have no self-control. I say that, but then you saw that clips video.
Next mech you want to get is Laser Swing.
Yeah, valid. It's pretty, I think it's very meta. It's kind of map dependent, but it is very meta. I haven't really seen any like event crates or anything for that.
It's interesting. We stream on new mode.
Oh, you mean the Onslaught? When it comes out? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. That's what I've been doing. Yeah. Self-control until self-satisfaction needs a hit is kind of true. It's kind of true. Anyway, yeah. I'm probably gonna call it here. We've been going for almost 4 hours.
Bro, I didn't even know what to freaking title this stream because there's nothing happening right now.
Like, I already got Surge. I could title it like, oh my god, Free-to-Play got Surge. I'm so excited. I'm part of the problem now, and I just can't be happier. I don't really care. Bro, whatever. I'm sure everybody else did that anyway. But no, I didn't even know what to freaking title this stream because there's nothing going on. But yeah. I'll probably get Savant soon-ish. I'd have to decide. Yeah, Brickhouse is probably not really worth it. Yeah, probably get Savant like maybe tomorrow.
I don't really like the fact that there's a damage modifier for it though.
Maybe. So probably tomorrow's video is going to be Savant, but not the 6s, not on my free-to-play account. It's going to be the 12s or the 16s on my maxed account. And I think there's 2 reasons that I'm probably going to go for that way. The first one is that one of the major buffs that it has is that it's supposedly going to be better against mods, and there's more mods at max level, obviously, so it'd be easier to test that. And the second one is I don't want to deal with this 50% modifier because it really oversells a weapon that is maybe otherwise not that good, right? Because, like, let's say, for example, let's say that double Savant 6s can one-shot most things. If there wasn't a modifier, would that still be the case? Because if you can't one-shot something with it, that really, really reduces the number of mechs that are going to do well. So, like, Savant Surge would do well if it could one-shot, but if it can't, then it wouldn't do well at all, right? So I think that's a pretty big difference. It's a pretty substantial factor. So I probably want to do that. Now, I'll hold on to my credits, and I probably will get Savant 6 eventually anyway. But I'll hold on to my credits for now is what I think I'm probably going to do. Title, Am I the Problem? No, I already know that I am. I got something for free, though. What is it? Hooray! 200 credits.
What a thrill.
Savant Stalker or Orion. Yeah. No, I will use those for sure.
I think they'll be good.
I think they'll be really good on free-to-play. I just don't want to oversell it by using it during the 50% modifier, because I think that's sort of disingenuous, and it gives me a bad idea of what's going on, and it also makes people more likely to buy. Like, they'll see that I'm doing really well, and they'll be like, oh, this is super OP, I'm going to buy it myself. And then they maybe waste their credits, because maybe it's not actually that good. Missile X 16 for Paragon. That's out of the question. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. I needed about 4,000 A-coins to make that happen, and I spent every single godforsaken A-coin that I had getting this absolute buffoon. Redeemer and Stormwreck 8, a good build at 5.5 KSP. Hangar Showdown, yeah. Otherwise, no. I'm being honest, like, I don't think Redeemer's worth using unless you have it maxed out. It's just, otherwise it's just worse than other stuff. It just is. It's just worse than other stuff. The backtrack ability really is not helpful unless you can use it to escape EMP. So if you're using it in Hangar Showdown, then everything gets maxed out. And then you can use it to escape EMP. It's like, well, one of my top mechs in Hangar Showdown. But for regular matches, no, it's just kind of whatever. It's mid, and I pretty much never use it. You're getting timed out. I'm not even gonna read what you're saying. But I do know that it's gone. Am I gonna accept your Plarium? Yeah, no, I'll accept your whatever Plarium requests.
Bro, again, I don't have space in game. That is why I don't accept people. That's the only reason.
If you send a request on Plarium Play,
I have plenty of space. I don't even check to see who you are. I don't care. I see your request, I accept it. End of story.
Redeemer effect removal should work on every rank. Yeah, it'd be a little too strong then.
I think the whole point, I mean, it's fine for an epic mech.
At max level, it's probably better than Aegis, to be honest. Better than Aegis, maybe even better than Panther. Like, it's a top epic mech if once it's maxed out. It's just not very valuable before then. So it's like, pros and cons. I think it's fine. Like, I don't think something that's already fairly strong needs to be buffed. Necessarily. Now, if you're to say that all of the epic stuff should be more similar to legendary stuff, I would agree with you with that. But Redeemer specifically, like solely and specifically Redeemer, nah, I don't think so. I wouldn't agree with that. What would you say about fighting when you're out of combat points? Effective or no? Well, it's not effective to the extent that you get anything. Like, what are you doing? The only thing that you could be doing
potentially is like completing tasks. So what I'll usually do is, I mean, combat points be damned, to be honest. I don't pay attention to that so much. When there's events, I do whatever I need to complete the events. That usually takes longer
By the time I'm done with them, my combat points are usually out. And then after that, so long as you have no combat points, no events to finish, you may as well stop playing. That's about it. You're quitting this game because you're spending acorns for crates and not getting anything back. Yeah, that's called gambling. And I say not to do it, but you do it anyway, and then you complain about it. That's fine. Go ahead. Orion is better than Brickhouse. I mean, yeah, that kind of goes without saying. Am I playing matches? No, I'm not playing matches. I think I'm done for today. There's nothing going on. I'm just kind of reading some. I'm just kind of reading chat. See if anybody's like, if anybody has any like interesting points to make or questions to ask or whatever. But I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Yeah, interesting things happening. Today's the 3rd. Tomorrow is the 4th. They said that the new mech, the Blizzler, is gonna be in the game on the 5th. That's Friday. So I'll probably stream on the 5th when it comes out. The test server videos always come out a day before the actual thing comes out. And so there's gonna be test server videos tomorrow. Probably at some point tomorrow I'll record some type of savant thing though, and then I'll have that thing for later. Yeah, no, so you're gonna be seeing the new stuff pretty soon. What else taken into consideration when matchmaking? Well, nobody knows everything. Nobody knows the details of it, because if they know the details, then they can easily exploit it, right? It's purposely vague, and this goes for every game as well, by the way. You don't know anything about this game. You are a kid. You don't have combat points. You can literally play tournament 5v5 or free for all. Yeah, but you're not gonna win unless you're SP dropping. What SP are you? And how long have you been playing? You probably think I'm grinding this game constantly. I don't even play tournament. No. I don't even play tournament. I don't bother. Because you could play a full week of tournament, you'll get like maybe 50 A coins unless you're cheating. Savant 6 on a 4-star Eclipse is quite fun. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't have to. Savants at lower SP are going to be better than they are at higher SP, I think, because you have less mods to deal with, obviously. Should you mod your Surge? I mean, yeah, probably should mod everything if you can. Like everything that you know that you're going to be using long term. Please make a video on free-for-all tournament. Yeah, I might, but like, what would I do? Because here's the thing, it's like, what kind of video would I make that people would actually care about? So I could just be like, I played free-for-all tournament. No one cares. I think what people really want to see is they want to see, like, here's how you win free-for-all tournament. Guess what? I can't give you that advice because there's just no way to guaranteed win free-for-all tournament. Even if you're tanking, you aren't necessarily guaranteed because other people will just tank. And I'm definitely not going to recommend people to SP drop or anything like that. So like, what do I even do with that, right? Like, I ignore the topic of tournament very often simply because there's nothing that I can say about it that's really even helpful. The most helpful thing that I can tell you to do is just like, don't even bother. Literally, just don't waste your time. That's literally it. I mean, I could try and see if I can find anything, but I really don't think that there's going to be much that I could even say. You get 200 A coins playing fair and minimal grinding in tournament. Interesting.
You only play for fortune keys? I mean, yeah, that's usually, like, if I was gonna do it, I would just do it for the fortune keys. I'd be aiming for that. How do mods work? Like, it's kind of like implants or what? Yeah, it's kind of like implants for the mechs, and not for the pilots. You know, you can exploit tournament.
He's banned.
Which one of the final battle pass rewards should you get? I mean, none of them are really high value. They're all pretty low value.
No, I don't care.
Rest in peace, yeah. You want to bring that bullshit somewhere else.
I don't care.
You want me to unban you? Talk to me on Discord. You're gonna have to at least promise that you're not gonna talk about that sort of thing again. I don't want to hear it. Like, I don't
want to hear any type of like, here's how you exploit the matchmaking and ruin other people's day. Like,
frick off.
Winter Patrol looks so cool. Winter Patrol is actually it's pretty goated skin. Anyway.
Yeah, I think we're good here. What happened? Nothing really. Nothing. Nothing. I just been playing, talking about stuff. Reactive. Yeah, true. True. I could do that. You guys want to see that? Do you want to see it? I have to go find it. Good night. You're heading out. All right. Take care. Thank you for banning him. Yeah, I mean, he might not have meant anything. I'll be generous and say that he might not have meant anything necessarily by it. It was more of like a, here's a thing that I know about, and not necessarily like actively trying to promote it, but just by saying it, you're promoting it. And I don't want to be involved in that. You're free to say whatever you want, just not here, right? Your freedom of speech does not extend into my territory, right? Like, this is my channel, which is akin to like essentially like my house, right? And if you come into, like, if I'm inviting you in, I'm letting you in, I have the right to shove you out if I feel like. If I don't like you for any reason, I can get rid of you. I don't even need a reason. And I have certain rules. Every channel has different rules. They have certain rules that they go by.
I know some people like to be like
all up in arms about like, oh, freedom of speech. It's like, my channel is not it's not a public space, right? I can choose to ban you as much as I want. All right, let's see if I can find it. People pinging me with various things. This video from Mech Official is just on the map, though. Don't really care about that. It's probably like, I don't know, 30 seconds long anyway. Scroll up, scroll up. Here we go. Load. Okay.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Get that out of the way. Did you hear that when it first opened? Let me see. I probably need to add this. Nah, it's gonna be this right here. Upgrade Shadow in the future? Yeah, probably. What are the chances of getting the free particle beam on daily login? I wish I got it. I kind of wanted to get the 10 and 6, and getting the 8s would have been so much simpler. I'm just gonna assume. My assumption, because I haven't seen anything about it, my assumption is that it's just not a thing anymore. They made it a thing for people for a little while, but it was only for like maybe a month, and if you didn't happen to cycle into the next thing during that time, then you just didn't get it. And I was one of those people who just never got it.
Which is sad.
Because I wish I got it. You're going to get the Particle Beam 8 this month? Oh, so you have it.
Interesting. Maybe it's just for newer accounts. Maybe that's why.
Opera GX, yeah.
This video is every single buff or nerf that I would like to see Plarium add in the upcoming rebalances, so let's jump into it, starting out with Paragon. Paragon is a common mech, so it should be very weak, which I think it is, so Paragon, let's just keep it where it is. No buffs or nerfs are needed, I think. Lancer is also a common mech. It's just very fun.
So he's just going through... I thought he was going to be talking about specific things. He's just going through every single mech, and he's talking about whether or not he thinks they're too weak or too strong currently. Your 28-day cycle started 7 days ago. Yeah, but are you a newer player or not? That's what I'm saying. Like, when did you download the game? Or like, when did you start that account? I guess I should say. Paragon speed must increase. I kind of agree with that. Even with the sprint ability, it's so slow. You're a month old. That's fairly new. I think it is for newer people. I think it's for newer players. They give a lot of benefits to newer players, which is nice to some extent, but it's really annoying because it causes people to just create like a bajillion alt accounts, and it really floods the early game with people who got all this really crazy new player promo stuff that actual new players just don't know about. And also they have the skills to back it up, so it's just like it's essentially pay to win. It's essentially pay to win without spending anything. Smurfing is what most games would call it. Bots use autocannon more than particle beam. That's how bad it is.
The reason they don't use particle beam is actually completely different. The reason is because the bots used to machine gun the blast mode like twice a second. They would absolutely blast the ever-living bejeebus out of you with those weapons. There was nothing you could do. They just machine gun fire the blast mode at you. They didn't have to charge it up at all. And they didn't have any reload either. I don't know how they managed to do it, but yeah, the bots, so the bots were, it was so bugged, and it was so bad. Yeah, the bots were cheating. It was so bad that they had to, their solution was literally just like, okay, the bots can't use particle beam anymore. We're just not going to allow them to use particle beam anymore. That was their solution. You have 2 million credits. Do you want to save at least 1 million? You want to save at least 1 million, not me. Should I get Overdriver 8s or 10 for my 5-star Eclipse? Well, your 5-star Eclipse currently can carry 2 8s, but once you get it to 6-star, it'd be nicer to have 2 10s. I'd probably go with 10, to be honest. You got cheetah from the daily event? Yeah. I mean, I did too. Well, I got the A coins from, like, I had cheetah, so I just got the A coins from it. But I didn't get the particle beam, is what I'm trying to say. I think the particle beam is just for newer people. Anyway, yeah, back to this. BMP is talking about just stuff that he thinks needs a buff and a nerf. Let me know what you guys think about these as well. I'll obviously be, sharing my opinion, but which ones you think should be buffed.
To use, so I also think it's good. We don't need any changes for Lancer. Puma Puma is uncommon. Uncommon mechs are just like the stepping stones into where, like, rare and epic, where you start to get into the real mechs. I think Puma's pretty good. It's a bit slow, but I don't think it needs a buff or a nerf of any sorts. Like, a lot of these lower rarity mechs, we're going to just keep them how they are.
I sort of disagree to the extent that if you're my SP, like on the free-to-play account, like 4,000 or 5,000 SP, you can just mega upgrade like one of the uncommon things, and it'll be just as good, if not potentially better than one of the epics for a little while, right? It's like short-term value. Chef, hello, by the way. Also Taco. So but Puma's kind of not one of them, because Puma's ability is just super freaking terrible. Even if you mega upgrade it, its ability is just way weaker than Panther's is. Like Slingshot, you could upgrade Slingshot to rank 6 and it'd be better than a rank 4 Killshot, right? For example, it'd be cheaper and better. Cheaper and better, I should specify. A Puma, you could do the exact same thing. It would be cheaper, but it wouldn't be better. And that's why I don't even own Puma on this account, on my free play account. I don't even own it. I never bothered getting it because I already knew that it wouldn't be better. And I kind of wish that it was. The ability is just so much worse. Maybe they should give the ability more HP or something. I don't know.
Need to buff Vortex somehow. We'll get to that when we get to that, yeah. I don't necessarily disagree with you. Maxing out Surge is so expensive. Yeah. Yeah, rank 6 alone. Even if you have it at rank 6 alone is going to cost you 75 blueprints. It's just not going to... You're going to need to spend Acorns on blueprints at some point. You just are. It's pretty much guaranteed. Maxing Surge takes 2 billion, 1.7 million credits, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about it in terms of credits. I was thinking about it in terms of blueprints, but yeah, you're right.
Slingshot is very powerful for capturing beacons, but it still has that really low HP, same as Puma. I think that it's balanced. It's very strong for an uncommon mech, but it does fall off. I mean, even when you get mods on it, it's not going to help it that much because it just dies to anything in like one shot.
Unless you mega upgrade
it literally has the lowest HP in the game, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Juggernaut, I think Juggernaut does need maybe a little buff just to the like HP or maybe the cooldown. How about let's reduce the cooldown of Juggernaut? The cooldown is really long, so let's just reduce that just so it's more like Ares. Ares shield cycle is still long for the...
Reducing the Juggernaut cooldown or increasing the shield, I could get behind either of those.
I still think, by the way, rank 6 Juggernaut is still stupidly strong. On my free-to-play account, I have a rank 6 Juggernaut. Bro, I made a video on that thing, and I was like, nah, this thing's garbage. I mean, obviously, because it's uncommon. I just kind of assumed, yeah, obviously it's garbage. And I think even in that, because I think I did it on stream as well. In that video, I did one battle. There was one battle where I used Graviton 10s, I think. And I got like 10 or 12 kills or something like that. I did really well. And I was like, well, yeah, obviously I just got lucky that battle. No, I spawn that sucker in, I will get 10 to 12 kills consistently. With double Graviton 10s anyway. It's actually kind of legit. I'm being so honest. I am being so for real. It's actually kind of legit. But yeah, I mean, could it use a cooldown buff? Yeah, probably. Make it a little faster.
Benefit it actually gives you, but Juggernauts is just crazy long. MD, I think that the thing, when MD is getting shot at, when it's getting hit, it can't heal. I think that that's unnecessary. Let's remove that. Give MD a little buff so it just always heals, just like Salvor. Salvor doesn't need to be, not getting shot to heal. That feels like an outdated mechanic.
I agree with that. It's really... Yeah, it just makes it super ineffective, to be honest.
MD is probably the worst mech in the game.
Like, the most useless mech. I would say MD is the most useless mech. Which is sad. It's very sad. Caffeine time, buff Vortex. Let's go.
Thank you. I need caffeine.
I don't actually. but I'll take any opportunity that I get. Yeah, Vortex, I mean, a lot of people got it at rank 3 from the promo code.
Which, again, they weren't supposed to get. But,
it's so weak at rank 3, it's ridiculous. Why can't a Hemlock affect a late swing midair?
It's because if you're moving fast enough, it thinks that the Hemlock dodged the projectile. There's something with the hitboxes, like visually, I guess it looks like it hits, but it doesn't actually hit.
Guardian. Wow, Guardian is really strong for a rare mech. I think that Guardian's great. They've made it so now we can purchase the legendary System Crash range implant from the implant market for 600 Acorns, which makes it super, super strong. I think Guardian's very good for a rare mech. Shadow, maybe Shadow could get an HP buff, but...
Who here, through this entire journey, through like maybe one or even both of my free-to-play Gear Hub guides that I've made, who here has been a consistent Shadow believer? Because I want you to know I see you. This is exactly what BMP is saying right here. Exactly what I thought maybe a month ago. I think the amount of, especially with Gemini and Strike Rocket, dude, the amount of guided spam, unceasing, inevitable, eternal, super freaking cringe guided spam that goes on in every single match. 12 seconds of stealth is literally like going to be like the best thing ever. I'm so freaking... I'm still upset that I had to spend all of my Acorns on Surge because I wanted to spend them on Shadow. And I'm being 100% honest. I wanted to spend them on Shadow because I think it's low-key going to be probably one of the best rare mechs to invest in like early/mid game. There's so much guided spam. What do you do, bro? It's everywhere. And a Shadow could like 100% get rid of that. Now, if they buffed its HP, that would make it better. They could buff it and they could make it better. But I don't necessarily think it needs to be better. I think it just needs to be appreciated for what it is.
Instead of flat HP, make it get percent HP and increase when under fire.
Well, I think I assume you're talking about...
I assume you're talking about MD.
So, I think the percentage of healing is the same... Oh, I think you mean percentage healing of teammates, not of yourself.
I was gonna say, like, a percentage of yourself, I think it's pretty much the same thing either way.
But, yeah, no, you're right. Percentage healing of teammates, that would be cool. That'd be kind of cool. That's maybe a little bit too fancy of a mechanic for an uncommon mech, but I definitely... Like, I could picture a mech like that, and I could picture it being really good, right? I maxed my Shadow on my 4.5k free-to-play account. It's a lifesaver, bro. I see you. I see you. I believe it. Guided spam is really bad, and it's not fun. I fully agree with you, bro. I don't know how they have fun with it. They have fun with it because it wins them battles. It's the same way people have fun with Revoker Surge. It's literally just they have fun when they're winning, and so they just use whatever makes them win. And that's fair. Like I'm not necessarily saying that those people are bad and they shouldn't enjoy that. No, I'm just saying it's like that's just how a lot of people are, and it's not how everybody is. So it's just kind of unfortunate. It's not how I am, so it's a little bit unfortunate, but it is just how a lot of people are. A lot of people just have the most fun when they're winning. Why is there a frozen screen? Because I'm watching BMP's video. Oh, by the way, hold on. Whoopsie. There you go. You can watch it without my dumbass rambling.
Other than that, I think Shadow's pretty good. I mean, it works as a sneaky mech. It's super squishy, but it's not like it's terrible. Nobody really uses it since there are better options that are still pretty cheap. But if you want like a budget of clips of sorts, you can use Shadow just to, run around, be sneaky. You can definitely trick players because of the stealth sometimes. Some like lower level, like newer players, noobs and stuff can definitely have tricked people with Shadows, like just stealth before.
The thing with stealth, it's long since stopped being a legitimate stealth thing.
Like, way back in the day, before the grade update, I remember this.
My main mech was Shadow.
I loved it so much, and I was actually legitimately, like, sneaky with it. You'd be actually legitimately sneaky with it. But that sort of playstyle is
so dead. You just can't do it. It's so dead. You just can't do it.
Instead, the benefit of stealth is just that certain things can't target you, and that's it.
And so you just, like, run headfirst at those things. They can't target you, and then you kill them. And that's about it. Do you need Eclipse? You already have Surge. I mean, Eclipse and Surge kind of both together counter most things, so I mean, they're generally recommended together. But both mechs are going to get nerfed, so, like, you could just choose to wait for, like, a couple months and see what happens with that, right? A lot of guided and artillery players also fail to grasp the concept of influence.
That's another thing. I suppose you're right. So, like, there's also this aspect of, like, there's an aspect of individual performance and MVP. So when someone, you play a match, and someone's hiding in the back with like Helix Rack or whatever freaking thing, they hang in the back. They don't get any beacons or anything, but they happen to get 6 kills with that thing. Now, obviously, you did way better. You were more influential in terms of the match, but you were essentially a guy down. They got a couple kills. They didn't really do much. But at the end of the match, they're the ones on the top MVP because they got those 6 kills all with 1 mech. They didn't actually contribute that much. They are the reason that you lost to a large extent. But because they got the top MVP, in their brains, they're like, well, clearly I was doing okay, so what were they doing? It's their fault that I lost. They should have been picking up the slack. I was clearly doing fine. I got the top MVP. And, yeah, hiding in the back the entire match with a guided spam thing. It's a really easy way to get an MVP. It's a really easy way to trick yourself into thinking that was a good, that you actually participated in a positive manner. But no, a thing that a lot of people actually, you're correct, a thing a lot of people fail to grasp is the fact that they are, in essence, the reason that their team loses most of the time. Many times you can get behind mechs with Shadow and they don't see you. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think it's, like, it's not nearly as practical as it used to be, right? Is what I'm trying to say. Love the campers that rack up kills, then crash out in the chat about losing. Yeah, I know. It's like what do you mean, bro? You, like, I'm over here trying to, actually get beacons, play the objective, doing stuff by myself. I'm getting more kills than you overall, but simply because you happened to be, like, you have 5 mechs. Why are you wasting the entire match just using 1 if it's not even doing that much? This is why, like, I made a point of, like, I made that one video, which is, like, kind of telling people that, like, playing passive is okay, but you need to be raking in kills like it's nobody's business. You need to be absolutely farming kills for it to work. To play the long game like that, you need to be doing that. You can't just be in the back, get 4 or 5 kills, and be like, well, I got top MVP, so clearly it's fine. It doesn't work that way. They post daily on Facebook. I can imagine. It's probably hilarious every time. Unlock Legendary Pilot? It's up to you. Legendary Pilot. They're obviously the best late game pilots, but they're really expensive, so I just leave that up to people. There's not really a best time to. There's not really like a best way of doing it. It's just kind of like the way that you feel like doing it. Can you tell how to get better? I am stuck with 3.9 KSP hanger, and I don't know how to improve my mechs. Well, A lot of the times, it's actually not the mechs that are the problem, it's the weapons. So people don't invest in legendary weapons, even though they should. Instead they upgrade like their rare and their epic weapons because it's cheaper. You shouldn't do that. You should actually be investing in legendary weapons. Make sure every single one of your mechs has like a almost, if not full capacity, energy capacity of good legendary weapons. Rank 5 as well. Like rank 3 isn't gonna cut it. A lot of performance comes from the weapons. Like between the mechs and the weapons, you're gonna do better if you have good weapons on bad mechs than if you had bad weapons on good mechs, right? Like the weapons matter more, is what I'm saying.
Ares, I do think a lot of the tank mechs need a buff. For Ares, probably just reducing the cooldown would be good. It is really strong right when you first get it for like a couple days of playing, but after that it does fall off, so I think Ares could use a bit of a buff.
But at the same time, did I or did I not? I ranked it up one time and I was like, damn, this is actually still pretty legit. I think he's sleeping on Ares a little bit. I think for a rare mech, I think it's fine. If you wanted to bring it up to like Guardian levels of usefulness, then maybe we're in a different ballpark. But I think Guardian is a little bit of an outlier, not necessarily the standard, right? Where do people message me? I mean, you can message me on Discord if you feel like it, but preferably not for something stupid or random, right? Like don't DM me asking for advice, right? Because I can't deal with like 200 people trying to individually DM me for that sort of thing. Eclipse stealth is not stealth, it just allows you to rush through everyone, which is quite the opposite of stealth. Well, I mean, it technically is stealth to the extent that it's the same thing as what Shadow has. But the way that you use it, the optimal way to use it, is just to run straight into people, because what's going to stop you, right? And that's kind of my thinking essentially with Shadow as well. It's become less and less beneficial to actually try to be sneaky. It's more beneficial to just activate the ability, become invulnerable to certain aspects of the game, and then just full send it, right? The actual stealth aspect doesn't matter that much. Should you max Lacewing or Eclipse? I go with Lacewing first, since Eclipse is going to get nerfed. I got Carbine 10 for 50 cents 4 years ago. That's wild. Dropped the game due to progress path, as I had like 900,000 credits to buy Brick House, but next day I couldn't buy it. And after playing now, Carbine is like, bruh. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's just sad. But I will say the positive note on that is that they're going to be buffing a lot of things. And if they have any semblance of common sense, they're going to buff Carbine, and they have to. It's so bad. What does game say my ID doesn't exist? Because you're looking at the description, that's my Plarium play ID, which is different from my in-game ID. My in-game ID is something else entirely, and I don't know what it is, and I'm not going to share it because I'm not going to be able to. I can't accept people in-game anyway. I think we need much larger maps with a lot of terrain for that kind of stealth to work. I think you're right. Who knows, the person paid to buff Eclipse might go to work and make sure it isn't nerfed. Yeah, you're right. There is that one guy. They might have fired him though. They might have. We'll find out, right? We'll find out. If Eclipse ends up actually getting a significant nerf, then we know that they fired him for sure. When will Eclipse get a nerf? Nobody knows the exact time frame, but it's sometime within the next 3 months. Why do I see almost every battle at EM Rifle Chungus? Oh, that's wild. I wish I saw that. Hemlock worth it? Yeah, Hemlock is still really good. What do you think of the new maps? I haven't played on them yet. No, I've been kind of purposely avoiding it because I'm not sure how I want to do it. Like I didn't want to do it on stream. I didn't want to just.
Yeah, I could just do the obvious thing, load into a custom match, and just jump around with a Lancer. But that's like kind of like who cares that much, really, right? I don't know. I don't know how I want to do it. I don't know how I want to do it. But I've been purposely avoiding them for now.
Compared to all the other rare mechs here, it's just really unusable. Yeah, I think the wide shield, especially since it's wide and you want to be covering teammates with it, it should have like good durability as well. So maybe buff the durability of the shield as well. Stalker is an interesting one. It's pretty good. 50% damage use is kind of just like having 32 energy capacity, so it's not super unique
better
with that. It does heal itself. The downside of taking extra damage is definitely not as necessary as it used to be back when Stalker had like really high HP.
Stalker used to be kind of
so
tanky.
I would say to remove that, except it is interesting to have an actual downside of your ability. Maybe we could increase the heal or, I don't know, increase the HP of Stalker a little bit, but it's still fine for a rare mech. It doesn't...
Stalker is like pretty much the definition of glass cannon, and I think it's completely fine the way it is, personally. Mech's miniguns are fairly effective against Eclipse. Well, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, given enough time, a minigun will kill anything. Plus 1 second ability duration. Yeah, that's the nerf that they do. It's so bad. Because now it takes longer for you to get to your cooldown cycle. They should buff Onyx and Gatecrash. Oh, so real, so real. Will they? I have no idea. There's so many things that kind of need buffs. And if they're going for only, like... Because, like, let's say... We know roughly how many buffs they have to do at least, right? So, first off, they said there's going to be about 4 buffs for every nerf. They did 2 nerfs and 4 buffs in this first cycle. That means we're due for another about 4 buffs. We're overdue for another 4 buffs, and they wouldn't have given us the estimated ratio if they didn't already have a plan for everything that they were nerfing and buffing, right? So they wouldn't have bothered giving us that ratio if they didn't already know. So we're due for another 4 buffs at least. They're also going to be nerfing Surge and Eclipse at very least. So that's another 8. Sorry, that's another 8 buffs. So there's going to be probably at least 12 buffs coming out. There should be at least 12 buffs coming up at some point. Or at least 10, let's say. Let's say at least 10. That is quite a lot of things. They could buff a lot of things with that. But it's also, like, kind of not, right? It's like Repeater's really bad. Particle Beam's really bad. Carbine's really bad. What else? Hornet's really bad. Blast RPG's pretty bad. Quasher's pretty bad. It's pretty new, though. I don't know if they're going to do anything about that. And I'm just talking about legendaries as well here, right? Like Brickhouse, Scorpius, Gatecrasher, Onyx, Redox. I'm already at 11, and I haven't really even thought about it for that long. Like, there's so many things that are really bad. They need to nerf and buff nearly everything. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like almost everything. There's like a couple things that are fairly balanced, but almost everything is exclusively either really overpowered or really terrible. Jovers, yeah, thank you.
Really need any changes. Tengu, I think, is perfect. Everyone loves Tengu. Tengu's awesome. It's very strong for a rare mech. Super fun, fan favorite. People want to see Tengu get buffed because they like it. I see people 24 energy Tengu, 20 energy
Same with
Tengu. But really what we need is a legendary Tengu, just a version that's legendary. That would be better than buffing the rare one. They can't buff the rare one because this is only rare. It shouldn't be that powerful. And the last rare mech, Arachnos. Now, Arachnos is not strong enough. And I have a crazy buff for Arachnos. We need more turrets. Let's give it 3 spider turrets like Cheetah has 3 mines. And let's make these turrets walk. This would be so funny. It wouldn't be that OP. It would be amazing. I know they won't do that though. So the realistic
they
buff...
they have bought pathfinding in the game already, so I don't know why they couldn't do that with some ability in the future. My take on Arachnos is like it's a super camper thing. It's really slow. The turret individually doesn't do pretty much anything.
My take on Arachnos is, okay, first off, they need to reduce the cooldown, because
it has the longest cooldown in the entire freaking game. Why is that?
I don't understand. But whatever. They reduce the cooldown a little bit.
Don't destroy the turrets when you place down a new one. That's it. That's it.
You have an Arachnos?
You spawn in Arachnos, someone comes after you, you put down one turret, it probably kills you because your turret does pretty much negative damage. It almost heals the enemy to some extent. But if you're hiding in the back, if you're being really campy, and you're just, like, protecting, like, let's say the home beacon, and throughout that entire time, you're just placing turret after turret after turret, someone tries to come for your home beacon, all of a sudden there's, like, 13 turrets on them. It would be hilarious. It would be the most terrifying but most hilarious thing you've ever seen in your life.
And I want it so badly. I want it so badly.
That still wouldn't work. I mean, it's a rare mech. It's not supposed to be meta. It's not supposed to be meta. But no, like, it would be a nice support mech where it's like you literally just, you dump a crap ton of turrets on one beacon. And it's kind of like, it's not quite like an extra player or an extra bot being there, but it sort of is, right? Like, it's a decent amount of firepower. And again, like, the longer it takes for the enemy to get there, the more time you have to keep doing your cooldown and keep placing more turrets. It'll have a limit cap. Well, that's the problem, is that I don't want it to have a limit cap. I want it to just be, I want the limit cap to be the cooldown, the amount of turrets that are physically possible to spawn in a 5-minute period. That's all. That's the only limit cap that I want. Now, they're probably never going to do it, but I think that would be, honestly, it would be super easy, and it would be actually it'd be pretty solid. And also, can we just, like, there really isn't anything like that in the game. There's nothing that can actually set up a long-term defense. There's no mech in the game that can actually set up a long-term defense. Even cheetah mines explode after a while. If you just don't do anything with them, they just explode after a while. So, first off, it's an actual long-term defense, and second off, it gets gradually stronger the longer, the more time it has to prepare. Why is that not a thing? How has that never existed in this game yet? Neither of those things. Like, even if they don't do this thing with Arachnos, they should at least do something with that. Something with that. You know, something with actual, like, support mech with actual long-term defenses capabilities. Something that's, like, maybe not so good on its own or not so good immediately, but if you give it enough time to set up and really, you know, place multiple, you know, like, activate its ability multiple times throughout a certain time period, even if it's just a freaking cheetah. Like, I kind of think the same about cheetah, by the way, where it's like the cooldown should be increased. It takes longer to do the cooldown, but then you just, you know, you let it have, like, maybe 9 mines out at a time as opposed to only 3. Do you think Frost, the new mech, will be meta? Around here, we call that the Blizzler. And I don't know. I think it'll either be really good or really bad. It depends on how it depends on how the whatever freeze effect works, right? Then 5 Arachnos in match having 10 turrets in 10 seconds at the start of the game. Well, no, because you'd only have 1 each, and, like, Arachnos is super slow. Like, if the entire enemy team spawns with 5 Arachnoses, that's doing you a favor. I'll just put it that way. Because guess what? That's 4 free beacons for you. You'd be fighting turrets in the whole game. Well, it still has the activation time. Like, after you activate it, it has a 10-second time period, and then it deactivates, right? So you could still, like, do the typical, you know, like, bait the turret, bait activate them, and then go behind cover, wait for 10 seconds for them to be gone. Like, there'd be easy ways of countering it still. It would just be an actually decent and unique mechanic. I don't get what the problem is. Whatever.
This mech is to
It's too
double
advanced for you,
turret damage, let's say. I mean, with all the numbers I'm going to mention, they're just kind of arbitrary things, you know. Double, triple the turret damage, something like that. It's very low, right? It should be a threat. You don't want to go near that turret, right? Ideally. And then let's reduce the cooldown, because the cooldown is ridiculous on Arachnos. I'm pretty sure it's the longest in the game. Why? It's like literally maybe the weakest ability like out of any mech. On to the epic mechs. Redeemer. I think Redeemer should have the perk of removing all effects at every rank. We have this in Hangar Showdown right now where people...
Disagree. All right, somebody already suggested that earlier. I disagree.
I think Redeemer is easily a top epic mech at max level long term. I think if it had it at all stages of the game, it's like it's kind of too strong for an epic thing, right? It's kind of really strong for an epic thing. I don't know. I think BMP wants this one for the same reason that other people want Tengu to be buffed. It's just because he has it and he likes it and he wants it to be better. I think Redeemer's fine, personally. Now, maybe they could do it at rank 6 as opposed to at max level. Sure. Like, reduce the rank limit. I'd be okay with that, but no, I think it's fine. Some should be on rank 4 or 5. Some should be rank 4 100%. I agree with you. So maybe if they just nudged everything back one rank, right? So instead of the EMP, instead of everything being removed at max, it's just everything is removed at rank 6. And then instead of a couple things being removed at rank 5 and rank 6, those are now rank 4 and rank 5. So when you first get it, it can remove a couple things. And then if you keep ranking it up, it'll remove more. And you don't have to max it out to get the full benefit. I'm completely okay with that. That's fine. But I think full everything removal at every rank is... that's borderline legendary mech type of thing. I think that's too strong for an epic mech, personally. Would I complain if they did it? No, obviously not. But yeah, to me, it doesn't really seem to make sense to me. Redeemer should not have the 1 second damage vulnerability when you use it. I think it's a half-second delay, and yeah. Well, the main thing is that, like, once you use the ability, people can actually cancel your ability. If they, like let's say you use your ability, and then someone uses their, like, surge dash at you. While you're backtracking, it'll stun you and take you out of your build. That's actually not supposed to happen. It's a bug. It's not supposed to happen at all. So, I mean, they need to fix that, obviously. You gotta go. Okay, bye-bye. Or a chance of removal that increases with rank. Imagine just an RNG chance. That's hilarious. Is there any mech like that? There isn't, right? Everything's just guaranteed. Bro, imagine your entire mech, your entire life is just so... it's the entire thing is built on dumb luck. I would... Every mech arena is a gambler at heart. It's their dream to have a mech like that. That would be so funny. And you could make it kind of OP too, right? Because it's literally just chances. At any point, it could just not work. At any point. Should have implant for that. Implant for what? Like increase the chances? Oh, you mean reduce the delay? A delay reduction implant for Redeemer. I can get behind that. Yeah, sure. Why not? RNG gambling luck implant, yeah. So long as it's not 100%, so long as at no rank is it 100%, I think it would be really, really funny. Like 90% at most, maybe 75. I think it'd be hilarious, and I think it would be one of easily it would become the top most entertaining mechs to use because anything could happen, bro. Anything could happen.
Everyone got the Redeemer promo code. people can use Redeemer and remove EMP and daze, whatever, any strong effect in Hangar Showdown, and it's clearly not OP. Not anymore. Redeemer used to be meta, and now it's just kind of like
changed your perspective of Shadow completely. Yeah, but only in the past like couple weeks, because I feel like I've been feeling even more guided spam than usual. And like before, I'm gonna be fair to myself, right? I'm gonna be fair to myself. Before, Gemini and Strike Rocket weren't really a problem, especially for my first Gear Hub guide. Before, those weapons weren't really a problem. And so, yeah, you'd have, like, Helix Rack spam, but it wasn't that bad, right? Like, it wasn't that bad. And even now I'm working without Shadow. It definitely works. I can get by without Shadow, but I need to use my Aegis. My Aegis is the current, like, anti-spam mech that I have, and it's the only one that really works. So, without Aegis, I'm kinda hosed, is what I'm trying to say. And it'd be nice to have at least one other mech that would counter it as well. And yeah, no, you're right. You're right to some extent, but I will be fair to myself and say that it's like it's been more of a problem lately. It hasn't always necessarily been this much of a problem. Increasing rewards through increasing levels gives a reason for leveling up. Yeah. I mean, I'm an advocate of that just in general, right? Like where, you get higher, like you get more A coins for X, Y, and Z if you just have more stuff or like higher XP level. Because like, if you think about it, like there's to some extent, and they sort of did this with Hangar Showdown, which is kind of nice, but to some extent, like they limit the amount of stuff that they're willing to give for free because they don't want to give too much to new players and to make it just like absolutely ridiculous. They don't, like, 1,000 acorns to someone at max level is literally nothing. 1,000 acorns to a new player is really freaking good. And they have to try to balance that out by, so they just, they opt to just give people like, 200 acorns for your weekly tasks or whatever garbage. And no. I think it should scale. Why do all miniguns cost acorns? It's the same thing with EM rifles. It's the same thing with EM rifles and... Is there another one? There's some with like only like carbines with 3 energy variants, but that's because those are old weapons. They didn't have like the new system. Those weapons came out before they made the gear hub. And the gear hub is, ever since they've been adding stuff to the gear hub, they've been adding, I think, at least 2 credit weapons for everything. Should you quit Mech Arena? Oh, you could, bro. You play the game if you have fun. You don't play the game if you don't have fun. That's literally it. That's literally it. Don't give them your money. That's, apart from that. Some versions should be credits. Yeah, but like I'm just telling you why they are the way that they are. I'm not saying that it's okay. Like, I mean, EM rifle isn't even that good. I don't think it's worth acorns.
Budgeted clips, and this would help it be like more relevant and more useful within the game. So let's have Redeemer have full effect removal at every single rank. I think that would be great.
Disagree.
Aegis is very strong for an epic mech. It's a very strong mech. I don't think Aegis needs to be changed. It's very, very balanced, I would say. Zephyr's stun got nerfed from 6 to 3 seconds. I think it should be buffed back up probably to 5 seconds. It's a long stun, maybe 6. I don't know. That would have to be tested with, but Zephyr used to be like
6 is what it used to be before they nerfed it. And it was the most obnoxious thing ever. The bots would just take turns just doing EMP and just stun locking you for entire... Like, there was one round I had freaking... The long arm Zephyr bots, anybody who's been playing for a while, they have PTSD of these things, right? I played this one 5v5 match, literally it just got stun locked. There was 2 Zephyr bots, long arm Zephyr bots. I had an Ares, which at the time was very tanky. They had long arms at point blank. They couldn't kill me because they had long arms. But they just kept chain EMPing me over and over and over again. So like one would do it, and then the moment the first one ends, the second one does it.
And then the moment the second one ends, the next one would do it because the cooldown's pretty short.
It's just like, it was literally just... I did not enjoy that match at all.
I did not enjoy that match at all.
But, yeah, no, I don't want that. We need less EMP, not more. I think if you want to do something with Zephyr, you should increase its HP probably by a relatively significant amount, like maybe double-ish. Not as much as Aegis, probably, but, like, close. It has really, really low HP and really, really low speed. I don't think it needs both. Low speed is, like, okay, fine, whatever, but I think it should have more HP anyway.
Now it's like B or C tier. It's just not that good. It's only for...
Oh, and also they should make the Radius implant available for Acorns as opposed to
not. The Orion Shield Pierce implant is.
Why
isn't the Zephyr Radius? It's
garbage.
I want that one for Acorns.
Credits, but it's basically just there until you can get Surge, because it's only good if you can ambush the enemy. If the enemy comes to you, maybe you can get them, but obviously Eclipse exists, which means you're cooked, right? You're just going to die to those Provokers. It's very squishy. It's extremely slow. So I think Zephyr could have a longer stun duration. Cheetah is very weak. Thankfully, they're giving it away to everyone, but we should be able to throw the mines farther, and the mines should explode instantly. I think that's pretty simple fix that would make Cheetah, like, decent. Like, the mines are kind of a strategic thing. The cooldown is short. The damage of the mines is pretty good.
The damage of the mines is good, but very often they just end up exploding and hitting, like, a multi-layered shield, and it just doesn't do a lot. But even, like, 3 mines is really not going to do much. And I think, yeah, a large part of it is, like, in order to put the mines in a convenient spot, you have to put yourself in an extremely, extremely inconvenient spot. And so it just doesn't work very well. Now, if you could throw them pretty far, then I guess that would be different. I like the exploding immediately would definitely make it better. But I don't know, I feel like it's just allowing you to place more of them would be fine. Right? Just allowing you to place more of them. Just so that, like, it's a really inconvenient ability. It's very niched, but if it does happen to trigger, then it does, like, a stupid frick ton of damage. And it would actually have the reward to back it up, right? I think it's okay for certain abilities to be relatively inconvenient and relatively niched, so long as, like, the payoff for them is good enough, right?
Which gun is better, Missile Rack or Storm Rack? And then Chef says Storm Rack, and it's not close. And then he says, which gun is better, Missile Rack or Storm Rack? Except this time he spelled it even worse. No, his first time was fine. Missile Rack or Storm Rack? This one's Missile Ratch or Storm Ratch? Nice.
And they bypass, like, the perimeter mods, at least. They go, like, under the mech, so they do that. But they shouldn't take time to blow up. They should instantly blow up. Since they're visible in the field, I think that would be very fair. So, yeah, Cheetah would be a lot more potent, a lot more dangerous. You'd actually have to watch out for the mines. Right now, you don't really have to that much. Panther, I think Panther is very strong. The Stasis Berry is very protective, but then if you can get to the Panther, it has very low HP, it's very squishy, and it dies quickly, and high energy capacity. It's the glass cannon that it always has been. I think it's good for an epic mech placement. Killshot, I would say Killshot is weak. The HP of Killshot does not allow it to fight or brawl or anything, but I think because it has such a long dash on such a short cooldown, the mobility is its main perk, so I think that it's still balanced for an epic mech. Sentinel,
Fairly,
again, these tanks, a lot of these need to be buffed, like the older tanks especially. Sentinel, I think the shield okay, so Sentinel has a perk at max level. You probably didn't even know this because it's really irrelevant, where if it's on lower HP thresholds, it gains its shield back, or its cooldown is shorter, basically. So it can have up to only a 2-second cooldown if it's on less than 20% HP. I think that perk should be applied across every single rank, not only at max rank, which is silly. And then I would honestly buff the shield durability. I think even doubling it wouldn't be that OP.
The shield shape is so inconvenient that it makes the ability very, very impractical So you need it to be pretty darn strong in order for it to be fairly balanced. It's an epic mech, of course, so it shouldn't be like super strong. I do agree. The shield regen thing should be every rank. It's not even that good. Like getting it back faster when you're at lower HP, it's not even that great of a perk because most of the time you die before you get it back anyway. And yeah, more HP on the shield would also be good. I also think like, what are the percentages on it? Like you have to be like what 30% HP for it to be a minus 50% cooldown or something like that. Well, I don't know. It's something ridiculous. Also, it doesn't stack with ability cooldown implant. You cannot use a ability cooldown implant on Sentinel. You can't. It doesn't work. I mean, like you can technically, but it doesn't work. And that's intentional, by the way. Why? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. You should be able to. And it should apply to the max perk as well. That's what I think. And I think that it should like come back a little bit faster. Even if they like kept the shield kind of weak, I think it's almost like the concept of multi-layered shields, right? It's almost like the concept of multi-layered shields where it's like you don't necessarily have a great shield. And it's not even like the shape is not that great, it's whatever. And it's not even necessarily that strong, but you can just keep throwing it up so long as the opponents can't, like, so long as the opponents have a, you know, like maybe an EM rifle or something like that, where it's like you fire one time and then you have to wait like 3 or 4 seconds for it to come back. You essentially just like, you just keep throwing up shields between you, and you need something that deals a little bit more consistent damage to actually like break through that. I think that's fine. Like, I don't necessarily think the shield needs to be stronger so long as they just allow you to throw it up really, really often. I think that's kind of cool. I really have, like, I always enjoyed the concept of like a mech that gets gradually stronger the less HP it has. That's a really cool idea. It's a really cool idea, but I mean, Sentinel doesn't actually get that much stronger when it's at lower HP, because the benefit, the bonus that it gets is pretty garbage. So yeah, it just ends up dying.
And if it's not already, let's have the shield go in front of the mods. So your shield absorbs damage, then it goes to your mods. I think that would...
So it does. So I already know the order for all of this. So like Bastion, Ares, and Sentinel shields will all, like, their ability shields will go down first if you have perimeter multilayer. So like perimeter is tighter than their abilities. So if you shoot at them with both of those, then the ability will go down first. If you have blockade sticks out further. Blockade will stick out past a Bastion shield, so the blockade will take damage before the Bastion shield does. It'll stick out past a Sentinel shield. The blockade will take damage before the Sentinel shield does, which I agree, yeah, it shouldn't be the case. The Sentinel shield should be first. But it does not extend past an Ares shield. An Ares shield actually extends past a blockade mod. Ares is the only ability shield that extends past blockade.
Fun.
Be sick, because the shield of Sentinel should be tanking damage. Tanks need to have a tanky ability, not just HP stat. We could even buff the HP of Sentinel by 10 to 20% as well. I want these tanks to be tanky, man. And Orion is our last epic mech. I think Orion is fine. I think we all know Orion's very strong. It works great. Once you get Hunters marked, you know, the Orion can destroy you very easily, which is exactly how that should work.
But it's very freaking true.
Redox is our first legendary. Redox should get a speed buff. Not like super high, but up to like 20, 21, 22 kph. Nothing crazy. The ability isn't bad. I think the ability damage should be increased, and the stasis time maybe should be increased. I'm pretty sure the stasis doesn't last the whole duration, but it really needs to lock things down if it wants to like live at all, because Redox is very low HP. So either we have to make the ability potent or buff the HP. In this case, I think it's more fun. Since Redox goes through walls, that's actually really strong on some maps. I think that would be cool. The radius is good, the duration is good. Like the mechanics of the ability are good. It just needs more damage, more stasis, a more potent ability. Scorpius. This one's very tough. Scorpius is never going to be that good because it's countered by buildings, it's countered by stealth, but let's just make it like super heavy artillery, right? Let's imagine a Helix rack, 16 as the ability instead of whatever it is. So buff the damage.
What is it right now?
See, he's saying, like, just whatever it is. I want to know what it is. So at rank 5, hold on. At rank 5, the ability damage 17, like almost 18,000 per salvo. Compared to like Helix Rack something. $12,000, but also 15% double damage. Which is like... Yeah. It's like a single Helix Rack 8. Rank 5 Scorpius ability is like a single Helix Rack 8. Who even cares, bro? Yeah, no, I don't like that at all. Now what he's saying is essentially make it a Helix Rack 16. Well, I guess that's at max level, which would be a bit different. So yeah, maybe increase it by like almost 50% or something. I can get behind that. I can get behind that. For sure.
I think the cooldown's good. It's pretty short, but buff the damage a lot. Add more projectiles so it can go through more ML layers and such. And canopy, the canopy mod won't be such a hindrance. So it should just do a ton of damage. If you load it up with your strike rockets or your Geminis, and then with the ability combined, you are doing a ton of damage to enemies, even with a lot of mods. Surge.
It doesn't need to be like the most amount of damage, because the ability inherently has a benefit of being able to like go over stuff, and you just don't need to be exposed at all. You could just be super campy with it, and that inherently is a benefit. So it doesn't need to be crazy damage. It just needs to be more worthwhile damage, like something that's actually going to make a difference, as opposed to like the garbage that it kind of is. Also, maybe more range would be nice. 75 meters is eh. Though at the same time, it's like, maybe not. I think 75 meters is okay. It gives you a reason to use range implant sometimes. Double the ammo. Every 7 seconds, you do 34,000, which is about as much as a Gatecrasher. Gatecrasher does 60,000 if you hit, right?
It's a nerf. They're going to nerf Surge. We already know that. The thing I would do... Basically, you can either do nerf the dash distance, which I think
a significant amount, like at least 50%, maybe double. I'm not like married to the numbers or anything, but like they could double it, and I think it'd probably be fine. Your Arachnos idea is very funny. I want it, yeah, bro. It'd be the best. It'd be hilarious. It'd be hilarious. Yours is rank 5. Yeah, I was looking at rank 5. Rank 5, the ability damage is... Wait, didn't... You said 34,000, wasn't it? I looked at it. It was like 18,000, right? How come yours is... Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're saying 34,000 is what it should do. And it currently does. So, yeah, whatever. I get what you're saying. You tried to get Surge in the event 10 times. Well, I mean, if you can't guarantee it, then I'd only go like 2 or 3 times. This is what I said.
I think Surge especially needs, since it already stuns at another distance, so it can dash 40 meters and then stun another 15. So it stuns up to 55 meters away without the dash distance implant or the stun radius implant. There's 2 implants to increase that. So I think I would nerf the dash by 5 to 10 meters potentially, but at least we're gonna nerf the
dash distances. Have always been the thing that made like Revoker really stupidly OP. Because like you can actually close the distance. Like Revoker on like a Deathwalker is like not a huge deal because Deathwalker can't really chase you down that well. But on Surge, it'll chase you down really easily. Yeah, nerfing the distance would definitely help. But apart from, I don't know, let's like nerf the duration to like 3 seconds. Nerf the cooldown from instead of 7-second cooldown, it has like maybe 10-second cooldown, maybe 9-second cooldown. I think that'd be okay. Like I just don't think it should be like. An ability that strong should not be something you should be able to spam constantly. It should not. It should not.
Especially compared to, like, Bastion, whose ability is way worse. And it takes, like, twice the amount of time.
Stun duration and maybe the cooldown. It's just, it cools down so quick.
Yeah.
It's just never out of action, you know? And dashing with a stun is just crazy. And then that dash gets you into range of Revokers, the close quarters meta, right?
Yeah.
It's very, very strong. And I don't think Surge should be nerfed to the ground, right? Plarium has to be careful.
Like,
we still want Surge to be top tier, just not as good as it is right now before a nerf. Eclipse also. For Eclipse as a function needs to be within the game, something that can like easily avoid effects. If I'm going up against a Hemlock, I need to have some.
I don't think everything. So here's the problem: is like, if you make it too easy to avoid effects, then like mechs and weapons that rely on status effects to be good suddenly become completely pointless. They're already not that great, right? Eclipse is far better than Surge. It depends on what mode you're playing, honestly. Tengu with minigun 16. My Tengu's not maxed to my miniguns. I don't have minigun 16 on my free-to-play account. Have I tried it on my mini? Probably at one point. I probably have at one point. You just finished watching my last video. If you want to avoid Surge abilities, you're doing well. I mean, yeah, it's not like there isn't counters to it, right? So that's like saying if you want to avoid Parasite ability, use Redeemer. It's like, yeah, but it's still kind of ridiculous, right? If you want to avoid Deathwalker, just use Guardian or Outlaw. Like, just because there are counters doesn't mean that it's balanced, right? Like that should be said. I think it's fair to say that just because a counter exists doesn't necessarily mean that it's balanced. My Tengu is 2 levels away from max, but holy crap, the cost. Oh no.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long freaking time until I max mine, huh? Good thing I don't really care. I just want to rank 6 so I can use mods, bro.
Why don't they keep Eclipse as it is? But when he has a status effect run on him, it strips him of his ability.
That's an interesting thought. I don't think Eclipse is necessarily to... And they nerfed Revoker's range to where Revoker Eclipse is kind of not that viable anymore, and I think that's fine. I don't necessarily think Eclipse itself is overpowered. I think Eclipse is just too necessary with all the stuff that go around, especially EMP and like the you can't play the game status effects, like EMP and even like blind and daze, right? I think those types of things are way too common, and Eclipse is just such an easy solution to all of them all at the same time. So like, yeah, you could nerf Eclipse by just making it, maybe making the duration. I almost said durability, like the duration and the durability. Making the duration shorter would make it less easy to counter everything. But also just making certain things, I mean, like they nerfed Hemlock a bit, right? Making certain things like that just like less stupid, right? Like making Surge less stupid would by default make people less inclined to go with the Eclipse, because the Surge is actually, like, it's actually possible to kill a Surge if you're using something else. Because, like, as it is, how are you gonna kill Surge, What are you gonna do? Unless you have your own Surge, you're just gonna go with Eclipse, because everything else dies. That's the problem. Do you think Max Tengu would be better if they nerf Eclipse? Tengu is supposed to avoid EMP status effects, but it doesn't. It only avoids Zephyrs. If they actually fixed that bug, I assume it's a bug and not purposeful. If they actually fixed that and made it avoid all EMP, it would be used a lot more, yeah, sure. What are the upcoming metas? Nobody knows, otherwise people would be making videos on it, right? Nobody knows exactly what's going to be nerfed and what's going to be buffed, and they don't know by how much either. So, like, until we have that, we don't really know what's going to happen.
We don't know what the end result's going to be.
Anyway, what's he talking about, bro?
Yeah, he was talking about Scorpius, and I was just...
Because I can counter it. That is Eclipse,
no,
right?
Eclipse.
You can walk through the days. But, it's basically just needs to have
You can make
more
Eclipse less
cooldown and less
as
duration.
a form of nerfing it is essentially what I'm trying to say. Like, and I said it earlier, like, there are multiple valid solutions to any problem. There's, like, people who are like, well, the only way to do this is if you do the... That's not true. There are a lot of different completely valid and acceptable ways to tackle any problem, and different solutions require different measures. Some are more extreme than others, but as long as they come to the same general conclusion, I think it's fine. But we'll see what happens. I don't even know what they're going to do with it.
So I don't know the exact numbers again, but it's probably like try 10-second duration, 10-second cooldown instead of right now it's 8-second cooldown, 12-second duration without implants, which is crazy. So you basically end up being like 75% of the time you're in stealth and you're in phase cloak where you can't get affected by anything, and then you just sit in the corner for like 6 seconds and you're back into it. That's all you have to do. So it's too easy to play Eclipse. Brickhouse. This one, Brickhouse and Arachnos. Arachnos, I want to see those automated mini turrets, triple mini turrets that walk around by themselves. Brickhouse, the speed of Brickhouse is super low. The practical buff is to buff its speed, probably buff its ability radius. But you gotta understand, Brickhouse has high HP, but I think it would be funnier if we like doubled Brickhouse's HP. So it was literally just so hard to kill. That would make it by far the most HP in the game. With mods, it would be insane. It would have like probably 800,000 HP.
But still nowhere close to like anything with damage resistance, right? So it'd be really high, but it wouldn't be anywhere near as tanky as like Vortex with the ability, Nomad with the ability, Parasite with the ability, etc. So, yeah. It's like almost 1 a.m. for you. All right, fair enough. Have a good night. Scorpius needs a buff and Eclipse needs a nerf. Yeah, I agree with you. Have you chosen the players for the giveaway? It has been literally 1 day. No. That'll be on the 19th. I give people plenty of time to enter. Do you want to change your Plarium ID, but I don't have the email? What can I do? Yeah, talk to Plarium support. I have no idea. You subbed today, much appreciated. Yeah. So,
yeah, I mean, usually I say it in the video, but this time,
yeah, it was in the pinned comment. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it in the pinned comment.
It should be like the 19th is when I do it.
I try to give people as much time as I can. Opinion on the new beam weapon coming? I hope it doesn't suck, because all the other beam weapons kind of suck.
And Graviton Beam's pretty darn strong, but
it's like late game, it sucks pretty bad.
I wish
beams are cool. I've always been a fan of beams,
but all of them are bad. So I just hope it doesn't. I just hope it's usable. That's all. What was BMP talking about, bro? Come on.
The mods on it would also have a ton of...
Oh yeah, Brickhouse. So I actually kind of the HP, increasing the HP of Brickhouse would be nice. I think the more practical buff to Brickhouse, he said the practical buff would be speed. I actually think it'd be radius above everything else. Because if you think about it, the thing with Brickhouse is like, yeah, you can benefit your teammates, but they have to be super freaking close to you, which makes you really vulnerable to any type of AoE attack, which is like half of all attacks. So a lot of AoE attacks are just going to be really, really bad. And it makes it easy to rush you as well. Like with a Surge can just come in,
stun both of you. Instead of one, it just gets, instead of getting 1 free kill, it gets 2 free kills. Hallelujah. Right? It's like, it's just not a good idea to bunch up together like that. So if the radius was like, I don't know, freaking 45 meters or something like that, it'd be pretty decent. People would use it, maybe. It still wouldn't be super popular, but it would, be usable. Shouldn't beams be able to take out ML shields fast? Yeah, but their damage is not that high. The thing with the thing is like, okay, here's the particle beam. It just takes a really long time because the beam aspect of the weapon is not that, like, it doesn't deal that much damage. So it takes a long time to chew through all those multi-layered shields. And then you could use the blast mode, but that's only going to take down 1 layer as well, so it's like not that helpful. So particle beam, it just takes a long time to work down the multi-layered shields. Graviton beam is the same thing, except it also has the implosion. But the implosion effect does not bypass the shields. It doesn't deal damage to the HP. The implosion, it'll implode the shield layer for no freaking reason. I don't know why the devs coded it like this, but they decided for whatever damn reason that the implosion effect should apply to the shields first when the shields are there. And then it applies to Galvanic Hull because it's additional damage. And then it applies to the HP. So it just takes so long to actually get good use out of the implosion damage. And Stasis Beam is obviously like the most absolute garbage dog water weapon you've ever seen in your life. So those 3 beam weapons, there you have it, right? None of them are good at max level. A beam weapon that reflects the beam would be cool. I'm not sure what you mean by that. So like a beam that like bounces off walls? Do some like actual like freaking pro gamer trigonometry? I could get behind that. That'd be cool. I think like a weapon, like a grenade launcher weapon, bro. Imagine like an actual grenade launcher weapon that like you fire it. It has just it explodes after a certain amount of time, and it just bounces off a wall and whatever. Just like a grenade in any other game. That'd be really cool. I would like to see that. Adam Craker, hello. 1330 hours on Mech Arena? No, I'm not sure what you're talking about. You need 2,500 Acorns. Well, you're not going to get it from me, that's for sure. That's what I was hoping would come from Nade Launcher. Yeah, same. Be really cool. It would actually make it kind of unique from Cryo Launcher as well, because like as it is, it's pretty much the same thing. Is my game frozen? No. We're watching BMP's video.
HP because of that. I think it would be super funny. So let's buff Brickhouse's HP.
Wait, did I not? Bro, where's the freaking? Did I not pin the link? Bruh. I am sorry. Man, amateur hour right here, bro. It's ridiculous. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, you'd probably be a little bit more obvious if you saw that pinned, huh? Alright, yeah. Anyway, yeah, so like Brickhouse buff, I think if they buffed the radius, I think that would make it a lot more usable. Because it's like people just Brickhouse is really slow, so you don't want to necessarily stick around someone who's really slow. Having one person that's being super passive with like a Brickhouse support type thing is one thing. Having 2 people that are being super passive alongside the Brickhouse support is another thing. So like, yeah, buffing the HP just to make it a lot tankier, to make it survive a bit longer in more of a front lens type thing would definitely be good. But I also think just the radius would be nice. I think buffing the radius would be like one of the better things.
Just double it. It wouldn't be OP because it's so slow. It wouldn't matter. It's literally 14 kph. It can't go anywhere. If you stun it with Rokers, you'd probably still like get close to killing it, but it would just be such a meme for Brickhouse to walk out fully modded and just tank everything. I think it would be hilarious. Gatecrasher. Ooh, that's an interesting
Brick
one.
House have literally infinite HP,
Gatecrasher.
never
I
die,
think
and it would still lose most CPC battles.
this is such a hard one. Gatecrasher's ability damage should probably be buffed. I always wanted to give it 2 pods. I don't see a problem with that.
Non-Mech Arena query. What other games or platforms do you enjoy?
The only other games that I really play are the finals with some friends and Repo with a couple other friends.
Yeah. This is, for the most part, Mech Arena is the game that I play by myself. So when it comes to, like, solo, playing whatever, doing whatever by myself, I'm usually playing Mech Arena. But if I'm playing with friends, then it's either the finals or Repo. Both solid games, though. I'm not the type of... I can't even keep up with multiple Mech Arena accounts, brother. I'm not the type of person to play, like, a bunch of different games. I know some people are like that. A lot of people actually are like that. But I just can't manage it, bro. Like, I can't... Even 3 games is difficult. It's just... I just don't. I can't deal with it. What was the Brickhouse ability before it was reworked? You totally forgot it was a tank before?
So they did not actually change the ability or the mech
at all when they changed it from tank to support. They literally just kept it the same.
Now, when they first released Brickhouse, it literally did not have an
ability.
It was just a thick boy, and that's it. And then, this was in beta right before the game was actually even officially launched. So in beta, it just had no ability, and it just started with a lot of HP. It didn't even have more, like, Juggernaut still had more maximum HP. It just started with more HP because it was at rank 5. The Brickhouse did anyway. And that's how they tackled the grade thing back then. It was pretty bad. And then let me think. Yeah, and then at some point they just added
the damage boost ability because they were like, frick it, we needed to have something. We don't want it to just have nothing, we need to have something.
I think if they made a mech that was just like absolute freaking gamer gigachads, absolutely totally stacked in terms of stats, but then had 0 ability period, that would be actually kind of really interesting. Like, abilities make a huge freaking difference. Abilities make a massive difference most of the time. So a mech with no ability is almost guaranteed to be bad, but it'd be really interesting to see how OP they could stack up something's stats before it actually starts to compare with just a generic ability, like a generic good ability. What are you going to give away during the next giveaway? I mean, the giveaways is the same thing every time. So it's just 10,000 hate coins total, and this is given by Plarium, so it's not like from me personally. It's just a thing that Plarium lets me do every month. So 10,000 hate coins total. You could do 10 winners get 1,000 each, or you could do 20 winners get 500 each. And I just let people vote on it every time I do a video, like every month. Every month when I do a video, I just let people vote on it. And whatever happens, happens. Yeah. Did they have a beta app also? Wait a minute, like it was on mobile. Like, you could find it on the mobile Play Store, like Google Play Store and whatever. It was still available. It was just the game was in beta. It wasn't technically officially launched. And there was also no PC version. Mimicker in a nutshell. That's kind of true, but Mimicker's ability is kind of decent. Like, being able to just grab stealth when you need it, and then otherwise just, like, grab damage when you need it. Especially, it's those two. It's like you're mostly flip-flopping between those two. You grab stealth when you're, like, when you want to when you don't want to be targeted or whatever. Like, generally, you just grab stealth always. And then when you think you need it, when you think you need extra damage, you just grab an attacker, and then use the damage. It's honestly, you basically just flip-flop between those depending on what you need, and it's pretty good. Mimicker's pretty good.
Let's give it 2 pods, buff the damage, and then if you're piercing through a wall and they're right on the other side, I don't know if the devs could code this, but let's have it automatically pierce and hit them with the beam. This wouldn't be a...
Yes. Gatecrasher Ion Pod, it should... Okay, first off, I think it should reward
piercing through walls specifically. Hitting a mech, I think, is just an extra thing. It's like, whatever. It's pretty hard to hit a mech as well, but I think most specifically it should be used as like an anti-camper, punch people through walls type of thing. I really, really like that aspect of Gatecrasher. I think that is what makes it unique, right? There's plenty of abilities that just fire a projectile. But the punching through walls is what makes it unique. So I think first off, the beam should be longer to make it more likely to hit something. It should be wider to, again, make it more likely to hit something. It does like, what, 60,000 damage? At max, I should say. They should, like, I don't know, freaking double that amount of damage. Make it apply stasis, and make it go through. They also give it, like, shield pierce. Maybe a percentage of shield, maybe not 100% shield pierce, but some amount of shield pierce. The stasis would make it so that people are stuck inside the beam, and it takes them a little while, and they start taking gradual damage while they're trying to get out of the beam. That's the reason that's his stasis. And also, like, making it, wider, thicker, more, like, bigger around, essentially. It's such a cool concept, but it's nearly impossible to use. It's nearly impossible to use. Turn up your mic, he says. Well, nobody else has complained about it. Guys, am I too quiet? I'm sorry if I have. I'm sorry if I have been. Am I kind of quiet? Well, am I a little bit? If I'm a little bit quiet, then go ahead and tell me. I'll turn it up a little bit. Like, better too loud than too quiet, right? Because you can only turn it up so much. You should always go for mid. Oh, he's talking about BMP's gameplay. I haven't really been paying attention to the gameplay itself. I don't usually go for mid on this map. No, what I'll do is I'll wait for other people to go mid, and then I'll farm them with ranged weapons, because I know that they're just going to run for it, and I can kill them every time. It's easy kills. And then their desire to have it is what gets me kills. And then they don't have it, and we don't have it, but I end up with more kills than they do. I wouldn't say blindly rushing for center on this map right off the bat, just for the sake of I kind of want it, is necessarily a good idea. Depends on what you have, I suppose. You're late. Am I upset? I'm so upset. I cannot believe you've done this to me. You're using dial-up. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I seem to recall while editing a couple videos that my mic was sort of quiet. So I'll turn it up like this. Is this better? You don't mean rush to hold it? Well, you said always go for mid in the beginning. Which pretty heavily implies that you're going, you're actually going toward it to take it, not just to cover it. Sure. Yeah. I mean, he might win here anyway, I don't know. I don't know what his plan is necessarily. People a lot of the time, I agree with you, and I do pretty much the same thing. That's what you're trying to say. People a lot of time, especially if they start with a dash mech, their instinct is just to go side, grab a side beacon. It's an easy way of getting MVPs as well. They just like the beacon points. I usually let my teammates go grab beacons, and I go for just for cover. I usually start with range, and I go for cover. Not go for cover as in that I'm trying to cover myself, but go for cover as in I'm, using myself to cover for my teammates. YouTube throttles the sound, fair enough. All scape to 11 actuals. Look, I don't use that word here, bro. This sounds so bad. I don't like that at all. But yeah, nah, it's no big deal.
I seem to recall that while I was editing my last few videos that my mic was kind of quiet anyway, so I probably should turn it up, huh?
You feel like I'm that anti-meta guy? Yeah, it's kind of true.
Am I doing battles today? Yeah, I already did them.
I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. What are you gonna be doing during Christmas? Good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hopefully cool stuff. I don't know. Don't really have any plans. Don't really have any plans. Like, my family and I, they don't really, like, we don't really travel. We don't do anything. Like, we don't do, like, traveling or anything like that. It's just, like, just chilling. Yeah, it's just chilling, really. Yeah, no, I won't deny it. Don't worry. You know when it's happening, too. Anti-meta guy, except for the dude you killed with the Revoker Surge yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was joining,
Was it in Platinum stream? Yeah, I was using some meta stuff there. And also, let it be known, just because I use it doesn't mean that I like it, right? I still don't like to use meta, whether I use it or not. Can I get Plarium to give you A-coins? Just for existing? Like, what do you mean?
What'd you do to earn them?
Like, so I should just personally vouch for you to get specifically extra A-coins simply because you want me to? How many A-coins does it cost to get Graviton Beam 10 from rank 5 to rank 6? It's like 1,500 something, I think is what somebody said earlier.
Love Gatecrasher with maxed minigun. That's so cool. It's sad it doesn't work as well as it should.
Graviton Beam Gatecrasher works weirdly well. I guess because Graviton Beam has decent effective range, right? But yeah. Back to the Gatecrasher. Use the calculator is very handy, very true. Back to the Gatecrasher conversation. Yes, I think Gatecrasher should do a bit more damage through walls, and it should be a little easier to hit people through walls. A lot more rewarding, though. Maybe not like super easy, but it should be a little easier, but a lot more rewarding. That's what I think.
Because it would just hit mod shields a lot of the time, but it would be helpful for finishing off enemies who are hiding, which is exactly what Gatecrasher should be. It should be able to flush people out, keep them scared and on their toes so they can't just, oh, I'm going to sit behind this box until my Surge Dash comes back. Nope, Gatecrasher, pod. And you could also utilize the 2 pods to kind of trap them. In theory, that's my idea. I think that would be cool. It's unlikely to work that well, but we need a Gatecrasher buff for sure. Next up is Onyx. Ooh, Onyx has high ability damage. The problem is it just gets stopped by mods. How do we make that good? I'm not...
Quad rocket. You can... Now we could say something like fancy, like we could do like... You press it once and it fires one of the rockets, or you can just press and hold it and it'll fire all 4. I think like super simple. It is literally called a quad rocket. It quite physically shoots 4 rockets. It should take down 4 layers of a multi-layered shield. Just like it should be capable of that, right? Instead, the game treats it like 1 projectile, and that's really lame. That's really all. Honestly, that alone would be fine. Maybe give it more HP as well.
Onyx, a bit of Pierce, you'd say?
Yeah, I mean, like, if they did that, I wouldn't complain. I think it's the sort of thing where it's like, to me, Onyx is one of those, it's like a heavy single hitter. So it's like, if you happen to be dealing with someone that just has raw HP, it's just gonna freaking absolutely obliterate you. And so, like, maybe you work down the shields with your weapons, and then you use the quad rocket to deal a stupid amount of heavy damage to their raw HP. I'm okay with it the way that it is. I just think that it's really cringe that the quad rocket is treated like a single projectile when it should be treated as 4.
And you could also increase the ability damage. I'd be fine with that.
30% shield pierce.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure everything requires shield pierce to be good. Onyx is one of those that I think has technically, honestly, kind of has decent value even if you don't have shield pierce. Maybe give it more range though, right? Make it something you can like almost sort of snipe people with. It's like instead of 100 meters base, you could give it like 120 meters base. Sorry. I bought the Stormrack 8 and it took my A coins and didn't give me the 8 and they aren't helping. Well, you need to be able to prove that. Like you just saying it, like I could just say it. I could just lie. Like what's to keep someone from just lying and saying it? So how are, if you can't prove it, then what are they supposed to do?
Even if I vouched for you, they're not going to do it. It's like because you can't prove it. Like even if I like let's assume that I believe you. There's no reason for Plarium to believe you. Because you are highly incentivized to lie. It's really beneficial for you to just lie about it. Oh, as if is spamming cabs. Oh, okay. Opinion on Quasher 12 is what he said before Nightbot ended his entire career.
I think Quasher's pretty bad.
But it's alright.
You're not filming it. How would you prove it? That's what I'm saying. That's what I understand your issue, and like, again, even if let's say that I believe you.
Let's even say Plarium believes you.
The natural next step would be for every player, every time, whenever they want more A coins, to just pretend like they did that and they didn't get their A coins back. They'll just lie about it. Why wouldn't they? It's so easy. They can't take your word for it because it doesn't make sense to take your word for it. Now, if you said, hey, I was playing a match, and there was a bot that one-shot me with, freaking, I don't know. There was a bot that one-shot me with Stasis Beam. Now, I mean, like, it'd be weird for you to lie about something like that. Maybe it was a bug. Maybe you just maybe something else happened. But maybe it was a bug. They're inclined to believe you don't have incentive to lie. But here you have heavy, extremely heavy incentive to lie because it's basically 8,000 free A coins if you do get it. So no, they can't believe you. They're not going to. No sane person would just take your word for it. Killshot Revoker 10 and 6, good. No, not really. Unless you have mods. If you have mods on your Killshot, then sure. Mech Arena can check the player data. Well, if they could, then they wouldn't be having this problem.
Like if they can check the data
for how many A coins he had and how many A coins he now doesn't have, and they could check his inventory to see if he has the thing that he claimed to have bought, then why would this even be a point of contention? Like, why would he be arguing with support over it? Didn't one of the dev interviews I saw at least insinuate this rework was his chance to make Gatecrasher more like what it was supposed to be? I'm not sure. You could be correct, I don't remember. I don't strictly recall anything related to Gatecrasher, to be honest. But there was a lot of conversation that happened. So you might be right. I really hope you're right. I love Gatecrasher, bro. It was so fun. There was at no point in the game was there ever a better feeling than firing a Gatecrasher ion pod at a wall, having it punch through that wall and one-shot the enemy on the other side. Holy goodness. Peak cinema. Is the most satisfying thing you would ever do in your entire life. Best weapon for Redeemer? I mean, Stormrack.
Posh's interview with Hypho, he says. Yeah, probably true. Pasha said he loves Gatecrasher. I love Gatecrasher too. It's honestly,
You guys are making me excited.
Sure, to be honest. Other than just giving it Shield Pierce, which is just silly, because it's a rocket. It shouldn't have that. I don't know. Let's buff Onyx's speed and HP, maybe, just to give it better stats with, like, a bonus damage as an ability. And maybe reduce the cooldown so it can use the quad rocket more often. But that quad rocket isn't bad until you start, like, hitting a lot of ML layers. Then it, like, obviously it's just going to go into one ML layer. So this is definitely a tough one for me to buff, like and make it interesting. Because it used to be pretty interesting because it would have super high damage with its quad rocket plus weapons. But now that just doesn't work.
Yeah, it was just like
sort of
burst damage doesn't work like that. Because you'd have to wait and then use your ability after all of their ML layers are cracked. Nomad.
Yeah, so
I think so too. It's like it's like really high burst damage output, and it's not inherently bad. Yeah, even when dealing with multi-layered shields, you could just work down the shield layers with your weapons and then use the ability on them. A little bit less cooldown, maybe a little bit more damage. Having the quad rocket actually fire as 4 projectiles as opposed to just 1, and maybe a little bit more HP. And even like ability range, like all of those things are different, like, because again, it's like I said, there's like multiple angles that you could come at it from. So like, do you want Onyx to be like a absolute heavy hitter? It shoots its quad rocket at you and you basically insta die. Then you could give it like shield piercing or whatever. Do you want it to be more of like a, really, really burst oriented, like more of a passive thing, like give it less HP, or keep it at lower HP, or you make it more tanky, more of a brawler? Like, it depends on like kind of what you want to turn it into. There's just all kinds of buffs that you could do to different aspects of the mech and the ability to turn it into whatever it is that you want it to turn into. But Silver Dud is a lost cause. Kind of true. It shouldn't have shield pierce. What's going to pierce shields better than 4 rockets in a row, I ask you? I mean, like, what do you mean 4 rockets in a row? It's like saying a missile rack should have shield pierce. Like, what does 4 rockets in a row really have to do with it? Yeah, no, I agree with you to the extent that it's a possible thing to do. I just don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary. Like, as opposed to EM rifle, for example. EM rifle, I think it'd be really, really difficult to make it useful without giving it shield pierce. Right, because just the mechanics, there's almost nothing you can do. Now, again, I've said before, there are ways of getting around it, but it'd be really difficult. The most obvious solution is to give it shield pierce. Something like an Onyx, it's easier to work around. I think it's not as necessary. So you could give it shield pierce, sure, but I just don't think it's necessary. And I think that throwing around the concept of shield pierce onto everything, if you do it too much, then it just becomes a little ridiculous. You're gonna go for now? Alright, bye-bye. What can shield pierce better than Revoker? I mean, I like the concept of shield pierce. I just don't think it should be, like, I don't think you should necessarily just be throwing shield pierce onto everything. Would you play other Plarium games? Do they have cool ones? As far as I'm aware, they kind of don't, right? Like, Raid Shadow Legends or whatever. It's never been my type of thing. Like, I've seen it. Like, obviously I know about it, because it's like every single freaking content creator for a solid 6 months was being sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. But, it never appealed to me. They could stagger the 4 shots on Onyx ability, so the rockets take out a maximum of 4 layers on multi-layered mods. It has nothing to do with the stagger, actually. It's actually quite simply that visually it's 4 projectiles, and the game, like, lore-wise, I guess it's 4 projectiles, but the game mechanics treat it
like the way it's coded, it's treated as a single projectile. So literally all they have to do is just treat it like it's actually 4 projectiles, and that's it. I'm very certain that that's literally the only thing that you need to do. Because even as it is right now, if you like, you could test it yourself. Take like a railgun or whatever, something that deals a bit of damage in one shot. Fire both weapons at the same time at the same shield, you'll take down 2 layers. Even though it hits at the same time, you take down 2 layers because it's 2 projectiles. Would piss off people who spent money on mods. Well, I mean, I'd rather have the game be balanced and not. Again, I don't think the spending or the free to play conversation is the same conversation as the balanced conversation. I think it's either it's balanced or it's not. I don't think paying players should be considered, should be like, specially considered when it comes to game balance. I don't think free to play players should be specially considered when it comes to game balance. If one of them has an edge over the other, then clearly the game just isn't balanced, and that's an issue, right? I just want the game to be balanced. I don't think the balance conversation is the same as the spendy conversation. But but what I mean by mostly the shield pierce thing is that, like, if there's too much of it, if it's too easy to get shield pierce, it then becomes a necessity, where it's like anything that doesn't have shield pierce is by comparison so pointless that you're never going to use it. So if you have too many abilities that have shield pierce, then the ones without it become really bad by comparison. So I think I think shield pierce as a concept is really good, just like damage resistance, right? But if you throw it on everything, then it becomes really it becomes more of a staple, more of an expectation than as an extra added perk, right? They should put 2 rockets, 1 on each shoulder. That's ridiculous. Spending only helps people get to endgame faster to get wrecked. Well, I mean, there's certain things that are like paid exclusive, like Deathwalker, etc. And that is a pay to win thing, right? Like the free to play argument. I'm not saying that free to play people don't have problems. Obviously, there's an argument to be made, but it's an important conversation even. But I think it's a separate conversation. I think the balance conversation and the free to play versus pay to win conversation, I think they're both important, but I don't think they're the same conversation. I think they're different.
I think Nomad needs a little bit of a nerf. Let's give it... the perk is that it has a...
Man, what is BMP doing in this? Can we all just appreciate the fact that this man has no music? It's just dead silent in the background. Which maybe... Yeah, I don't have my music working right now, I think. It's just dead silent in the background. It seems like he recorded this thing and then he just forgot to edit it. What is he doing? I don't know. Is it just me? It was a really awkward pause right there. Add an OG mode where there's only 3 legendary mechs in the game to make things simple. Yeah, but simple doesn't mean better. If there's less options, then it's more likely that there's going to be one specific, I mean, take the most obvious example. If there were only 5 mechs in the game, then which 5 mechs do you think you'd choose? Yeah, you'd choose the 5 mechs that you have. So if you have less options, it's more likely that you're going to have less, there's going to be less variety to the meta. It's going to be less balanced, you should say. And it might be easier to get X, Y, Z, but again, you're thinking of it in terms of balance equals accessible, or something being accessible means it is therefore balanced. It's not. It's not. So just because something's easy to get does not mean that it's balanced. If it overperforms, or if it's super necessary to have it, that means it's OP, right? And you could be okay with that. That's fine. Like if you're okay with it being OP, then yeah, sure, whatever. Like if there's going to be something that's super broken, it probably should be something that's accessible. I agree with that. But if we're talking actual balance, it's not actually balanced.
And accessibility has nothing to do with it. Those two conversations are completely different. If they brought back the original disc stats,
I don't think so, no.
Because they didn't nerf the damage at all, they just nerfed the radius. That's it. Pasha mentioned Gate was his baby. That's great. We need a bunny skin for Volti if there isn't one already. Volti is the bunny skin. You thought you were gonna... Yeah, but then I decided to watch this because somebody reminded me about it. I don't remember who it was. They nerfed the radius has damage fall off. Yeah, well, okay, first off, it has damage fall off. And second off, it doesn't deal back damage. They didn't need both of those. They could have gone with one or the other. But it has both, yeah. So they nerfed the radius in those two ways. I think the base damage is the exact same. I don't think Disc would be meta if they buffed it 50%.
If they brought Disc Launcher back to how it was before the nerf, I don't think it would be meta still now.
I think the main thing that makes it bad is the multi-layered shields. But I do agree. I will say, by extension, though, I do agree with their decision to make the radius have damage fall off. I think every radius weapon and ability should have fall off. Everything. I really dislike this whole, I'm gonna fire at the ground 12 meters from where you are because it's gonna deal twice the damage than if I actually hit you.
It's the most zero IQ thing I've ever seen in my life, bro. And yeah, I think that's dumb, and that shouldn't be a thing.
Longer dash, but it's good for tanking early game because it's so strong with high resistance. The resistance is okay, though, with stun mechs in the game. I think maybe we should remove the second dash or shorten the dash at earlier ranks, just to make it...
Also, his game doesn't have any sound, now that I think about it.
That's why it sounds so
quiet. There's no like, I don't hear the Revoker or the Vortex ability.
I don't hear anything.
There's no game sound and there's no background music. It's wild. I don't know what's going on. Perfect way to nerf Stormrak. Any radius weapon. Yes, exactly, perfect. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Ever since Disc Launcher, the one thing that I've been advocating for, and I mean, maybe part of the reason they did it to Disc Launcher, the one thing that I've been advocating for constantly, just add fall off to the radius. It's literally that simple. And it'll make, you could make all kinds of radius weapons really strong. You don't have to nerf Stormrak at all, just make the radius to have fall off. And all of a sudden, it's a lot more balanced now. Can I answer your question? Which one? You sent in map ideas, and the Christmas map look almost identical. Do you think they got it from me? I wouldn't know. I didn't see your concept, and I didn't see the...
I didn't see your concept, and I didn't see their maps yet. But if yours, like, oh, my concept was it's a snow map and there's stuff in various places, like, yeah, of course. Every map, like, every Christmas map is going to look like that. I have a hunch. Now, I'm skeptical. I don't know when they did this, by the way. When did they? Is this recent? I'm skeptical that they made those recently. I'll bet you it took them a solid, like, 3 months to make those. So if you sent that idea, like, you know, a couple weeks ago, there's almost no chance that they used it. They probably were working on those before then. Well, I mean, maybe they took it. I don't know.
You gave them your ideas, so they're free to take it, I guess. But, I mean, I have talked to Pasha before. I have talked to Pasha, and I was like, people give ideas all the time. Like, how often do you guys actually use the ideas that people give? And he's like, pretty much never. It's like pretty much never. Any idea that people send to them, they've almost always considered it at least once before. They've almost always already considered it. Nothing from Plarium would surprise me except success. There we go. Like in summer. I mean, maybe. Again, I wouldn't know. I don't care either. It's like,
I mean, you're gonna take.
okay, well, every time a new mech comes out, somebody claims that, oh, I had this idea, so clearly I'm. Yeah, don't talk about how cool the maps are and how much you like them. You should be talking about how you're thankful for me for giving them the idea. It's like, it's not about you. Come on. Or they'll tell you it was their idea. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure if they would actually say it. If they were using someone else's idea, would they actually say so? Probably not. It's an idea. It's not like people have like intellectual like copyright over an idea. Any plans for Friday stream? So the Friday should be the new mech and the new weapon probably. So yeah, expect that.
More balanced in early game because it's so strong. It's a scout with revokers that can dash, but also has resistance, so it's like a tank. It's really hard to kill. Like a nomad, once it dashes at you, if you're in early game without like your own surge, it's just you can't really kill it. It's just too strong.
It's such a strong
but at end game, I think nomad is in a good spot right now. It has its place. Lacewing is very strong, but it's only because of the positions it gains. The only way, I don't think it needs a nerf. I think it's pretty balanced, right? It just depends on what position it gets into.
They really couldn't nerf Lacewing at all. And by the way, if they decided like, hey, we're gonna nerf Lacewing in this next, there's nothing that they could do to it to make it worse. It's OP because of the spots it can get to. They could give it like half the HP that it currently has, it'd still be good. There's pretty much nothing they could do to it. Like the mech fundamentally is a mech that has 2 jumps and can move midair. And they can't really get rid of any of those aspects without completely ruining the fundamental concept of it. It'd be good if every weapon would be as good as every other weapon. So it's only your skill with your playstyle against the others. That's the ideal, right? But almost like no game can actually accomplish that because it's like there's always going to be something that sort of overperforms. I am okay with a meta existing, but I think if you want the game to be balanced, then an effort needs to be made toward balancing it, and you can't just be like, yeah, whatever. I like this meta, so I'm just like, so why change it? Like, no, I mean, like that's not balance, right? Ideally, yeah, everything would be relatively equally viable. Do you know what the Advent Calendar Discord server thing is about? Same thing as every year. It's like certain days. There's like a thing every day that they do. Some days they'll give you maybe like a free token for something, or maybe like 100 acorns or something. Other days it's just nothing. I think when they make the announcement, they'll tell you whether or not you get something from it. You have to go workshop? Okay, bye-bye. No double jump and less energy capacity, and that's very crippled. Well, then it'd just be literally Lancer. It'd be literally the exact same as Lancer. So, like, there's basically nothing they could do to it to make it fundamentally worse.
Maybe we could increase the cooldown. I wouldn't remove the second jump, but we could, just increase the cooldown maybe.
Maps that they need to, right? Because it's like actually physically impossible to reach it in a lot of places, which makes it so broken that it's not even funny. They really need to make sure that they're very, very careful as to what they allow Lacewing to get up to. I'm fully behind that. Just so we're clear.
by like a couple like 2 seconds, just to make it a little less like mobile and a little slower to get to those like high positions in theory, but it's okay right now. It's really strong when it's on the roof, and otherwise it's it's just a mech jumping around trying to survive. It's not that good.
Yeah,
Bastion definitely needs a buff. Bastion needs less cooldown. Its cooldown is super long, which was fine back when it was released. It was meta, like top meta back then, but now it's just been power crept, sadly. So let's do that. Every rank should have a 3-second stun. Right now it's rank 1 through 4 is a 1-second stun, rank 5 is a 2-second stun, and rank 6 up to max is a 3-second stun. It should always be a 3-second stun.
I forgot that Bastion has like different stun duration at different ranks. I always forget about that.
Give the rooftop spikes, he says.
That would be kind of funny. 6 days getting Cheetah from daily login. Personally, you prefer the 1300. Just buy Cheetah with 1300 Acorns, and then you can get 1300 from the daily login. There you go.
Reduce the cooldown and maybe buff the HP since it doesn't have any resistance stat, and its shield shouldn't have an HP buff because the point of the shield is to get destroyed so that it stuns its enemies, not to tank damage, really, right?
Well, see, he says that. That's the way that people use it.
People use it because they want to, because the EMP is good. The Bastion is more useful when the ability goes down, because the ability, as soon as it goes down, does the EMP, whatever damage thing. Now, that's the most useful aspect of it.
Is that the same as it being
The point or the purpose of the mech or the ability?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
So he's saying that it's meant to go down and meant to not tank much.
I don't necessarily think that's true.
I think it happens to go down and it happens to not tank much. But they could easily buff the durability by a lot. And it wouldn't really change a lot. The ability it does like 60k damage at max. That's fine. Yeah, I agree. It just needs more HP, I guess. Like, it's supposed to just be like a super tanky thing. A little bit more HP and a bit less cooldown.
I think that's probably it. That's probably it, right? That's probably it.
Cool stopping shot, yeah.
All I want for Christmas is a full weapon review from RuFFles on Quasher 12. I might. I'm tempted to. Because the thing is like, I want to avoid that weapon because I think it's
bull crap
that they give it the wrong numbers.
I think that's stupid.
But at the same time, if I'm not telling people that it's the wrong number, who's telling people that it's the wrong number? How are they supposed to know?
So, like, I wanna
avoid it out of spite, but I might just talk crap about it instead.
I don't know.
Make the shield stronger the lower health you have. They could do that to like Sentinel, right? That's essentially what Sentinel is. You've spent 500,000 credits on the Revoker Crate Rush. This is rigged. Yeah. Yeah. What SP are you? You think they should buff Chungus HP by a lot?
Yeah, that's what a lot of people think.
4k SP?
Yeah.
So, like, people who are 6k SP and higher,
they're more likely to get the Revoker.
And also newer players.
So, like,
if you're a newer player, the chances for getting Revoker 6 is higher.
But if you've been playing a while and you're not that high SP, then
they rig it against you more. They corrected the numbers. No, I'm lying. They don't actually
takes like
do
one
that.
big sniper shot, I guess, but the mods already do that for
like,
you. So yeah, I would.
The chances of you getting it first try is the same chances of you getting it last try. It's 5%. Am I joking? Yes, I'm joking. I'm being completely disingenuous. Like, no, obviously it's true. It took you a lot. Took me a lot of tries for Surge. Am I out here saying that it's rigged? No, I don't think so.
And make sure I'm not sure if the mod shields are over it. The mod shields should be under the bashing shield again. That should always be the case. It's silly. If my regenerating shield is below my one-time really strong shields, that's like such a waste. And you have to wait for your mod shields to go out until you can stun them. I'm not sure if that's how it works or not, but I think not. But yeah, it should definitely not be like that. Next up is Vortex. Vortex, everyone's gotten Vortex. I've seen a lot of people, please buff my new mech. Like, come on, guys. But I think it should get shorter cooldown. Its cooldown is like 13 seconds. It's too long. Again, it used to be meta. It's just like Bastion. It used to be meta, but it's been power crept by the newer tanks that are coming up. And yeah, they should just, I think, just reduce the cooldown, maybe increase the duration of the ability. But the ability mechanics are good. 50% resistance, bonus damage, tons of speed, really good. But yeah, I think this thing could shine once again. It's
they could even,
a really
like,
cool
same
mech.
thing with Brickhouse. They could even just increase the radius and make it a little bit better for team support.
Vulnerable to the EMP. Hemlock. We're already getting the Hemlock nerf, so I'm not going to make one of my own. I think the nerf they did is good. Lots of people think it's too much, but you have to understand permadeath is a silly thing to be in a game. It should be removed. Permadeath, it's just a bad mechanic. There should be no mechanic where you just can't fight it.
The people who are crying about it, they just can't play the game
days right now. Like
the people who are saying that Hemlock is bad are the people who literally cannot win unless their opponents are physically incapable of playing. Like, someone has to just, like, step out, go take a bathroom break, go take 5 minutes on the can. That's the only time that they can win, and even then it's close, right? They freaking
What's
can't
the
play
point?
The game.
Next up is Solus. I think Solus is good. Maybe an HP buff, but I think it's pretty good. It has its place. It's kind of like a troll mech. It's not like super good. But you know, if you can blind someone from long range, you can sometimes stop them,
really
get some good damage in. But it is squishy. But I think it's good. It has high energy capacity to make up for its HP. Next up is Seeker. I think Seeker is good.
Hemlock nerf is very good. Agree. Permadeath is stupid. Yeah. It was... So Permadeath was funny before mods, back when you could still get one shot, where it's like the smallest mistake could get you killed. Then it was like being permanently dazed didn't really matter that much, because you were probably just gonna die to the first half-second EMP anyway. So, like, it didn't really matter. And if they happened to deal any damage to you, then you'd be basically dead. So it's like, it was very, it's a very high-risk type of thing anyway. So it didn't matter that much. But after mods and everything became a lot more tankier, permanently stunning someone in place to be able to deal with them later, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. That's what I think Hemlock became a lot less fun once mods were introduced. And even, like, let's be clear, permanently dazing someone was stupid always. Like, it was always stupid. It never should have existed. But I think it was, like, it was okay. It was okay before mods. That is kind of my personal thought on that. Thank you for saying that about Hemlock. The whining is old. Nah, bruh. Like, if you need permadeath to win, then that's on you, pal. That 100%. 100%. That's a you problem. You disagree on the Hemlock? Your biggest problem with Hemlock is the teammates I play with? I have no problem facing 2 Hemlocks with my mechs. I agree there should be second or 2 in between stuns. Well, if you agree there should be a second or 2 between stuns, then there you go. You fundamentally agree with the core concept, which is that permadeath should not be a thing. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you probably have Eclipse, right? Because unless you have Eclipse, Hemlock is nearly impossible to deal with, like, especially if you can get permanently dazed. And, like, okay. I will say, in, like, a 5v5, like, CPC or 5v5 scenario, permadeath was not a huge issue. Most of the time, the thing would be triggered before the duration was over anyway. Like, you wouldn't even get a chance to daze them multiple times. So that was never really, like, the big issue. We've had Vortex over a year. I would not say it was ever top 5 even. I think it was on release, right?
Yeah, I mean, meta people used it a lot.
For a little while. It was right after the disc launcher nerf. There was like a Stormrack Vortex meta for a little while.
Squouty, hello.
Biggest problem with Hemlock is most players don't have the patience for it. It's just shoot everything fast. Well, I mean, like if you have the Hemlocks are on your team or something.
And like it's I mean, there's different aspects of it. It's like, oh yeah, you shouldn't be shooting at that, or you should be shooting at that, or don't run in front of it if it's going to daze you.
I mean, like yeah, obviously certain things are just going to be generally annoying, but I think for all intents and purposes, like the concept of permanently sticking someone in place is it shouldn't never have been a thing. Eclipse is more brain dead than Surge. I agree with you. I think Surge is more OP, but I think the Eclipse is more brain dead, if that makes sense. You got it a little late, you guess, then?
Yeah, maybe. I think it was around this time, like almost 2 years ago.
Hemlock and Parasite have the same problem. Folks don't know how to deal with its ability. Seeker as well, actually. You'd be surprised how many people are fuming about Seeker constantly when it's actually like one of the most obvious and like once you know how to deal with it, it's actually really easy to deal with it. I think Seeker is the most extreme example of that. Like Hemlock is actually very difficult to deal with, but Seeker is like genuinely easy to deal with if you know what you're doing. You'd be more okay with it if the nerf was only with the nerf if only the Hemlock could get it out of daze, but nobody else could damage the dazed mech. I don't know. I think it's too much of a long it's too much of a long range surge where it's just like it's kind of a guaranteed insta kill so long as you hit them with the ability. And I don't think hitting someone with a daze ability is like necessarily constitutes like, oh yeah, you deserve this kill. Cause you've hit a homing projectile from 300 meters away. Like, I don't know, man. One bad player in your team could screw the whole thing over. Well, I mean, yeah. From that perspective, sure. But I mean, like, does that mean that the mech is not good enough or that the mech needs to be better? Or does that just mean that your teammates need to be better, right? Like, once you get into, like, a more coordinated, like, end game competitive scene where people are talking to each other, like, on Discord, whatever, people know what they're doing, and you know, then it becomes, then you really get it to its full potential. So I don't think necessarily it should be balanced, assuming you have more on teammates.
In balance.
Constant Seeker rage in the chat.
It just gets destroyed by EMP.
It's like
but
probably
if Surge
the most
isn't in every hanger, Seeker could be pretty good.
I'm not really surprised.
I guess Surge and Eclipse both kind of counter it. You can't warp
like
onto it.
My thinking is like, especially people who are like somewhat relatively new, and then someone spends like $5 on a rank 3 Seeker. What are you gonna do about it? Like, you have no idea what's going on. Like, you barely understand the game, really. You don't really know what's going on. You don't know how Seeker works. Comparatively, it's like your rank 3 Guardian versus their rank 3 Seeker. Comparatively, it's so freaking strong. You can't even deal damage to it. And you just have no idea how the mechanics work. So, like, I'm not surprised, but there's a lot of Seeker rage in the chat, bro. Most of the customs you play, they ban him and mods? That's crazy. Yeah. No, no disrespect to you. I respect people who play custom matches. I don't, because I'm not really good enough, to be honest. Well, so, yeah, I mean, honestly, though. And people who play it with the different rules in place, that's fine. But I think
I think you're a little bit overstepping if you think that things should be balanced based on your weird rules custom matches, right? Based on your, like, because people are saying, like, I get people talking about it all the time where it's like, XYZ is really good and this, that, and the other thing. It's like, and I'm like, well, I mean, I don't think it's that good. And they're like, yeah, but when I'm playing no mods customs, it's like, that's completely different, bro. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, that's a completely different game. It's not even the main. It's like not even the real game technically. Like you can't be talking about stuff in terms of your no mods customs. That's wild. Mind if I friend mini account on Plarium Play? Of course, go ahead, bro. I don't check anybody. If you send a request on Plarium Play, you could have 3 alts. You could send it. You send a request on your main account, bro, and I'll accept it. I don't check it. I got plenty of space on Plarium Play. Just in game, I can't. That's all. So pretty much the Hemlock is as good as its teammates. Yeah, I mean it's a support mech. That's kind of true. Yeah. I mean, like, I guess think of it this way. If you're playing, let's say you're playing at high SP against bots and you're using your perspective is primarily from Hangar Showdown and CPC. Yeah, that's fair. Hangar Showdown, I mean, Hemlock is a little too broken in Hangar Showdown. I think that, yeah. You probably knew that. CPC, yeah, I agree with you. I don't play a lot of 5v5 either. But yeah, I'm not saying that you necessarily were. I'm just saying that there are some people who are like they talk about balance in terms of like their whatever no mod custom matches or whatever that they do, and that's like you really shouldn't be trying to balance things around that. That's not a good way. It's not a good way to come to mutual balance. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah. So like think of it this way. So like you're playing at a high level. You're playing at high SP. You're just queuing into random regular matches solo, right? This is very common. It's fairly common. You happen to have Seeker. Seeker is excruciatingly bad against bots because bots know where you're gonna be. They know where you're teleporting, and they'll turn around before you even finish, and they'll start shooting at you immediately. Should they then buff Seeker to make it wait? No, I mean no, because again, that's not the peak performance of Seeker. That's just Seeker in that specific scenario doesn't happen to be that good. And I don't think they should necessarily balance things around what bots are going to do. Just like they shouldn't balance things against potentially terrible teammates, right? That's a learning experience for your teammates, not a buffing experience for your Hemlock. That's my take on it. That's all. Now they could. You could argue the opposite, and I think that's more of a matter of opinion. But that's my opinion anyway, right? Best weapon for Stalker 16 energy. I mean, like, Tetra Rifle's pretty darn good. Also, like, Helix Rack 8, I'd say.
Clips either. But Seeker gains a bunch of bonuses when you warp, right? It's strong and you can counter it if you know what you're doing. A lot of people don't know how to fight Seeker, but it's actually easy. You just have to, like, you basically choose where the Seeker warps a lot of the time, which you can manipulate that to beat it. So I think Seeker's good. Outlaw. Honestly, for Outlaw, I don't like the fact... I mean, Outlaw's not
Seeker's, by the way, like, it took me a second to realize he was still talking about Seeker. I think Seeker's cooldown's too short, and that's the main problem I have with it. I think that's kind of it.
It has good HP, decent speed, high energy, a powerful ability in theory. I think I would maybe remove or shorten the delay that it takes for someone to get system crashed. I don't know, potentially. That's definitely been like a pain point. I have not played the mech much, but like I'd like almost rather have Guardian with system crash range because I can crash multiple people more consistently and just crash them when I want to crash them. Not, oh, I have to also wait for this delay, which is then combined with desync for it to just be less accurate than you'd like the timing of the ability.
Who else agrees with me on this? I think Outlaw deserves a complete rework. It should be the actual Legendary Guardian that thrives in a close quarters brawler environment. I hate this concept of long-range system crash because It cannot be good. It can't. Because if you make it good, then everything sucks. The game is awful if you make that a staple of any hangar. Long-range system crash is such a pain in the ass, and it'll make so many mechs useless, it'll make so many weapons useless, you'd be forced to use stealth constantly. You can't make it good. Because otherwise, everything goes to crap. They should have left it at close range like Guardian was. They should have left it at close range like Guardian was. Come on. Take effects off teammates. Well, it should just be like, I mean, sure, yeah, but like make it like a 30 meter AoE like Zephyr. Let's do that. Let's say this. 30 meter AoE like Zephyr. And it just system crashes everyone inside that radius. And removes all the debuffs from allies inside that radius. And that's it. It's still not that fast. It's still not that tanky. Has high energy capacity. It's a pretty risky thing, but you want to, like, you kind of work to get it into a right position. I remember, like, back when, this is even after the great update. I think it was before mods. Yeah, it was before mods. The Mech Arena Community Cup or whatever. I was watching these videos of, like, these battles. The Omen clan. The Omen clan is absolute freaking monsters, bro. I remember they'd work up a guardian toward like kind of like the center-ish area of the map so that it could just keep spam crashing people. And they'd incorporate it, like even though it was super weak, they'd incorporate a guardian into like their main team strategy. So it was really cool, right? It was really cool. And I liked it a lot. It was very useful, but it was still a very high risk, high reward type of thing. Long range system crash is doomed to fail because if you make it good, then the players lose because it's no fun fighting that. And if you make it bad, then the outlaw loses because it's basically unusable. So like as it is, people just use it sometimes to take care of Deathwalkers, which I guess is okay. But yeah, no, they just made it like a brawler again. The actual legendary guardian. Give him a dash, he says. That's wild. Currently, he's purely an anti-Deathwalker thing. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying is, like, it's bad. It's kind of not worth running Outlaw. But as it is, I do not want it to be buffed. I don't want the ability to be buffed at all. Because if they make it worth using, then suddenly a lot of people are using it, and it's basically impossible to do anything with anything that doesn't have freaking stealth. And I hate that. I think long-range system crash is a terrible idea, just in general. Good pair with Vortex. That's actually true. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Nightbot's the one spamming. It's set on a 10-minute timer. It's okay. It's not really spamming.
Dreadnought needs to be nerfed at lower ranks. It's good. It's fine for endgame. I don't think it needs to be buffed for endgame. It's good enough. It's got good stats, good speed, and a cool ability. But for early game, it needs to probably just not have the ability refresh. Most likely. Maybe it should have the effect that Bastion has with a shorter stun, because it does do insane area ability damage.
So the main thing that makes out Dreadnought super broken at low SP is that enemies don't have mods. There's no mods access. So literally, if they just gave people access to mods at lower SP, like at lower rank, if they just brought back the whole thing where you can put mods on a rank 3 mech, that's it. Dreadnought would be fairly balanced again. That's all it would take.
But Dreadnought definitely needs to be nerfed, so it's not like a really OP mech in early game in like FFA tournament, stuff like that. It's just too strong earlier on. Volti, I think, is good. People have warmed up to Volti and realized it's really good. It is uncounterable. Sometimes it's very hard to fight. Maybe the only problem is when Volti's in Hanger Showdown, especially when it's maxed out, it does so much ability damage, it can just one-shot people. I'm not sure if there's much the devs can do to fix that, to be honest. I don't know. I think that's okay. It's not like too oppressive. And then within normal matches, it has less ability damage, so it's not usually going to one-shot you. Like when playing on my free-to-play accounts, it's not usually like enemy Vulti's like, oh, I'm just dead. But in Hangar Showdown, it's a little bit. But I think Vulti's good. It's not meta or anything, which is fine because its ability is so powerful on paper. Dealing that much damage through walls is just crazy. But yeah, I think Vulti's good. Mimicker, I would like to see Mimicker
honestly,
buff.
same. It's difficult to balance something like that because it's like it's potentially really really stupidly OP in certain areas, but it's also like kind of really weak at later game, especially. I think it's okay. I think it's okay leaving something to be sort of weak late game for the sake of not making it completely OP in early game. Outlaw's toxic against minigun builds. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like if you have a long range system crash, and not just like minigun, but also like anything with a long ability cooldown as well, like in terms of max, like Bastion, Vortex, even like Parasite to some extent. You just long range spam system crash all kinds of people, it becomes nearly impossible to use anything that doesn't have a really short cooldown or a really short reload. As it is, it's already kind of difficult. But if you make Outlaw too good, then people start to use it too much, and it makes it way more difficult to do that sort of thing. As it is, people don't bother using Outlaw because Surge ability cooldown is really short. Same as like Eclipse and Nomad, all their abilities are really short, and Revoker doesn't have a reload time, so it's like pretty much exclusively only good against Deathwalkers, and that's the only reason people don't really use Outlaw. If they made Outlaw any better, then it probably would be used a lot more, and it'd just be even harder to use anything outside of Revoker and the really short cooldown Scout mechs or whatever. And it also, if they're nerfing the Scout mech cooldown, then that just makes everything worse. Like, nobody's happier when this happens, right? Like, you can make it better, but nobody's happier, right? It's like a Zephyr, for example. Like, you could make Zephyr better by making the EMP time 6 seconds as opposed to 3, but nobody's happier that way. It's just 3 extra seconds that people just can't play the game. It's a miserable status effect, and nobody likes playing against it. Good conversation. Well, glad you're still here, bro. Glad you're still here. I ramble way too much. Imagine if there's a mech with an orbital strike. That'd be kind of cool, though. You wouldn't need to nerf Deathwalker if you buffed Outlaw. Yeah, but I think buffing Outlaw would create too many other problems. That's what I think. I'm not sure. I don't know what your takes on that is. Like, I think that between the two, you could nerf Deathwalker and make it less of a problem, or you could buff Outlaw and make it better of a counter. But I think if you buff Outlaw, it creates other problems and makes other things just completely unusable just by default, and there's kind of no way around it either. It makes stealth more necessary. It makes short reloads and short cooldowns necessary, and there's not going to be a whole lot that you could do about it. And nobody really has more fun with it, right? It's like the same way that you could buff Hemlock. You could buff Hemlock to counter Deathwalker as well. But in doing that, you're just making a worse experience for people, is my opinion on that. My opinion is that nobody actually likes that sort of thing. It exists because it's a nice effect way to counter certain aspects of the game. It creates certain, intricacies. But I don't think people necessarily enjoy having their weapons force reloaded all the time, or having their mech EMP'd and they're not capable of moving or anything. Rock, paper, scissors, pretty much. Yeah. And if one of them applies to too many things, then it just cuts. It's too easy for an Outlaw buff to cut all kinds of stuff out from the meta, just period, right? I think it would be too easy for that to happen. But that's just my take. Again, like you could buff Outlaw, but I think you should do it by making it a close quarters, like a brawler thing. That's what people liked Guardian for anyway. People loved Guardian because it was like a system crash kind of brawler type thing. You could do that with Outlaw. I think the range is really what makes it potentially way too bad, like way too difficult to deal with. But I don't know. Do you agree $5 legendary mechs are usually a mistake, given how cheap it is to rank epics and how much it costs to rank them? No. You invest in legendary mechs the same reason you invest in legendary weapons is because it's a better long-term idea. It's better for long-term. And mechs are things that you can keep for your entire game progression. It's not like weapons where it's like, oh, I have Revoker 6, but now I have to buy Revoker 10. And then I have to buy Revoker 12 because the Revoker 6 and the Revoker 10 just don't work. No, like you just buy Surge at rank 3 and then you just keep using it. And you don't stop using it. You just keep using it. No, I think that buying rank 3 legendary mechs for $5 is the literal top best investment you could ever make in the game. Like it's the best value for your money. That's what I think. What would happen if the whole lobby filled with parasites? Who would take the okay, so parasite doesn't actually redirect the redirected damage, like is probably what you're getting at here. So if two parasites are linked to each other, if I deal damage to this one, it redirects that damage back to me, a percentage of that damage back to me. That redirected damage does not then get a percentage of that redirected back to the other guy. It doesn't. It just gets redirected to me, and that's where it stops. Do you have a problem where you shoot one weapon but both weapons shoot? There's a link feature on PC. Is it? Yeah, I think it's only on PC. Because mobile has just the one button that fires both, right? So just by default, that's linked. V is the hotkey. Press V. You'll see on the bottom here, these little chain link things right under the weapons. These will be yellow if they're linked. So press V, it'll unlink them. Crown, how you?
One, let's add an implant that buffs each of the different effects by whatever amount. You get more healing, you get more shield, you get more bonus damage, and you get probably just more speed for your 4 different abilities you get. That would be cool. I would like to see Mimicker get that, which would buff, especially the shield, like 50%, the healing, buff the damage a little bit, and buff the speed a little bit. But especially the shield needs a lot of a buff. And again, that shield should be over the mods, in my opinion. It doesn't look like it visually since it's a personal shield, but I really wish it was. Because Mimicker right now, like, the mods just make it feel silly. Like, why would I get this one shield when I already have a bunch? Or I have to wait.
So, the ability shield, I'm actually not sure what the numbers on that are, especially. But the ability shield should be higher HP. So you should get a higher HP shield than you would if you just did healing, right? Healing is just HP that you get back. The shield should be temporary HP that you can use to block stuff. So, the shield should definitely be buffed, and the healing should definitely be buffed, both of them by, like, maybe 50%. But then the shield should be additionally made so that at very least, the shield HP outdoes whatever total HP you'd get from healing. Because healing is obviously better. Healing is better than a shield. Technically, because it stays, right? The shield is just temporary. So the shield should have more HP. I'm not sure what the numbers currently are on that, but if it's not already like that, then that's the way it should be. Do you think mods should never have been added? No, I like mods. I think they shouldn't have been, I think they shouldn't have had so many, like, layers. I think certain, like, hardened hull, for example, is fine. Galvanic hull is an interesting idea. I kind of like it. Yeah, go ahead. That's fine. Like, those, there's no inherent problems with them. The idea of mods was just to generally increase survivability, and I think that was very necessary, personally. The way that they did it obviously wasn't great. And they should have not made, like, they should not have multi-layered shields have 9 layers or whatever the crap they have. It should be like 2 or 3. So they're not balanced, for sure. But I think I like the game better with them in it rather than with them not in it. That's just me personally, though. Everybody's got preferences.
To use my shield ability and tank damage with that, I have to wait till all my mods are cracked. It's the same problem we kind of have with a lot of these. I I would do that, and then I would probably give Mimicker more HP. It is a scout, but it's not a fast scout. So I think Mimicker should be like kind of a jack of all trades, which it is, right? Its ability lets it do that. You can boost damage, you can shield yourself, you can heal yourself.
When should a new player start using mods in their hanger? I think rank 3 is fine. They were introduced to
pilots pretty much immediately.
I think introducing mods, I mean, honestly, the earlier the better. Because the thing is like, especially with like the rank 6 thing, even if, okay, let's just, play a theoretical game where everyone, no matter whether they had mods or not, nobody can use mods on anything that's not rank 6. So they got rid of all the mods on the low rank stuff. Let's just theorize about that. The problem is that the meta difference, the playstyle difference is so huge that people going from rank 5 to rank 6, they wouldn't, it's a completely different game. It's a completely different game, and they're very unlikely to actually enjoy it, much less be used to it, and all of the weapons that they like to use are now completely different. So now they can't be using one-shot weapons like EM Rifle. They can't be, single bursting all these things. They can't be playing in certain ways that allows them to one-shot, or like one mag with like Storm or Missile Rack, whatever. So I think simply because of just the way that the game is so different between with mods versus without mods, I think if you're gonna have mods in the game at all, it should be almost pretty much as soon as possible. It should be pretty much as soon as possible. You were doing a win 4 matches in a row and lost the 4th one, that's sad. It is weird how difficult that can be sometimes. Like, usually it's not a big deal. Like, I can play freaking 10 matches and win all of them. But then, like, all of a sudden, when I actually won it, I don't know, maybe it gets to your head or something. Maybe
you just go into that fast mode. But just because it's a scout, it's not a dashing scout, and it's not Eclipse, who always is fast and immune to every effect, which Mimicker is not immune to every effect. It's very vulnerable, actually, to getting stunned, right? I think Mimicker could be really cool. It's a really cool mech already, but just a couple buffs. That one implant would be sick to buff all of the abilities at once. That'd be cool. And then also just maybe an HP buff, because then you can also use, the mods are going to be better for you, and you can also utilize your healing ability and shield abilities more to be more tanky. Right now, Mimicker's not really tanky, even though it has 2 abilities.
I think Mimicker's actually just kind of misunderstood. I think Mimicker's actually pretty good. People just don't really understand how to use it that well.
That are kind of trying to do that. Parasite. I think Parasite is a great addition to the game. It's very strong. It's not OP. It can be countered. It's slow is its main weakness. Once you link to them, it's slow. So, they have to just not shoot you, but if they can hide around the corner, they're fine, right? Blockhorn. Yeah, I think Blockhorn's good.
Parasite's maybe a little too strong in Hangar Showdown, but even then, like, I fight Parasites in Hangar Showdown on free play account. It's not really a big deal, to be honest. You just run away from it. Almost everything's faster than Parasite. You just run away from it until the ability's over.
Maybe I don't think Blockhorn needs anything. I think it's just it's good. I think it's good. It has super high boosted damage, high energy capacity, a very strong shield, and the shield is cool because it actually blocks people. It's unique. I think Blockhorn's in a good spot.
I agree with that as well. Blockhorn. I really like Blockhorn. It is not really meta, but it's close enough to being meta that I think it's fine. Like, assuming they nerf whatever, I think Blockhorn's actually fine. I think it's kind of, now I want to say it's similar to Mimicker, because Mimicker's not nearly as good as Blockhorn is, but I think it's underrated. I think people don't give it enough credit. Max level Fragment Gun 8 better than Revoker 10 and 6. The thing with Revoker is that it can take down multi-layered shields faster than any other weapon can. So, like, in terms of raw damage, maybe. In terms of raw damage, maybe. In terms of, like, practicality against a multi-layered type of thing, no, definitely not. Blockhorn is perfect. I love Blockhorn, bro. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good and yet not overpowered, and that's exactly where I like it. What is meta without mods? Most of the same stuff, actually. It's just Stormwreck. Like a single mag of Stormwreck will kill anything, right? So it's mostly the same stuff, except, it's like a, railgun or railgun EM rifle, maybe. Not so much revokers, ember guns over revokers usually. But it's mostly the same stuff. Like all the mechs pretty much are the exact same in terms of meta. Minigun 16 shreds multi-layers faster than the speed of light. Double Blockhorn boosted minigun 16s. People just ain't ready for it, bro. People just ain't ready for it. Invest in Eclipse or Redux. Well, Redux currently is really, really bad. Eclipse is going to get a nerf, though. I would maybe just wait. Maybe save your A coins for a good crate rush event. They've been doing a lot of good crate rush events. Save your A coins for that, maybe. You'd have a hard time even living long enough to shoot Stormwreck with no mods? No. It only takes like 2 seconds. I mean, there's some snipers, but I've seen no mods gameplay, like, not like super recently, but, the meta hasn't changed really. I mean, Gemini, I suppose. Gemini is a lot more meta with no mods, but, like, yeah, it's Stormwreck. It's just mostly Stormwreck. Just anyone who plays no mod custom matches, can you back me up on this? It's mostly Stormwreck, right? In non-modded matches, Eclipse is much weaker and can be countered by a lot of things. Yeah. Mods are what makes Eclipse super strong. Well, it's the fact that multi-layered mods make it so that everything takes about the same amount of kill time. And that's the thing that makes Revoker really stupid as well. It's because it's like, at that point, if mods are the thing that really takes the time to kill, then anything that can that can kill mods the fastest ends up killing the fastest just in general. Like, that's the best non-modded Eclipse is nowhere near OP. That's crazy. But, like, including multi-layered shields especially, it just becomes a matter of who can destroy the multi-layered shields the fastest, and a Revoker can, right? Revoker can. And so then it becomes a matter of which mechs can actually use Revoker and which ones can't. And Eclipse was, I should say, just barely fast enough to use Revoker. But then they nerfed the damage and they nerfed the range, and it's a little bit less ideal nowadays, which I think is fine. But yeah, Eclipse was like just barely fast enough to use Revoker and get away with that. And so it was basically just as tanky as anything else. It couldn't be affected by by most abilities, I should say. And it had more firepower comparatively than almost everything else because Revoker. You think railguns are better than Stormwreck? Really? I thought people were primarily using just like multiple Stormwreck builds. Whatever. It's still similar. It's a similar meta. The mech meta is almost the same.
Deathwalker. Deathwalker definitely needs to be nerfed. We need to absolutely reduce the duration. Also increase the cooldown. Both of those need to happen.
The cooldown's supposed to be, what, 16 seconds? Or no, 15 seconds, because it's 15 and 15, I think, right? But it doesn't actually have 15-second cooldown most of the time. It's only like, I don't know. Wasn't there a bug? Or did they patch that? I don't remember. There was a bug for a while that made the cooldown way shorter than it was supposed to be. And, yeah, that's obviously not good. You don't know how ridiculous Railgun 16 Deathwalker is? Yeah, you are correct. I do not. Can Missile Wreck ever be better than Storm Wreck? No, not really. The other day, your entire team was destroyed by a railgun Chungus. Now, that's the type of story that I like to hear.
Other than that, though, I think it should be good. Just do those to the appropriate amount, so it's more even with the other legendary tanks. It's too strong. For someone like when it's a really strong Deathwalker versus someone else who's not so strong, like it's just impossible to kill. It comes back too quickly. It refreshes its ability too quickly. There's nothing really that counters it except for system crash, right? Basically, that's it. Because whatever you use on it. Another thing, maybe it should keep its effects when it warps back, like respawns, which it doesn't make sense. Like it kind of died, so it shouldn't. But like when you link to it with your parasite, once you kill it though, it goes back and isn't linked anymore, even though the link had more duration, which feels a little bit silly sometimes. But
I also kind of feel like, I don't know, is it just me, or is like 32 energy maybe a bit much for something that's like essentially immortal? Maybe reduce the energy capacity even, like I would say, right? Missile Rack Zephyr, only OGs remember it. The only advantage you see on Missile Rack is it shoots its whole mag faster. I don't think that's actually true. Like, Missile Rack is still decent, but I don't think it shoots its mag faster.
Missile Rack 16
has a faster RPM, but it has more total projectiles to shoot. That's why it has faster RPM. So it has more projectiles. It's like, what is it, 8 as opposed to 6, right? Or is it like 12 as opposed to 8? I don't remember, bro. But you get what I'm saying. Your grief, you might stop in some more. Achievements. Sometimes it beats Storm by firing faster than moving.
Okay, I guess technically the advantage of Missile Rack is that it fires
straight. So like it's less wavy when you fire it, so it's more accurate at range. If you want to really go there, but there really isn't a practical benefit to it. We could just put it that way.
At least just the cooldown duration, it would probably be fine. But like with the duration implant right now, I have like a 20-second duration. Like that's ridiculous. To be respawning with full HP for 20 seconds straight is just outrageous. Yeah. Salvor. Ooh. I think Salvor's good. Its healing is strong. Maybe an HP buff, but it should really rely on its teammates as a healer, and I think its healing is still strong enough to be useful and fun within squads. It's nothing meta, but it's never going to be just because it relies on teammates, and the game is only like that when you're playing with people intentionally, like really intentionally, so I think it's in a good spot. It's still a good legendary healer that we wanted.
I think it just needs more range, like a little bit more range. Because, like, nobody wants to use a range implant on it. It's kind of a waste of an implant slot most of the time. You just noticed sometimes watching Cax in particular in Hemlock battles, the Storm or the Missile Racks seem to unload quicker. So, is he using Missile Rack 16? No, because I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, Missile Rack 12 and Storm Rack 12, well, all of the Storm Racks, I should say, have the exact same fire rate. If I'm not mistaken. Not in-game, because the fire rate in-game, the number that it shows, the RPM number that it shows is completely bullshit. That doesn't mean anything. Give it a mini health regen for itself. What, Salver? I mean, every time it fires the ability, it heals itself, right? So you could just heal yourself that way. Now, I think Salver's fine. It just needs more range. Like, 100 meters is actually not that much. If you're being really passive, like if you're trying to be passive, 100 meters is not nearly enough for you. Because the people that you want to be healing are the ones that are on the front lines. Those are like the scouts or whatever that are like 150 meters away or something like that. So like 120 meters base at least, just so that you're capable of reaching like 150 with an implant. You think he was using 12? All right, fair enough. You don't know why Hemlock has unlimited range, but Salver doesn't?
It's the same reason that Orion doesn't have unlimited range.
It's because they require a target lock, and mechs stop allowing you to target them after 300 meters. That's the only reason. It's the same reason Gatecrasher Ion Pod has infinite range. I'm pretty sure it does it say 300? I don't remember. But Gatecrasher Ion Pod has infinite range. It's just a matter of target locks. You can't target someone that's over 300 meters. You can't heal anyone over 30 meters, or you can't heal anyone that is 30 meters away. Oh, I'm not sure about that. There's like a weird bug where like it doesn't show the healing on your side, but it actually does heal them. I've seen that weird bug before, yeah. Maybe that is what you're experiencing. You don't always agree with me 100%. I mean, that's, yeah, I don't expect anybody to. Yeah, it's like, I think it's just like, random thought experiments. I think it's worth explaining what I think and why. And if anyone disagrees with me, that's perfectly fine. In fact, you can tell me why you disagree with me as well. Like, if you can't, I mean, if it's just a preference thing, then whatever. You can have your own preferences, but if there's like a legitimate reason as to why you disagree, go ahead and tell me, bro. Because like, I'm not out here trying to like, I'm not out here being like, I have my opinions and I'm gonna like try to formulate whatever XYZ to try to justify my opinion. No, I'm like, I want the game to be better. So it's like, if you have a better idea than me, then yeah, go for it, bro. Salver heals should work like Nodens from War Robots.
Bro, that'd be so cool.
Nodens was an absolute G.
100%,
bro. Top 5 War Robots moments of all time. I kind of agree with you there. Well, I guess it's not maybe the best way of doing it, but it is a way of doing it that would definitely make it better. What's my favorite build personally? I don't know. My favorite very much depends on the day. I've been so absolutely ecstatic and kind of hard glazing suppressors for the last like couple days. But it's so fun, bro. Like it's ridiculous. I really like suppressor right now. You want to hear my opinions? They just have to be right. That's that's fair.
Yeah, really.
Opinions are opinions. Yeah. Like I don't expect everybody to agree with them. But but again, if there's a reason that you disagree with it, like if you think that I'm legitimately wrong and you have a reason for it, then like go ahead and tell me, bro. Maybe I'll agree with you. I don't know, because it's like I can't. I don't spend like every waking moment of every day thinking about this stuff. So if it's just like a thing that I never really considered, it's a big suppressors W, bro. Maybe I'm overselling it because my standards for suppressor are like in the dirt based on what they used to be, but I think they're actually good now. You mean suppressor surgery clips? I was using suppressor 16 Blockhorn in Platinum's custom matches yesterday, and I was kind of cooking with it. I outbrawled a Nomad with that thing. I was kind of cooking with it. I'm telling you, bro. It's so funny. It's so fun. There's so many options, though. You could do all kinds of things with that weapon. It's crazy. I love it. Drop 3 nodes on the map and create a triangle of damage boost for your team. That's cool. So it's like a thing that you like, maybe like you fire it at a distance type of thing, as opposed to like Brick House where it's like around you. I like the idea of team support, placement support that you don't necessarily have to be there for, right? So like cheetah mines would be useful if the cheetah didn't have to be on the center beacon to place them on the center beacon. Like that's kind of really inconvenient, don't you think? And the same goes with a lot of stuff, is essentially what I'm saying. You know your stuff about Megarine. I've noticed you, but you're public, so it's not expected. So it's not unexpected. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been around here for like 4 years. I've been playing this game for way too long. But sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I'm very wrong. Like about Shadow, dude. I am telling you, in this last couple weeks, I've realized that I have been sleeping on Shadow so badly. The amount of guided spam in early game is ridiculous. But, I mean, that's why we test things. Guessing you've had access to the new Mech in the test server? Maybe, maybe not. Expecting a video tomorrow? Yeah, there should be a video. I mean, like, every time it's the same. So, yeah, I'll just... there will be a video tomorrow. The new Mech and the new weapon. And then it's going to release on the 5th, so I'm going to have a stream on the 5th as well. So we're going to be trying it on the main account. It's going to be good stuff. It's going to be fun, hopefully.
And lastly is Silverthorn. Silverthorn absolutely needs a buff. It's terrible against mods. I think its ability, like damage it does, should be buffed. And probably come sooner. Yeah, the ability damage should be buffed, charge up sooner, and be applied sooner. So it's actually effective. And especially, at the very least, the slowdown and effect should always be applied even when you just hit mods with the blades. Because right now it's not. They just keep going. And that's the only defense that Silverthorn has. It has good stats, generally good stats, but it doesn't slow down mechs if it doesn't hit, if it hits only their mods, like their ML shields or their blockade shield or whatever. So it needs to slow down mechs always, because that's its only defense again. So there you go. That is all the buffs and nerfs just off the top of my head that I would do. Let me know in the comments if you agree or disagree. Let's hope that Plarium does a great rebalance. It's looking good so far. So let's hope it continues with the following waves of rebalances. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one.
All right, then. Well, let's see. Strange there's no implant specifically for Redeemer, this guy says. That's true. Anyway, so his last point was about Silverthorn. I kind of disagree with that. I think the main thing about Silverthorn, it's really easy to get distracted with all the different features of Silverthorn. Here's my take on it. My take on it is that Silverthorn's extremely, extremely simple. It has a 50% damage boost, up to a maximum of 60,000 for a 3.5 second time window. Compare that to Stalker's 50% damage boost with no maximum cap for 9 seconds. It's just completely, there's no comparison. There's no comparison. All the extra bells and whistles, whatever crap the Silverthorn has going on, you can essentially ignore that. It comes down to essentially just that. It is an extremely pathetic version of Stalker. I think the max damage should be completely removed. There should be no maximum damage. 3.5 seconds is not a lot of time. And that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. I think like a 50% damage boost on a mech. And not only that, but also you have to hit them with a projectile in order for it to even count. Stalker, you just do the thing. That's literally, you just do the thing. So, yeah, I think it's really just that simple. I think if you compare Silverthorn to Stalker, you realize just how bad Silverthorn is and how like completely ridiculous that ability is. So, Stalker definitely the best rear mech. Well, I'm not saying that Stalker's OP. I'm just saying that compared to Stalker, Silverthorn's kind of garbage, right? Like a 50% damage boost with no limit applied to yourself for 9 seconds on Stalker. Versus a 50% damage boost for only 3.5 seconds. You have to hit them with a thing first in order to do it. And it only caps out at 60,000. So like at high level, that's kind of nothing. And on top of that, you don't even get the extra damage until after the time is over. So it's a delayed 50% extra damage.
everything about that is
awful. There's also a maximum range on it, of course, right?
100 meters maximum range.
That's awful. That's really bad. Comparatively, that is really bad.
So, I think the main thing is just to remove that limit. That limit is ridiculous.
Oh dear. Role support. Name. You put a lot of.
I'm a big fan of paragraph breaks.
But when you copy paste it into YouTube live chat, it removes those paragraph breaks and it doesn't put a space in. So now it's just a big old paragraph with not a lot of spaces in it. I'm a big fan of paragraph breaks. If someone sends me a giant text block complaining about XYZ, I probably ignore it because I don't care that much. They break it up into nice chunks. Yeah, good. A lot of the designs this year are neat, but asking too much from the players to be good. Well, I don't necessarily think that Silverthorn asks too much of people in order to use it well. I think Silverthorn is just straight bad. I think it's just bad. Like what else have they made?
I mean, there's like Volti.
Volti, I think, is fine, yeah.
What else did they do? Was Parasite this year? I don't remember. They made some okay stuff. They've made some okay stuff, yeah.
Silverthorn just wasn't it. That's my opinion. You're guessing on December 13th, the devs will probably announce the second one.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, it was 4 months for 4 phases. I would guess it's 1 per month. Yes, on Silverbug, I can watch multiple teammates heal up during the match, but show 0 heal counts at the end summary. Well, that's interesting.
No, because the heal bug that I've experienced,
And by the way, you're probably like multiple minutes behind on the stream. So by the time you see this, the video is long over. We're not talking about Salver anymore.
That'll be awkward for him to see it. But no, on the Salver bug that I was talking about was different. So like the Salver bug that I've experienced is that it actually does count. It doesn't show it on your screen. So like you can see your teammates' HP. You can see your teammates' HP and it doesn't really go up, but you did actually heal them. It's usually the hardened hole specifically. So like it won't let you heal it won't let you heal the hardened hole, but you actually did. It just didn't show it on your screen. That's all. So that's the bug that I've been seeing, is that it doesn't look like they're healed, but they actually are. The bug that you're experiencing sounds like something completely different. Though I would not be surprised that there is a completely different bug that exists. Yeah, it's like a staple of Mech Arena, bro. It's like every mech has 1 ability and 2 bugs. Like this, they got standards, okay? You just noticed that I have that in the thumbnail. Yeah,
that's been that way for a long time. Does the new mech have anything to do with the ice trap ability? It's the mech that they talked about. The one that they did the devlog or whatever. I think they literally said it was going to release on December 5th, yeah. Who sits for 5 hours and doesn't drink anything? So true. It's been 7 though, and I really need to go to the bathroom. So, yeah, I'm gonna call it here. I want to call it here, fellas. I appreciate everybody for stopping by. It's been about 4 hours longer than I was probably gonna go for, but that's okay. It took, God, now that I'm thinking about it, it was like 4 hours just to watch BMP's 1 20-minute video. I don't shut up, do I? I'm sorry in advance. Yeah, go watch BMP's video with the link if you don't feel like dealing with that. But yeah, I'll see you guys Friday. I'll see you guys Friday. This should be the new mech comes out. Maybe even the onslaught. So maybe Friday I do the new mech and stuff, and then perhaps Saturday I do the onslaught. We'll see. I'll figure it out. I'll probably do it live though. But yeah, appreciate y'all for stopping by. Take care.